All right, good morning, everybody. The time is 8:43. The day is February 21st. I think it's a Saturday. And we're continuing with public testimony. I'm going to do second calls right now from yesterday. So if you missed your first call, I'm going to do your second call right now. And if you missed your second call, you're SOL for the rest of the meeting. Just a reminder to folks, as we get into some more of the AC and maybe some RAC testimony, 3 minutes for individuals and 10 minutes for ACs or Regional Advisory Council representatives. I think people did a really good job yesterday at being respectful of the time limits, and I can't tell you how much I have appreciated it, so thank you so much. And we'll go ahead and start with first, second calls. Mr. Nelson.
Just two quick items. Want to let the public know we posted a revised agenda to the website yesterday that extended the meeting into Wednesday next week, just kind of due to the volume of public input we have here. So we had to push things back just a little bit. And another reminder for folks, because I know there's a number of constituent war rooms over on that side of the building. Our YouTube stream is not a full live stream. There's typically about a 15, sometimes 20, 25 second delay between what happens here and what you're seeing in your rooms back there. So keep that in mind as we're calling names, and please get yourself over to the room here if you know your name is coming up, and don't wait. Thank you.
Thanks. And yeah, there is a revised agenda, and we'll just kind of be playing it by ear as we make it through our, public testimony and then also the committee work. But we're going to try and, keep it moving as best we can, but we want to make sure that we allow the time for the conversations that need to happen to occur. Okay, second calls. First, second call is Mr. Dale Peterson. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Sorry to miss the first call, but I'll never miss the last call. My name is Dale Peterson. I'm an area MCNer, and I'm a member of the QT tribe of Sandpoint. The first day of the meeting, there was a board member that asked one of the staff commenters about why he thinks the king salmon catch is increasing. And so I ran some numbers. Just from Alaska, the king salmon smolts that released into the Pacific every year since 2014 averages 10.1 million, and that doesn't include the hatcheries in the north, the west coast of North America. That's averaging 250 million every year. So there's a lot of king salmon out there, and that's probably why we're catching more of them. And that's just pretty much all I wanted to say.
Okay, any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate you making it. The next second call is Monty Mack. Second call for Monty. Second call for Raymond Watson. Okay, second call for Henry Hunter Sr. Oops, sorry. Second call for Charlie Green. Hi, Charlie. Welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, board members. I'm kind of glad I got to come and save this for last, because I got to hear a lot of the other, entities, their, problems of how they think our what's happening to our salmon, whether it's climate change, pollution, bycatch, whatever. But, I'm not only a subsistence fisherman, I was a sport fishing guide for 15 years. So I'm pretty experienced with fish and watching fish. And, the Nalata River had a really big abundance of king salmon, chum salmon. So I, as a young kid, all the way from the 80s, I would keep track of how the fish are, how the trout, the Arctic char, grayling. But so, as I sit here with you guys and we try to figure these problems out with our fish, I've heard that, and plus we had an Air Force base in Galena, not only an Air Force base, but 2 radar stations. So sometimes we had 700 military people around our village. And, I've heard people say, they polluted our rivers, all this kind of stuff. We, the watershed people, all the time, we keep track. Our rivers always pass their tests. I plow, actually, as we speak. We drink our own river water. It's better than any well water that's around Galena. So we drink the Yukon water right now, just pumped right out of the river into people's tanks and houses, and that's our main drinking source is our Yukon. So we have it tested, have it sent to labs, and so if anybody thinks that Yukon is polluted, we're living proof that it's not. And I grew up, on the land. I'm a trapper. So I keep track of everything. I see the climate change, all the things that, is happening to our lands. The last 3 years, we've been having some chum increase and, hearing that some of the area, are catching less fish. But all of a sudden in 2025, we get another, the worst chum in history, worst chum run ever. So, I don't know what this is, if we could, for me to believe that we're going in the right direction is really hard. So, at these tables, we're going to have to figure out what is the problem with our fish. We're doing everything we can. Our village is like we say, you heard me, my last testimony, we've done everything we can to get these fish back in the river, and we need you guys to really consider all these, proposals, whether it's 131, 136, but we're here on the table to try to work things out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charlie. Any questions? Ms. Irwin.
Yeah, thank you, Chief Green, again for coming and giving some testimony. My question is, I'm not sure if you know the answer to this, but are there other villages within your subregion or along the Yukon that you know of that also drink Yukon water directly from the river?
Yes, most all the villages, Kaikok. If you look on Facebook, you see all the chief of Kaikok. I see them every, and that's both the Yukon and the Kaikok River. And yes, there's most of the other villages are by fresh water, but Galena was founded by Air Force guys, so it's just on a sandbar. There's no river around there.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate your testimony. Second call for Tom Kriska. Is Tom here? No Tom. How about Gabriel Jonathan? Leo Lolnitz? Good morning.
Morning. This one? No matter which one, I guess. Good morning, Madam Chair, the Council. It's my pleasure to come forward to testify again in front of you today. My name is Leo Lolnitz. I'm from Kaikok, Alaska, and I've been living in Alaska all my life, fisherman all my life, subsistence fisherman, that is, all my life, all 80 years of it. So I have never did commercial at all, although it was there available, but never did it because I'm a subsistence fisherman, as were my parents and the parents before that, grandparents. So anyway, as we speak about lack of fish that's going up the Yukon, Kuskokwim, and up there in AYAK area, that there's not enough salmon going up these rivers, and so we're the first ones that be cut off from fishing it every year for the last 5-6 years now. And then they imposed another 7-year moratorium on the Yukon River fishermen with Canada and the governor of the state of Alaska, I would assume, which wasn't done without any consultation with the tribes at all on the Yukon River from one end to the other. Nobody heard about it until it's happening until it happened, came in by surprise. Otherwise, we'd be fighting that battle too. But all in all, it's, you know, every fish counts. We all know that, you know that, but we know it more because we lived it and we conserved over the years. We were one of the best conservators still on the Yukon, Kuskokwim River as native people. We only take what we need, no more. That's just out of respect for the animals, the fish, and whatever's there in the ocean, in the rivers. That's why they keep coming back. They need no fishing game, wildlife, to impose these kind of restrictions on us because we weren't the ones that's really killing off the salmon or whatever you want to call it. But anyway, everybody's got to conserve throughout the whole fishermen's, from the in rivers out to the oceans. Everybody has got to do their part of conserving these renewable resources, otherwise there'll be no more in the future. If you take more than what you need out of greed, it don't work like that. The two hands, they don't work together. And the greed side takes more than next, you know, there's no more fish in the river. So give that a thought in your minds and think about that, where all the fish is going. Because there was, back in the days, there used to be little commercial fishing on the Yukon River. That had an impact on it also, but nobody really spoke on it because that's in the past. But now we're speaking on the Falls Pass. We spoke on the North Pacific Management Council earlier. So, but I'd like, in support of Tana Chiefs, I support proposal 131 and 136.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any questions? Thank you for being here. Appreciate your perspective.
Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Is Vivian Corthias here? Good morning, Vivian. Good to see you.
Good morning. Apologize for not being here yesterday. I wasn't feeling that great, so have to listen to our bodies. Before I start my testimony, I just want to make a comment. You know, I want to say to each of you on the this board, the council, that you are in a very high trust responsibility seat. Not just a trust with the public, but with the state and this whole country to manage the resources on behalf of all of us. But I just wanted to say that your roles in your seats are very much thought leaders, meaning that you act and think on behalf of all of us. So I just wanted to say my personal thank you to all of you. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Vivian Corthias. I serve as the Chief Executive Officer for the Association of Village Council Presidents. AVCP represents 56 federally recognized tribes on the Yukon, Kuskokwim Delta, and the Bering Sea coast. Subsistence is our way of life. To us, salmon is just not a resource. It is our identity, both culturally and spiritually. Salmon are a part of who we are. Our responsibility is to protect salmon for generations to come. We are here today because our salmon are disappearing. In our region alone, salmon are just not an economic resource. They are who we are. They are our identity. We depend on salmon to sustain us. To say it plainly, salmon is our way of life. Every single salmon counts. During the summer, families should be on the river. Children should be learning how to cut fish. Elders should be teaching. Smokehouses should be full. Instead, our racks are empty. Our Ziploc bags and freezers are empty. Our elders are wondering if they will ever see abundance again in their lifetime. The management system that remains in effect, is out of balance. The burden of conservation has fallen entirely on the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers. Communities, specifically subsistence users, our communities have sacrificed everything. Area M continues to interrupt salmon bound for our rivers, salmon we desperately need for escapement and for food. If our salmon are to be rebuilt, conservation must be shared. It is very simple. If the fish don't make it home, nothing else matters. We support proposals that will provide real passage windows during the peak migration period, proposals 127, 131, and 136. The state of Alaska has a constitutional obligation to manage for sustained yield. Where there is a shortage, subsistence is the priority. To me, it is unbelievable that today in the United States we are facing the potential for salmon extinction. I see you.
Yeah.
So in closing, as a board, you will take action representing us and all salmon. I trust you will remember the testimonies from tribal leaders and consider them in your decision.
Thank you, Vivian. Are there any questions? Mr. Chamberlain.
Thank you, Ms. Corthias. You represent a lot of communities along the Yukon and Kuskokwim Delta. And can you explain how the loss of salmon and the loss of subsistence opportunity is affecting some of those communities, and in particular, those affected by typhoons Halong and Merbok?
Yes, thank you for the question. On the YK Delta, over the past 10 years, we've had a lot of challenges, including, of course, COVID. We've had of course, the salmon crisis that started 6-7 years ago that really hit, but we've witnessed it for about 20, 25, 30 years now. We have other challenges in our region, such as the Arctic typhoons that we have witnessed in the last 3 years, the first one being Merbok, the second one being Halong. So our communities rely primarily on subsistence, and the groceries in the stores are a secondary source of food. What we're witnessing on the YK Delta is impact at all levels. One of the old ladies that were going to Anchorage right when the last typhoon hit, I talked to her on the jet going to Anchorage when they were just being evacuated. I asked her a real simple question. She was going to the hospital as a result of her condition in this typhoon right after it, and I asked her, what do you want us to know? I wanted to hear directly from her, this grandma, and she said she has lost everything. So what that means is the lack of salmon in our rivers, the lack of opportunities to put fish away to feed your families has fundamentally hit every single community, every single family, every single individual in every way. I cannot emphasize how much of a distress it's causing to the communities in my region. It really should be looked at as a humanitarian crisis. It really is a humanitarian crisis. When everything that you assume to be good and supportive, that infrastructure, that ability to feed and shelter your families is not there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your testimony today. I'm glad you could make it, and I hope you continue to feel better.
Thanks. Thank you all.
Next up is Jeremy McGlashan. Is Jeremy here this morning? John Foster? John Foster with us today? No John Foster. Madison Thompson? Hi, Madison. Were you here 3 years ago? I remember you, yeah. Welcome back. Press the button and turn the mic on there. There you go.
Sorry. You think I'd have learned by now. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Madison Thompson. I'm an enrolled member of the Unga tribe, a lifelong resident of Sandpoint, and a multi-generation Unangan fisherwoman. Like many Alaskans, my relationship with salmon is rooted in culture and family. My grandfather took his first boat ride at just 3 days old. He was raised in Unga Village in the Shumagans, between Unalaska and Kodiak. Fishing was part of his story, as it has been his parents and our ancestors. Today, I am watching his story unfold through my own eyes. My great-grandfather trapped small game when not fishing. My great-grandmother worked on the crab line and at the local cannery. This is common in my region. When fisheries disappear, so does stability. Growing up in Unga, fishing anchored my grandfather's family. When the cod fishery collapsed in the 50s and 60s, his family was forced to leave. The school closed, businesses fled, boats no longer anchored in Delaroff Harbor. He still shudders when he talks about this. Moving to Sandpoint on Popoff has been both frightening and comforting. He met others with the same story. Sandpoint became home to families displaced from Belkovsky, Sanak, and Unga, to name a few communities. A resilient group, but please, this resilience should never be mistaken for consent. Like me, my grandfather began fishing to spend time with his father. By 6, he spent summers at their set gillnet sites near Kelly Rock off Unga. This is where he learned the bulk about himself and work. He was sent to Anchorage for high school because Sandpoint did not offer it. I am grateful to be a Sandpoint School alumni. I know this to be a dream he wished for himself. By 15, he was fishing with his older brother. By 19, he was building a family with my grandmother. Limited entry for Area M began in 1974. He didn't qualify under the point system, so he worked to buy his own permit. A claim to waters that had sustained our families for thousands of years through subsistence and trade, the state did not invent this fishery. When access and opportunity are removed, knowledge and community follow. As a multi-generational Unangan fisherman, I deserve to live and work where my family always has. My grandfather deserves to see his family build strong ties to the livelihood that sustained generations before him. To believe those in my region will be minimally affected by the proposals set forth today is harmful and untrue. I know this story I shared may sound redundant after the past few days, but this is a generational wound that is still healing. When you talk about fishermen, you are talking about my grandfather, my cousins, my aunts, my uncles, people sitting behind me. Real people. I refuse to let our shared identity and humanity be stripped away. Thank you.
Thank you, Madison. Any questions? Thanks for being here. As always, great job. Next up is Liam Hoblet. Hi, Liam. Welcome.
Hi. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Liam Hoblet. I'm 12 years old and from both Foss Pass and Area M and Holy Cross on the Yukon River. I am Alabaskan, Yupik, and Aleut, and the tribal citizen with native village of Foss Pass. Thank you for hearing my testimony. This year I learned something important about who I am and where I come from. My mom was born and raised in the AYK region, and my dad is a 4th-generation commercial fisherman from the Foss Pass and Area M, making me a 5th-generation fisherman. That means I grew up with 2 different worlds that some people treat like they can fit together, but for me, they always have. In the summer of 2025, I went on my first commercial fishing trip, working on the deck. When I was younger, I started going out with
Thank you. It's really brave for you to be here and appreciate you. Can I ask you a question? What was your job on the deck?
plunging.
Yeah, that was my first job on the deck too. Well, thank you for being here. You're welcome to continue if you want to take a minute, but if you're done, that's okay too. Good job. Thank you. Christina Porter. Is Christina here? Cheryl Cadzo. Hi, Cheryl. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Cheryl Cadzo. I'm from Fort Yukon, Alaska, where I was born and raised. I'm a retired teacher. I've held many offices in my life, including the tribal chief of my village. I'm currently a board member of Doyon Limited, but I am here as an individual, as our representative is training for the Iditarod. I am indigenous to the Yukon River. I remember fishing as a young girl with my family. My favorite job was turning the wheel on the canning to can the salmon. My least favorite job was washing the slime off the fish. That was no fun. Now I have granddaughters, and they're this young age. So our fishing comes down from generation to generation. My grandmother, my mother, me, my daughter, my granddaughters. We all live off the Yukon River. All cities, communities, towns in Alaska and elsewhere, we're all along rivers, and those rivers are important to us. It keeps us alive. It keeps the plants alive, it keeps the animals alive, and it keeps us alive. So it's a matter of survival, the river. And so it's very important to our culture. As indigenous people, we eat the whole fish. We eat the skin, we eat the bones, and we especially love the eyes and eggs. I'm from the upriver region, and when we fish, we have a hard time fishing. The river gets wider, there's more sloughs, there's more islands. It can be up to a mile wide, the Yukon River. So we have a hard time finding the fish because our river is a meandering river. It changes every year. So we have to use our knowledge that was passed down. We have to know the depth that year. We have to know the channel that year because it changes. We have to know where the snags are. We have to know the cut banks, the sandbars. Everything changes every year.
Do you have a concluding statement?
Yes, salmon is our sustenance. It's filled with omega-3 protein, vitamin B, potassium, selenium, and axanthin. Healthy because it reduces water retention, inflammation, blood pressure, cancer, weight, aging. Oh, I'm sorry. It's very healthy to us.
Thank you.
And then I don't come and testify a lot.
I know. I have to keep it at 3 minutes, though, ma'am. I have to be fair to everybody.
So, okay, here's my closing statement, is that I'm a teacher. I teach science. If you can read, you thank a teacher. If you can do math, you thank a teacher. If you know science, you thank a teacher. When you're doing science, you change the variable.
Ma'am,
Well, the Yukon River...
excuse me. Your
The
time is up.
Yukon
Thank you.
River has been closed for 7 years. So let's change the variable and let's...
Thank you for being here. Next up is Karen Gillis. Hi, Karen, welcome.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Welcome.
I'm going to start my timer too. My name is Karen Gillis. I'm here on behalf of Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, an organization serving 128 communities in the Arctic, Yukon, Kuskokwim, and Bristol Bay regions of Alaska, focused on the protection of rights and access for small boat commercial and subsistence fishermen. There's clear data demonstrating the conservation crisis occurring in the AYK. This is due to a combination of environmental, ecological, and human-driven factors such as overconfident management decisions. We're asking you to address a documented impact to Chinook and chum salmon, which is directly under human control. Interceptions in Area M have been a conservation concern for decades, triggering numerous research studies, Board of Fisheries action, and voluntary efforts by the commercial fleet who recognize the need to curtail harvest during annual migrations in June. In every other fishery in Alaska except Area M, the policy and practice of ADF&G is to close commercial fishing on a stock when escapement needs or subsistence opportunity is not being provided. Current Area M practices blatantly prioritize commercial fishing over escapement and subsistence, a violation of the Sustainable Salmon Fisheries policy and statutes listing subsistence uses over other uses. Allowing the commercial utilization of AYK Chinook and chum salmon that are not meeting river management and spawning escapement goals violates Article 8, Section 4 of the Alaska Constitution. BSFA does not support caps or trigger approaches and references 5 AAC 39222C3E. Triggers cannot be effectively monitored, complied with, controlled, or enforced. Therefore, they should not be part of the regulations to control human-induced sources of fishing mortality per board policy. See also RC 50. We are in full support of proposals 136 and 131. I reference RC 77, which shows shutting down the South Peninsula fishery in the middle of June will preserve salmon when they are at the highest abundance. With the Yukon River 7-year agreement in place between the U.S. and Canada, it is expected that the U.S. will do everything it can during this time, as the U.S. agreed to, quote, increase the in-river run of Yukon River origin Chinook salmon by reducing marine catches and bycatches of Yukon River origin salmon to the extent practical. See RC 66, Bullet 9. As it pertains to the processors holding the Area M fleet accountable within their adaptive management program, we believe someone needs to hold the processors accountable for issuing blank fish tickets, see RC 81 and RC 83, and dumping fish off the docks. Relying on self-policing often sounds efficient, but it has serious weaknesses. When people regulate themselves, they're judging their own behavior, and some professions, true, use partial self-regulation, but they typically function alongside government oversight, not instead of it. We oppose any proposal to increase harvest or expand the already extravagant gear size for Area M. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Well timed. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. And last of the second call is Earl Samuelson. Is Earl here this morning? Going once? Okay, let's move on to our list of first calls, beginning with Jimmy Kupchayak for Togiak AC. Hi, Moses. Are you going to give the report for Jimmy?
Yeah, I'm changing my name to Jimmy.
Okay.
But anyway, currently Jimmy is on another meeting. He's meeting with, he's a board member for BBSRI, and they're meeting this morning. So he asked me to represent him this morning. And we have a copy of our Togiak Advisory Committee meeting. And we wanted to, Jimmy wanted to focus in on proposal 188, so therefore we're going to speak on it. Currently, Togiak people, 700 people in Togiak are anticipating the arrival of the herring to Togiak. Not only that, our ecosystem is practically waiting for the arrival of the herring. In the past, we have seen a lot of seal accidents and whale, and the birds arrive, and so therefore we are part of the ecosystem in terms of herring season. We have 2 runs in the past, what native people call atjichtochtist, the ones that run under the ice to spawn. Those were the first. And the second one is after the ice is gone. So those are the anticipations that we're waiting on currently. Let me read Jimmy Kupchak's, he's our chairman at Togiak Advisory Committee, and his testimony reads, "Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Jimmy Kupchak, and I'm the chair of Togiak Advisory Committee. There were 10 members present at our December 11, 2025 meeting, and there were 5 members absent. Proposal 188 was unanimously opposed by the members present. Proposal 188 failed. Thank you for your time." We have a copy of Togiak Advisory Committee's meeting for your reference.
Thank you very much. And just for the record, Moses, you're on you serve on the Togiak AC as well, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Kritz? Thank you for being here on behalf of Mr. Kupchak. I'm going to assume that he's not available to give his personal testimony at this time either, so I'll do first call for Jimmy, and if he's here later, we'll try and catch him. Dylan Jacobson, followed by Hazel Yachmaneff, Peter Anguson, Bob Murphy, and Bruce Hendrickson. Good morning, Dylan. Welcome.
Good morning.
I think you just turned it off. There you go.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Dylan Jacobson, and I am a member of and testifying on behalf of the Chignik tribe. I was born and raised in Sandpoint and see the impact and importance of salmon fishing in my community. I work for the city of Sandpoint as part of a small water and sewer team under the Public Works Department. Although I'm not a commercial fisherman, my job is heavily dependent on commercial fishing. Sandpoint's economy relies heavily on the fish tax it collects. We cannot afford to lose any more fishing time. Without this fish tax, the city would struggle to maintain and repair equipment and provide safe drinking water. In the last few years, I have seen prices for essential goods continue to rise while the people around me struggle. I don't want to see any more small businesses close, or people get displaced from their homes in search of job opportunities, or for kids having to leave for other educational opportunities. The entire Alaska Peninsula community is culturally dependent on salmon fishing. Cutting time and opportunity will only set in motion the ripple effects of out-migration in Sandpoint. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dylan. Appreciate your testimony. Are there any questions? Thanks. Hazel Yachmaneff? Good morning.
Kialamekamna agada asata cooking isna ilan akachta cooking isna ilan tanagi cooking. Good morning, Madam Chair and esteemed board members. My name is Hazel Yachmaneff, and I'm a 5th generation Aleutian fisherman belonging to the native village of False Pass. Fishing puts food on our table either by the income or the catch. It provides the stability needed for families to survive and remain. I think it's safe to say almost every child where I come from thinks of becoming a fisherman one day. Children want to follow their parents' footsteps. Both of my parents are or were fishermen. I adore them, and being like them in the aspect of work is all I've ever wanted. Just imagine beach sailing. If you've ever done it, it is all strength of your crew, no hydraulics involved. A few years ago, it was my 72-year-old grandpa and 4 of us grandkids under the age of 19. We have to work, be quick thinking, determined, attentive to one another, all while working cohesively. This is one of my most cherished memories. I don't know what my future looks like without fishing in my community. It is the heart and soul of Falls Pass. Fish and other animals from the sea are the most frequent ingredient we have for any meal or snack. To my family, as well as my community, working on a fishing boat or in a local processing plant are the most common summer jobs because there's not many other opportunities. It's who we are and who we want our future generations to be. Being a fisherman in my family is highly looked upon because it's a high-demanding job. It requires a lot of physical and mental strength. When one can withstand this environment, it makes our whole family proud. We are lucky and grateful to have a local processing plant, Silver Bay. It brings up to 600 people at peak season. The village and Silver Bay work closely together to maintain a safe and productive, healthy, and supportive fishing town. This in turn brings a lot of income to our local businesses, boosting the growth and economic development of my village. There are various conflicts associated with economics and politics around fisheries. Some of the proposals before you this week restrict Area M of fishing at all in the month of June, to take away precious and valuable time for us when we have already given so much. Area M isn't the primary cause of the lack of chum runs in the AYK region. I have just recently learned about our adaptive management plan, and I am proud of my people for the innovative solution they have put in place. Being able to say I am an Area M fisherman is such an accomplishment, and you should say it with pride. I want future generations of our region to be able to have the opportunities we did. We are not simply selling fish. This is our subsistence lifestyle. There's a solution to the problem AYK is going through, and we are happy to work together in an effort to bring fish back to their area. We have proven this. Fishing is a great way to learn valuable skills and create new experiences. It is an important aspect to us to keep us connected to our land and ancestors. It's what we have done for thousands of years. Fish matter to everyone in Area M, and it will stay that way for many years to come. Lastly, Madam Chair and members of the board, I would like for you to take a good ponder on the pro-Area M testimonies you've heard in the past day or today. I do not want little kids who want to fish to be a half-time politician in order to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Hazel. Questions? Ms. Irwin?
Thank you, Hazel, for your testimony. Is this your first time testifying?
Yes, I'm so nervous.
You did a very good job. Thank you very much for coming up to the mic.
Thank you.
Yep, I gotta say, I continue to be impressed with the youth from your region, and you are a fine representative of that. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so
And being a
much.
halftime politician. Peter Anguson? Good morning, Peter.
Good
Welcome
morning.
back.
In the State Troopers Academy, you said no good morning, you get rid up. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Peter Anguson. I am a local Bristol Bay drift fisherman. I live in Kingstown my entire life. I also set netted for 30 years. I support the proposals that reduce fishing time, area, and gear at mixed stock fisheries of Area M. When there is uncertainty and ongoing conservation concerns, a precautionary approach is a responsible path. Like many people in our region, I care deeply about the long-term health of all salmon runs. I lost my spot here. I found it, including Western Alaska, king salmon and chum stock, and facing real challenges. I also support proposals that reduce the amount of gear in the water, especially those that limit the net depth. Using shallower gear can help avoid deeper swimming fish like kings and chums. that are headed to Western Alaska or other Alaska River systems. These are practical and targeted steps to help reduce the impact while allowing access to stronger stocks. At the same time, I don't believe it's appropriate to expand fishing time, area, and gear right now. Increasing effort in mixed stock fisheries adds a risk to an already, unsteady run that moves us towards the conservation-minded approach. Our livelihood depends on health of the salmon, not just for today, but to the future. I encourage a balanced, precautionary approach that protects a struggling stock while keeping our fishery sustainable for the next generation. Our mission, I thought of this one real good, our mission should be to protect our wild salmon and other species in Alaska. Let us not fail.
Thank you, Peter. Questions? Thanks for being here today.
Thank you.
Bob Murphy, followed by Bruce Hendrickson and Craig Chythlook. Good morning, Bob.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Bob Murphy. I live in Kodiak. I am the Executive Director of Concerned Area Fishermen, also known as CAMF. That represents about 100 drift gillnet fishermen. I am also set gillnet fisherman in Port Moller for the last 3 years and worked for the Department of Fish and Game in Port Moller until I retired in 2022. CAMF is opposed to proposals that limit fishing for the Area M fleet. Specifically, there are proposals for the June and post-June fisheries that would seriously impact or essentially eliminate these fisheries that have occurred since at least 1906. The adaptive management plan clearly works and has coalesced Area M user groups, processors, the Aleutian East Borough, and ADF&G to voluntarily provide as much opportunity to limit the chum salmon harvest. Research for decades included a 1987 ADF&G tagging study, WASUP, and recent genetic studies for chum and king salmon. Stock identification studies have all shown that the impact on the June and post-June fisheries on the chum and king salmon bound for the AYK is not the reason for the run failures. On the North Peninsula, there are significantly less proposals concerning commercial salmon fisheries this cycle than in recent memory. CAMF and the Lower Bristol Bay Advisory Committee came to an agreement last spring prior to submission of proposals that they would not submit conflicting proposals in, and this seriously limited the number of proposals that you have before you for the North Peninsula. We appreciate working with the Lower Bristol Bay AC to accomplish this. CAMF submitted Proposal 113 to provide opportunity for fishermen to harvest surplus fish in the Caribou Flats section when the season-ending escapement goal is going to be exceeded at the Nelson River. This is the first year CAMF has submitted this proposal because in 2024, the largest sockeye salmon escapement in the history of Nelson River that has ever been recorded occurred and exceeded the upper escapement goal by almost 4 times. The second largest escapement ever recorded occurred in 2025. And history shows that the very large escapements bring poor returns to the Nelson River in future years. CAMP submitted Proposal 114 because that language sunset in 2018 and should not be in the regulations, and it expired almost 8 years ago, and adds confusion to the fleet and to have old expired language in the regulations. CAMP submitted Proposal 116 that will codify the regulations that the department can manage the Ilnik section for Bear River sockeye salmon. Proposal 116 allows the department to manage both Bear and Ilnik River sockeye salmon like it has done, and even codifies the regulations for Bear River in the southern part of the Ilnik section, yet allows opportunity when Ilnik River sockeye salmon escapement warrant in the northern part of the Ilnik section, which is currently already in regulation. Thank you for your service.
Thanks, Bob. Questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Good to see you. Bruce Hendrickson. Bruce here today? How about Craig Chythlook? Hi, Craig. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Craig Chythlook. My folks are Joe and Molly Chythlook, and I have been a lifelong salmon user, hunter, and provider. I have owned and operated my Bristol Bay SO3T permit over 2 decades, and like so many others here, I'm already yearning and immensely privileged to expect the first taste of salmon. I thank our elders and our chiefs for being here, guiding our engagement and ensuring we are working in appropriate ways to build the focused and relationships of unity. For our official positions, please reference PC 230. I serve as Executive Director of the Yukon River and Tribal Fish Commission, composed of 44 tribal governance authorized by tribal resolution, whose mission is to protect the health and well-being of our people, our future generations, and all Alaskans and Canadians who rely on the health of our salmon. The purpose of the Commission, as stated in our Constitution, is to act as a unified voice for the conservation and restoration of all Yukon fisheries. For several consecutive years, Yukon River families have not consistently not harvest salmon. In 2025, ADF&G and U.S. Fish and Wildlife reported complete closures for chum and chinook, with pilot station sonars showing well below goals at Eagle sonar fall under the bilateral 71,000 fish Canadian orange and chinook rebuilding target set for 2024 through 2030. The department's 2025 stock status overview now shows the Yukon summer chum coming in with record lows and fall chum under a formal stock of concern framework. During this year's Bristol Bay Board of Fisheries meetings, the board took a much more conservative approach for chinook bound for the tributaries and smokehouses in the Nishigak, while also conserving chinook stocks in the Wood River drainage. Our tribes participated in the AYK Board of Fish meetings where we caucused and came to a consensus on further restricting our abilities to meet our ANS needs, to be responsible, to have accountability, and to ensure that we are doing our part for our future generations, upholding an appropriate relationship not just to the salmon but to the land, to our waters, but taking into consideration our traditional knowledge regarding our relationship with all ecology and environment. Our Yukon River tribes have been discussing in this and other forums for decades. We see the sustainable salmon policy, mixed stock policies, and C&T determinations. We've watched the consistent decline of our ANS needs not being met, and these policies clearly state that the board and department recognize in pristine habitat areas, we must manage for sustainable salmon fisheries, use the best available science, and protect marine habitats and their migratory routes. We must protect mixed stocks. We must prioritize subsistence. During this meeting and other forums, we are getting a lot of false information about water quality issues. The watershed has had a C&T designation for decades. We've operated under dual management and ANILCA Title VIII for decades. Within the watershed, as stated, I'll conclude with this. When CAPS, well, I have a lot more to read here, but what I will conclude with is that we've been participating for a long time. We have conserved for a long time, and we're asking for the same exact methodologies in other areas. And taking into consideration all the board actions up to this point, it would be very appropriate in our opinions that we take really conservative and meaningful action here. And I'll submit the rest of this as an RC.
Thank you. I was just going to ask you to do that. Appreciate it. Any questions for Craig? Ms. Irwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chythlook, for your report. You mentioned the decisions that were made at AYK by this board. How do those decisions that the board made at AYK affect users when there's already no fishing happening on the river? Is it going to affect them or not?
Yeah, thank you, Olivia, through the chair. It was an amazing experience at AYK. We caucused, the Yukon River tribes got together and continued to make agreements and consensus on further restrictions for fall chum within the Yukon watershed. So we've used time and area, we've changed methodology, we've gone from, as we've heard, from bigger to smaller gear. But ultimately, at the end of the day, for our future generations and the conservation and the hope for the continuation of meeting ANS, meeting those criteria, passing on traditional knowledge, living our traditional ways of life, again and again, our tribes have come to consensus on taking meaningful actions, protections for our stock.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony today. Francis Thompson, followed by Tom Wooding, Zach Wooding, and Janet Woods. Hi, Francis. Welcome. Good morning.
Madam Chair. Unachani Jimk Unanginun Sukhbanun Kanatugamti Huankuta Quickbagmi Nang Naksarachti Tung Nakanredachbut Huankuta Tawam Nang Naksarachbut Adam Akochtung Nakachbut. Madam Chair, I address the Unange people, the Sukbek, in my language. I am not here to take their subsistence lifestyle away. It is in stone that subsistence is a priority. We were one people, but we divided some time ago. But our keystone is salmon. Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Francis Thompson. I'm from the community of St. Mary's, and I am the president for the Algonquin tribal government. We support every measure that reduces fishing time in the Alaska Peninsula. For many years, we have come before you, 50 years, addressing reductions to allow salmon to return to the AYK region, but has been frugal. We have tried caps, we have tried minimum closures, and we have not tried a month-long closure. Our efforts have been lost to a management body managing for economics and not for the resource. The Board of Fisheries need to abide by both state and federal laws, which include the 10 national standards in the MSA, as mentioned by Mr. Ivanov. We also need to consider the Yukon River Salmon Treaty within the Pacific Salmon Treaty. We have carried the burden of conservation, the poor and the people of the Yukon, sacrificed subsistence and commercial fishing time to allow for salmon to return in numbers. All our sacrifices have been frugal, yet the state and federal management have allowed our sacrifices to be caught as bycatch and in an intercept fishery. As I have stated at the council level, I am mentioning it here. In our annual meeting, the Aleutian tribal members directed and said that we are tired, we need our food back, and it is enshrined within state law that subsistence is a priority, and this summer we are going fishing. Management decisions have
Francis, do you have a concluding statement? Your time just elapsed.
Yes.
Just very quickly, please.
We are asking for 150,000 to 200,000 to allow for a subsistence fishery, which has been the historical level for subsistence. It is 1/3 of the 500 to 600,000 bycatch number. It is 1/5 of a 1 million year bycatch amount.
Thank you, sir. Questions? Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. As always, very insightful. Tom Wooding. Welcome.
Hi. Please refer to RC 68. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name's Tom Wooding. I've been an area drift fisherman since 1983, and I've participated in the Board of Fish process for 37 years. I oppose the proposals that would restrict the South Peninsula June fishery. We need sufficient time and flexibility to minimize chum harvest while targeting sockeye. At nearly every meeting, I hear Area M described as an intercept fishery, often with the implication that something about this is inherently wrong, that mixed stock fisheries should not be allowed. I disagree. It'd be difficult to find many fisheries that do not harvest some level of mixed stock while being prosecuted. In the RC I submitted, I provided several examples. The first is Bristol Bay's harvest of Northern District chum stocks. That harvest occurred, posed no threat to the stock, and is widely accepted as appropriate management. Another example is the harvest of out-of-district sockeye in Bristol Bay. Again, there is nothing inherently wrong with that either. In fact, during the WASP project, 16 out of the top 20 out-of-district harvests by volume occurred in Bristol Bay. These harvests are acceptable to nearly everyone, including myself. There are normal results of providing harvest opportunity for this valuable resource. However, due to decades of misinformation and misconceptions about the June fishery, similar harvests in our fishery are often portrayed as unacceptable, even though our actual harvest rates are generally lower than the examples I've shown. The June fishery harvests small proportions of many stocks, almost always smaller than the margin of error in estimating the total run size after the season ends. Harvest rates also decrease as distance from stream of origin increases. My final example is a plot of harvest rate versus stock composition from the full 3-year WASP project. The blue dots represent the June fishery's harvest of sockeye stocks from AYK, Bristol Bay, and the North Alaska Peninsula. Only one observation exceeds a 5% harvest rate. Chum salmon migrate with sockeye in the June fishery, so it's reasonable to expect chum harvest rates to be small for each stock. Harvests in June closely reflect relative abundance in the ocean. Recent sampling shows a greater presence of Asian chum in our catches, which corresponds to their increased abundance in the ocean. The June fishery is a low-impact ocean fishery, and it should be managed as such. Thank you.
Thanks, Zach. I have a question. So I'm looking at your
Tom.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Tom.
I'm proud of
looking
Zach.
at the next name, so thank you for the correction. I'm looking at your RC, and you have it titled Bristol Bay Out-of-District Harvest Rates of Chums, and I'm looking at the first two sort of depictions that you have there on the maps. And I'm just trying to understand, are those the rates that you're saying that Bristol Bay is harvesting? Those are the places that Bristol Bay is harvesting chum salmon from?
That is the Bristol Bay's harvest rate of North Peninsula stocks. So if you go to Port Huyton, that's kind of the borderline. To the north is Seawhack. To the southwest is the Northern Peninsula chum stock. And so Bristol Bay during the WASP years had a harvest rate similar to what we had on the North Peninsula, of North Peninsula chums. That make sense?
Yeah, kind of, but I guess, so you've got all these different colors, right, of the dots?
Yeah, it's hard to see the green there. It's a pretty,
I see the green. I guess I'm trying to figure out, like, are those dots representing what specifically?
The dots represent the different sampling places the department took to establish their baseline of that stock.
Okay.
Okay. So if you go farther down, you see the dark green. That's the south. That's the northwest district, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And the pink would be the South Peninsula stocks. The blue is Seawhack. The red dots is fall Yukon. The yellow up way up is Kotzebue.
Right. I follow all that. I understand, like, the color coding. I'm just trying to, like, what are these dots representing? Is that what is being caught in Bristol Bay?
No. That's just where ADF&G took samples to establish the baseline.
Okay, okay, I'm just trying to reconcile what I'm seeing with the title of your slide, so.
Okay, yeah.
No, that's helpful. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Zach Wooding, your turn now.
Please refer to RC 51. Madam Chair and members of the Alaska Board of Fisheries, my name is Zach Wooding. I'm a third-generation REM drift fisherman. I've fished since I was 10 years old and became a permit holder in 2013. My family has participated in the Board of Fish process for more than 40 years. I oppose any further erosion of the June salmon fishery in Area M and support Proposal 134. Restricting the June fishing in Area M is not a meaningful tool for rebuilding Yukon River, chum, and Chinook stocks. The CWAC reporting group includes fish from many systems across Alaska, and those systems cannot be fully separated through genetics alone. That makes broad fishery restrictions a blunt tool that can impose major economic harm while providing no biological benefit. In RC 51, I assembled ARC GIS data showing Yukon River and its tributary network extending deep into Canada. It also shows significantly more active mining claims and active operating mines in the Yukon watershed than other drainages throughout the region. As rains and glacial melt occur, water runoff can pick up chemicals and minerals from industrial activity, negatively affecting the rearing of salmon. Yukon-bound CWAC and upper Yukon fish move through a larger, more complex watershed and generally face a longer migration journey than many other CWAC systems. By contrast, other CWAC fish that return to different watersheds may experience fewer of these combined pressures because their watershed simply is smaller and less industrial affected or have different environmental conditions. Over the 5 years of genetic studies, the estimated average harvest rate of CWAC chum in the Area M June fishery is 5.02%. The estimated average harvest rate of Yukon chum is 0.5%. As for Yukon-bound Chinook salmon, according to ADF&G's preliminary report, the June fishery only caught an estimated 1 fish bound for Yukon, Canada, and 2 fish bound for Yukon, Alaska. This indicates the June fishery's impact is very small relative to the larger and more persistent environmental pressures affecting Yukon-bound chum and Chinook salmon. I respectfully ask the board not to adopt further reductions to the June salmon fishery in Area M and support Proposal 134. The best available data show that Area M's June fishery has limited impact on the Yukon-bound chum and Chinook, while economic harm from additional restrictions to permit holders, crews, and local communities would be immediate and significant. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Chamberlain.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. You pointed to, the broad area of the CWAC chum as is one of the limiting factors. Where in that area would you say chum are doing great?
I just think that there's definitely a difference between the systems there, and you see, further south, there's local rivers that are doing better than some other areas, and I think that sockeye salmon do great in those systems, and I think that there might be a biological benefit for their environment that they're facing, and why we're seeing such big harvests and big returns from sockeye, and that would be a different statement for the chum that are further north up the coast there.
Ms. Irwin.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Wooding. I'm hoping you can help me understand some numbers I'm looking at. You said you drift. Do you drift in the Unimak area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in 2024, there was a pretty striking increase in the proportion of CWAC chum that was taken specifically by it doesn't separate set or drift, so I want to clarify that. But it was historically high, and so I was just curious if you were seeing that on the ground, and if so, if there was anything in terms of this season that could indicate kind of why that is. We don't have our 2025 numbers, so I'm not sure what that looks like, but it's bigger than average, and it looks kind of out of place, kind of lightning strikey. So I was just wondering if you had any insight to explain that.
I wouldn't say that it felt any different than other years previously. We are definitely more mindful of what's going on in the water now than we were probably 10 years ago about, what I'm seeing. a drift set is a lot longer than a seine set. So if we set the net and we see lots of salmon in the net, then most of the time nowadays we will sample our fish. Like if I see lots of fish hitting, I'll pick it up, see what species they are, and if they're reds, then I'll put it back in the water. And if they're not, I'll probably move.
Thank you. And just one follow-up question to that is, I forgot it. So you got out of that one. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That leads me, I'm thinking that we might need a break soon then. Janet Woods. Is Janet here? Amber Vasca? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Amber Vasca. My family is from Antioch on the Kuskokwim River, and I'm a staff with TCC. Preliminary results from a statewide food sovereignty survey show how central salmon is to Alaska in RC 69. 87% of Alaska Native respondents listed salmon as their top subsistence food. 64% said they are not satisfied with their current access, and 72% said they want to eat traditional foods, mostly salmon, but cannot get them. 82% reported that limited access to traditional foods has a moderate to very high impact on their well-being. These numbers reflect that our tribes are living every day. Salmon is disappearing from our diets. Salmon will not recover without meaningful changes to management and fishing behavior. The law requires that subsistence needs to be met first. Our tribe's survival and well-being is not worth less than the commercial profits. We are not asking Area M to give up subsistence, which is fishing for their primary food source. We are asking them to change their commercial practices because selling salmon for profit is not subsistence. You've heard communities on the river that have already stopped fishing for years, sacrificing everything to give salmon a chance. We know that closures in Area M will bring economic impacts, just as closure impacts our communities on the rivers. I hear the fishermen share that they're able to take naps from stand-downs, but looking at their total catch for 2025, it was above the 10-year average, and the total value was at average. Our river communities have given up 100% of their harvest, 100% of their commercial opportunity, and 100% of their cultural teachings. And I want to note that our villages are still resilient. They still have families, economies, and schools. Area M interception of chum salmon removes the fish caught today and future generations that would have been produced. Every salmon taken is one that never reaches its spawning grounds, and cumulative losses could easily exceed 100 million. Today is about focusing on what we can control. We cannot control climate change, but we can control our management decisions, and we must act with precaution when so many factors are already impacting chum returns. Salmon move through a shared ecosystem, creating a shared responsibility. We are asking for unity, equity, and shared burden of conservation. Adopt strong, time-certain June closures. We need action that can be enforced and with real reductions in fishing power during peak migration. We're asking you to be good stewards, and every generation of salmon counts. Thank you.
Thanks. Questions, Mr. Chamberlain?
Thank you, Ms. Vasca. That was wonderful testimony. In your work with TCC, can you describe the effects of food insecurity or how that's affecting the people and the cultures within the Doyon region?
So food insecurity is profound, and I think Chief Ridley shared it in his testimony. A lot of our communities, especially with the food snafu that happened in November, were really concerned about being able to access food, and at the same time, they had no salmon. TCC has been doing distributions since 2020 with salmon, which is normally around 90,000, but last year we had the option of either tribes receiving salmon or tribes receiving funds so that they can pay for some other subsistence activity in their community. But it is one of the things when we're visiting our communities and we're hearing from our subregions is the number one topic is food security and just getting healthy food for their communities. It's a basic need. Did I answer your question?
Thank you. I'm pretty sure I could get a lecture out of it, but we
Yeah.
just don't have time. But thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. All right, I think it's break time. Let's go ahead and take about a 20-minute break, come back on the record around 10:20, and we'll continue with Florence Cargay, Darren Johnson, and Samantha McNeely. See you in 20 minutes. Okay, welcome back. Time is 10:26. We're going to continue with public testimony. Next on the list is Florence Cargy. Good morning.
Can never figure out these mics and how close to get to them. Good morning, everybody. My name is Florence Cargy. I'm from Hooper Bay. Oh, sorry. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Florence Cargy from Hooper Bay, the largest village on the Yukon Kuskokwim Delta, and I represent the Yukon Delta Fisheries Development Association, YDFDA. We serve 6 communities and roughly 3,500 residents. Let me be clear. We represent subsistence communities. We are not asking to decrease subsistence opportunity in the Aleutian Islands. We are not asking for a complete closure of the Area M fishery. We are asking for a reduction in the commercial fishery. We are asking for shared conservation responsibility in the face of a subsistence collapse along the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers. There is no harvestable surplus. Our communities have been closed. Our families have gone without. Yet mixed stock fisheries in the Area M continue to intercept chum salmon, including fish bound for the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers. This is not simply an allocation issue. This is a conservation equity issue. When one region is completely shut down in the name of rebuilding salmon stocks, while another region continues to harvest those same stocks, that is not shared conservation. That's shifting the burden onto the most rural and food insecure communities in Alaska. Our elders are not a line item in a management plan. Our food security is not a policy abstraction. Our culture is not optional. The WASP study program confirms that Western Alaska origin chum migrate through Area M. Marine survival is poor, returns are historically weak. In a crisis like this, precautionary management at every interception point is not optional. It is necessary. If Yukon and Kuskokwim River communities are required to endure zero harvest, then proportional conservation measures must apply to every fishery that impacts these stocks. Anything less is inequitable. We are asking for time and area restrictions during peak Western Alaska king and chum migration. Clear, enforceable, in-season triggers tied to week run forecasts. A conservation framework that distributes responsibility equitably across all users. Conservation cannot mean total sacrifice for some and continued opportunity for others. Our communities have complied. We have sacrificed for years. We have borne the conservation burden. So thank you. With my concluding statement, I will say that we are asking for fairness, we are asking for balance, and we are asking for shared responsibility. Thank you.
Questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Darren Johnson. Following Darren, we'll hear from Samantha McNeely, Angela Johnson, Moses Kritz, and Frank Woods. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Darren Johnson. I'm a commercial fisherman in Nelson Lagoon, which is its own terminal river system within Area M. Nelson Lagoon is a community established because of the salmon industry. I am opposed to Proposal 113 regarding Caribou Flats and in support of 116 as amended with our RC 076. The Nelson River does not need the Northern Fleet even closer in front of our river. Concerned Area M fishermen and the outside fleet have found their success on the North Peninsula at Ilnik and Outer Port Haydn at the expense of my community. Concerned Area M claim that they have been suffering for the last 3 years and that Nelson River has had 2 back-to-back years of strong escapement. Nelson Lagoon has been suffering for over 30 years. Due to regulation changes in the Northline fleet growing not only in numbers but even the size and performance of the boats, Nelson Lagoon has directly felt the hardships of an intercept fishery. The data is plain to see to prove this statement. Nelson Lagoon has gone through decades witnessing the effects of a depleted fishery as our population declined, the school shut down in 2012, and the suffering hasn't stopped, but we are still here. A perfect example of proof of the Northline interception is the 2017 salmon season when the Peter Pan plant in Port Muller was reaching its capacity and the Northline fleet had to be put on a 5,000-pound limit. In Nelson River, we saw the direct effects from that and experienced some of the best days of fishing a few days after they were put on a limit. In 24, Nelson Lagoon experienced a record-breaking escapement, with the fishermen stunned and confused, wondering how the fish were able to get past their nets. This doesn't change the damage that has been done. That is why we are submitted Proposal 116. Now the Northline fleet is looking to target Nelson River salmon even more aggressively than they already are with Proposal 113. Nelson Lagoon fish have to come up from the Southside Area M and then pass through the Northline fleet. The majority of that fleet begin their season on the Southside Area M and then move up to the north side. So that fleet gets 2 chances at intercepting Nelson Lagoon-bound salmon. I hope you consider our proposal and help us to save the fishing community of Nelson Lagoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. Questions? Mr. Carpenter.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for your testimony. So I know there's a relatively small amount of people in Nelson Lagoon that are set netters. I'm not sure. I think I've heard in the past there's a 1 or 2 people that might drift fish as well. So when you look at the escapement the last couple years, which was quite large, if the catching power in Nelson Lagoon is limited to those few number of set netters, and there's no drift fishing outside, how is the department supposed to control the escapement?
That's a great question. Maybe my colleagues could enforce that. I'm not really sure. I guess we can get smaller mesh gear, but who wants to get a small fish?
Okay, well, maybe think about it, and if you have an answer, you just come up to me during a break or something.
All right,
Thanks.
I'll think about it.
Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you. Are you a set netter?
Yes, sir.
I'm right over here.
Oh, yes, sir.
All right. And have you noticed the size of the fish going down over the last few years?
Yes, I have.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for your testimony, Darren. Appreciate you. Samantha McNeely.
Ong Ong, my name is Samantha McNeely. I am an Unangak woman, a tribal member of the native village of Nelson Lagoon, who grew up fishing with my dad Mark in Nelson Lagoon, where I still live and call home. I oppose Proposal 113 and support Proposal 116 with amended language. We are not trying to get less fishing time for fishermen, but to simply help conserve our salmon run, our way of life. The Nelson Lagoon fleet is made up of mostly locals, Alaskan residents who live in the village of Nelson Lagoon year-round, and some rely solely on the fishing season. Our summer salmon run is the only fishing we can do where we live. We do not have any winter fisheries to help sustain our community. After having bad seasons in the past, of course we want conservation. We need the salmon, truly. Not only is it a resource for us, providing food for our families, but it is how we pay to keep the lights on, heat in our houses, and make sure freezers and pantries are full. As each fisherman knows, every salmon season is different. Nelson Lagoon might have had a couple years of great escapement, but that doesn't mean the next one will be the same. The past 2 salmon seasons, the fish were unusually small for Nelson Lagoon. I keep hearing that Nelson Lagoon fishermen need to change our gear size to a smaller size, and that will solve our problems. We shouldn't have to change our gear size. The issue I'm concerned about is why are these small, young fish coming back? What does that do for the future of our fishery? One theory I have is that the species is under threat and is trying to sustain itself by coming back to spawn early. There was an argument yesterday saying that if Caribou Flats was open, it would give Nelson Lagoon fishermen the chance to fish all day rather than only the slack tide. Fishermen in Nelson Lagoon fish all day, low tide, high tide, in between the tides. How many of the people who are opposed to our Proposal 116 and for Proposal 113 have ever fished in Nelson Lagoon? We live there, we have fished there for years. If we didn't believe in our proposal or think it was needed, why would we waste your time? Yes, we used to have more fishing permits in the river, but not 50 to 60 as was mentioned yesterday. If Nelson Lagoon was as booming as people say, why would permit holders sell or leave and not come back? The truth is, many of those people who are family couldn't provide for themselves and their families with the poor seasons we've had. The gamble that is a fishing season wasn't cost effective. As impossible as the words feel to say aloud, I really think we as a state, as fishermen, as locals and stewards of our lands need to work together in the future. We need to find compromise instead of pointing fingers and blaming. It's time to educate ourselves on each other's fisheries. We need to invite each other to our conversations. Subsistence and commercial fishing make up our identity. Those of us who fish Area M wouldn't be here otherwise. Kagasakung, thank you for allowing me to testify, and Kagasakung, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Samantha. Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you. Does your set-net fish go to a processor, or do you direct market there?
Yeah, processor.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. Angela Johnson.
Thank you, guys. My name is Angela Johnson, and I'm the tribal president for the native village of Nelson Lagoon, Alaska, which is a part of Area M and one of the only terminal fishing areas in Area M. I attended and testified at my first Board of Fish 3 years ago on behalf of my community, only 2 weeks after I watched my dad take his last breath. My dad was Ray Johnson, a Nelson Lagoon fisherman and advocate. He attended every Board of Fish cycle that he could, trying to conserve our fishery. I will continue his efforts. This year, we have submitted the scientific data from research to back up our proposal. The compiled data coincides with and proves the traditional knowledge of myself, my fellow Nelson Lagoon fishermen, and what my dad had been saying all those years. The Nelson Lagoon fishery has been being depleted for over 30 years. Nelson Lagoon fishermen know the cause of this depletion is due to the mismanagement of the Northline Area M fishery that fishes above Nelson Lagoon. It is known by Nelson Lagoon fishermen that the fish destined for our river follow the Bristol Bay Run. They travel up the line, bypass Nelson Lagoon, and end up making a U-turn around Port Hayden and head down this way to all their spawning streams. Those streams include the Bear River and the Nelson River. Looking at fishing data over the years, you can plainly see that more fishing time and more boats on the North Line have directly, negatively impacted the Nelson River and now the Bear River. I'm 31. When I was a kid, most of the drift fleet in Nelson Lagoon would begin their season in Bear River for the first 2 weeks of the fishing season. Over the past few years, Bear River has not even been open in the beginning of the season because that river has also been damaged. Nelson Lagoon was already experiencing this before it started affecting Bear River. For years, my father advocated to this fact and tried to warn the fishing game. This year, concerned Area M fishermen have submitted a proposal to open Caribou Flats. CAMF is arguing that the 2024 overescapement in Nelson River is the reason for this proposal, and they're concerned about overescaping. And they also state that Nelson Lagoon fishermen are not capable of harvesting a strong run, which is not true if you look at the data. The fact is that the reason the 2024 Nelson River overescape was because 87% of those salmon were 1 and 2 year fish. This was reported by the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. 1 year of overescapement due to small salmon does not warrant this proposal. Adhering to my public comment and the rest of my fellow Nelson Lagoon fishermen's comments to this proposal, I would like to express my vehement opposition to Proposal 113. I would like to express my dedicated support to Proposal 116 as amended with RC 076 that we submitted that backs up and supports our proposal with clear scientific justification utilizing data derived directly from the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. In closing, I'd like to quote my dad and say, in Nelson Lagoon, we don't have to go looking for our fish come to us. Kagasakung.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony today. Any questions? Mr. Wood?
Yes, thanks for, I was going to look you up earlier, but anyhow, since you're there. So I'm looking at a map here, wondering, so there's 8 set net operations there currently?
I believe so.
And how many, is there drifting also allowed in that stat area?
Yes, we have about 4 drifters, 4 or 5 drifters currently in the river.
All local boats?
Yes.
Okay. And the tender's there because all of those fishermen can supply that tender with the fish they need?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Next up is Moses Kritz, followed by Frank Woods, Tom Murtha, and Virgil Porter. Welcome back, Mr. Kritz.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board, for allowing me to testify on behalf of Togiak. My name is Moses Kritz. I am from Togiak. I am a commercial fisherman, and my family in Togiak is heavily reliant on subsistence salmon harvest. Currently, my wife is 65 years old, and she still works on subsistence fish. I feel fortunate compared to our friends from Yukon who can't fish for subsistence. Togiak, over the course of few years, have lost some salmon. Pretty much the king salmon is wiped out. In years past, when traveling up and down Togiak River from about a mile from the mouth of the river to 15 miles upriver, we could smell the carcass of chum beached up alongside the river, and we don't see that anymore. Therefore, I am against Proposal 149, 150, and 153, lengthening the set net length from 100 fathoms to 200 fathoms and switching to monofilament nets, and the efficiency gets greater by doing that. And the salmon that they're catching are bound through the coastal western Alaska, namely destined to Arctic, Yukon, Kuskokwim, and including Yukon and Kuskokwim Rivers watershed. Studies indicate roughly 60% of these salmon are migrating towards western Alaska. Currently, Yukon River stocks are wiped out and subsistence being outlawed. I am also opposed to Proposal 134, 137, and 135. Proposals 134 and 137 seek to increase fishing time for seine and drift gear for June salmon fisheries and include set net fishery. I could question Proposal 135 that requires the increased release of king salmon 28 inches or larger, and wonder what the mortality rate will be. In opposition to Proposal 134 and 137 and 135, I am worried about Togiak being the smallest commercial and subsistence fishery and wiping out our fishery, which would kill our cultural way of living and displace it from the society.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Kritz? Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Frank Woods? Good morning.
Good morning. Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Frank Woods, a lifelong resident and Bristol Bay fisherman. I am here to represent myself. I'll get the formalities out of the way. I support 110, 147, and 152, which helps management, limiting catch rates and harvest of these mixed stock fisheries. And incidental catch and especially stocks of concern. Fishery disaster all over the state should be a forefront of management and beyond expanded fisheries. I strongly oppose 113, 115, 119, 1 through 26, 134, 137, 139, and all the way to 153. 154 and 155, which are just herring, I'm here for that purpose because I'm a lifelong herring fisherman and I grew up in Togiak. Science hasn't fixed the issues that we've been long needed in this arena. I heard wonderful testimony right before me from the three young individuals from Nelson Lagoon. This board encourages process, respect, cooperation, and communication. And as we live in this day, I heard a couple awesome things. The tribal entities that presented, an elder came here and said, we love everyone. We are fishermen. We respect each other. And through this process, we need to learn how to do that. This is the most reasonable Area M meeting I've been to in close to 20 years. Number one, we learn how to respect each other. I think the tribal bodies and entities come here because they've lost everything and they have nothing to lose, but nothing but humility to come here and ask for direction. Managers use dispersant management, when catching is good, they increase effort and only to estimate after the harvest. Terminal stock fisheries do it daily and by time and area to stop, not increase. I oppose the regulatory compromise and implementation and delineating all in your report, the Alaska Department of Fish and Game data summary. Those are too short. Those are too limited. I was here when, in 2008 and 12, when they were dip netting commercially for chums on the Kuskokwim. That was a disgrace to this process. Now I fish an area where chums are right at the edge of species that are stock of concern. Kings are a stock of concern. I have fully investment in how to get this process to help everyone. With my testimony, I understand we got to do something with retention of kings. I strongly oppose 133, 135, 156 for the principle that it might, and we've heard chum chucking at this meeting.
Frank, time's elapsed.
Time's up. Nope.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Let me see if I have any questions here for you. Nope. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sure we'll talk more in committee.
Yep.
Tom Murtha. Followed by Virgil Porter, Christian Porter, and Brooke Woods. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, board members. My name is Tom Murtha. I've been a drift gill netter in Area M since 1986, and I've attended these Board of Fisheries meetings over all of those 40 years as a member of Concerned Area M fishermen. I'd like to speak to you today about 3 North Peninsula proposals, 113, 114, 116. Proposal 116 asks the board to take away half of the area from 1.5 miles out to 3 miles offshore in the Bear River, Three Hills, Ilnik, and Outer Port Hayden sections for 4 days a week to allow more fish to return to Nelson Lagoon, which is within Area M. The reason for this proposal is not supported by the facts. Nelson Lagoon exceeded its upper end escapement goal last year by 2.5 times, and in 2024 by 3.5 times. This was happening while it was open to continuous fishing in Nelson Lagoon. The lagoon has averaged above the upper end of its escapement goal range for the last 20 years. The WASP genetic study done in 06 through 08 showed a harvest rate on Nelson Lagoon stocks in the outside sections at a low of 3% to no more than 13%. and this by 80% of the total permits fishing the North Peninsula portion of Area M. Whereas the study showed 42 to 53% were harvested by 20% of the permits fishing in Nelson Lagoon. So between catch and escapement, 86 to 97% of the run was making it back into Nelson Lagoon. The lost harvest that would result from Proposal 116 would have a significant impact on the economic viability of the North Peninsula gillnet fleet, as well as that of the one remaining processor in Area M. Proposal 113 would allow fishing in the Caribou Flat section to address those years like 2024 and 2025, where there was massive over-escapements of 300,000 to over 500,000 sockeye into Nelson Lagoon that can harm future returns and results in a foregone harvest opportunity for Area M fishermen. This proposal represents perfectly sound management practice for a commercial fishery. And I also support Proposal 114 as a housekeeping measure to delete language in a regulation that expired 7 years ago. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Murtha. Question for you. Have you seen the amended language that was just referenced in a little earlier in RC 76?
I did scan it. I think it was like shall versus may. I was picking up on some of that, but
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I would appreciate your thoughts on that if you get a chance to look at it a little bit more closely, and certainly Camp's thoughts on the amended language as well.
okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Virgil Porter. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me be here. Thank you all for being here. I'm Virgil Porter. I set net in South Alaska Peninsula out of Sand Point. I have introduced Proposal 149, and that's to allow a set netter to use a net length that is all of the allowed gear. That's just hopefully to throw a little bit fewer anchors and save a little bit of sweat and safety. And somehow the drifters are able to manage 200 fathoms of gill net and not cause any problems. Maybe we should be able to give it a try. That's my personal approach on this part of the testimony. Now, people not being able to go and fish, people not having their stocks returning, is major concern. If we have any impact, I know that historically we tried to do as much as we can. We voluntarily, done a chum pull. But my concern is Bristol Bay is right next door, and I'm just not sure whether all the almost 600,000 chum salmon that they're harvesting, I don't know whether any of those are going straight up north. I don't know why they would catch any less than we would be. And I'm not sure what kind of a restriction would be placed on them. And that's a massive fishery, and what kind of an impact would it have on Bristol Bay? But, if every one of these chum salmon is important, wouldn't they have a part to play in this as well? They're much closer neighbors. Hopefully we can figure something out. And hopefully they'd be able to voluntarily understand this. And, if we're going to have to take a hit, they'd have to take a hit too. I mean, they're all participating in harvesting chum that may not be bound for their waters. The other part is if you notice these meetings with Chignik and the Alaska Peninsula and the Aleutian Islands are always around Valentine's Day. And I'm wondering, because this is a very methodical group, whether you're trying to place us in a coupling position, and we should get together. And I'd advocate for that. That would make us all very aware of everyone's escapements and the impact thereof. And we probably get to go and visit a little bit more. That'd make it easy. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Mr. Wood?
Yeah, thank you. You're setting it. I'm over here. This guy. I'm over here.
I think the speaker's over here, and that's what's throwing people off.
That's all right. I'm used to being ignored.
I didn't see you behind your moat.
Running lines. Are you using running lines or, well, you're asking for a, pretty long net. Are you running lines or anchors at both ends?
Okay, so I do not use a running line. And I just tie to the shore. And then, just run out the hook and then, go and tie off how much hook we want and tie off the head.
What part of the tide, do you fish, like during an opener, you fish the whole tide or do you fish an ebb or a flood?
We go and, check the net. I mean, sometimes we get a little bit of a break, but, you have to go and keep it clean. It becomes a giant bull kelp collector, which is another wonderful market, but we can't sell both of those things at the same time.
Okay, so you are working the net the whole time that it's out there?
Yeah, that was what they beat into me.
Okay, good job. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Christian Porter?
He's not here. He's probably delivering an Amazon package for someone.
Okay, do you know if he's going to be back later?
He'll be here for the final round
Okay.
call-up.
Perfect, thank you. Brooke Woods? After Brooke, we'll hear from Fritz Johnson, Jonathan Samuelson, Kevin Whitworth, and Teresa Vicente. Hi, Brooke.
Good morning. Brooke Woods. I'm from Rampart, a salmon-dependent community. Tribes continuously carry the burden of proof, conservation, failed management, and the cultural crisis is not quantifiable in a graph. My oldest went to college and came back home to no salmon. My youngest has not set a salmon net with his parents. See my RC to truly understand the importance of our ways of life and the hardships. The South Penn fishery harvest chum salmon. Sockeye are predominantly bound for Bristol Bay according to Fish and Game's Law and Regulation Book. The management plan must be consistent with sustainable salmon fisheries. Meeting reports state large harvests of chum salmon in the South Penn fishery in 2021 corresponded with low runs of chum to Western Alaska, which raised concern. And between 2022 and 2024, chum salmon harvest averaged about 400,000 in the June fishery and post-June fishery. Coastal Western salmon were the second largest contributor for the two of the 3 years. Title 16 of Alaska state statutes govern fish and game, establishing the legal framework for the management, protection, and use of Alaska's fish and game resources, and authorizes the Board of Fish to adopt regulations to conserve. This framework exists to protect stock diversity and ensure management is transparent, science-based, equitable, and self-management and voluntary measures weakens the board's authority. The sustainable clause of our Constitution is meant to ensure long-term productivity and prevent resource exhaustion. On the Yukon, there are many management plans that exist for our chum salmon, and the state is failing them. Fish and Game needs the board support to uphold subsistence law, meet escapement goals, treaty obligations, and balance fishing opportunity while protecting stock diversity for the Yukon, Cusco, Bristol Bay, Chignik, and ensuring salmon populations are not overharvested. This violates subsistence law. The board must provide a priority for subsistence hunting and fishing over all other uses. When a harvestable surplus of fishing game is limited, if a population is restricted, the board must ensure a reasonable opportunity for subsistence, which is a meaningful opportunity to harvest before allowing any other uses. When a stock is considered a concern due to chronic inability to meet escapement goals or sustainable targets, the board must act to protect these stocks. A wise old elder here told me our work isn't done until our people are fed and we have dry fish. Subsistence, salmon, and our ways of life connect us all in this room.
Thank you, Brooke. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Fritz Johnson? Hi, Fritz. Well, welcome back to the table.
Madam Chair, board members, good morning all. My name is Fritz Johnson. I'm a Bristol Bay drift fisherman from Dillingham. That's been my home for the last 45 years. My apologies here if I take a deep breath and talk really fast. I oppose adding any additional fishing time, area, or gear to the salmon fisheries of Area M. Forgive me if some of this is elementary, but as you know, Area M and Bristol Bay are managed differently. The Bay's 5 terminal fishing districts are managed terminally, meaning fishing doesn't open until escapement goals are on track to be met. Area M is managed by what used to be called dispersed management, but has evolved into adaptive management. Adaptive management is admirable, and I'm very impressed with the work that's being done to avoid the problems of mixed stock fisheries, because in simplest terms, fishing mixed stock is like grabbing a handful of jelly beans from a bowl. You never know what color you're going to get. With terminal management, the chances are much better that you will. It matters because in the interest of advancing sustainability, this board adopted a finding years ago that said new or expanding fisheries on mixed stocks ought to be discouraged. Adding time, area, and extra gear does just what the finding says we shouldn't do. The argument that every fishery targets mixed stocks is, can I say, a red herring. It distracts from the real issue. To use the jelly bean analogy again, chances of getting all one color are infinitely higher the closer you get to terminal river systems. One example is outer Port Haydn, the farthest north section of Area M on the North Peninsula. There, WASP found that more than 90% of the fish about to cross into Area T were spawned in Bristol Bay, many from the Ugashik River 20 miles up the coast. Sustainability is much easier to achieve with terminal management. Both Area M and Area T have been fished commercially for something like 140 years, and the long-standing tug-of-war between areas likely started not long after we got rid of fish traps. I have no desire to handicap our neighbors on the South Peninsula, and I'd like to think we've arrived at a useful balance with the existing regs. I'm concerned, though, that we not tempt fate by adding more time, area, or gear at a time when Mother Nature seems to be adjusting to factors that, if we're being truly honest, we really don't know very much about. I was recently asked why even worry about Bristol Bay that saw its biggest run in history in 2022. Well, we all know that fish abundance is cyclic, and since that year, Area T returns have declined steadily. The forecast for this season is 24% lower than the last 10-year average. That merits caution, and the wild card of mixed stock harvest could jeopardize not just Bristol Bay, but other areas we know that are already in trouble. One last thing I'd like to correct is a statement made yesterday that 20% of Bristol Bay harvest can be chum salmon. 2 years ago, chum returns to the Nushagak were but one escapement shortfall away from being declared a stock of concern, and you could hardly find a chum there to save your life. My chum percentage last year was barely 1%. I thank you for your time.
Thanks, Fritz. You timed it well, right there. Any questions? Thanks for your perspective today.
Thank you.
Jonathan Samuelson? Is Jonathan with us this morning? Oh, hi. Hard to tell if you're walking or up here. Welcome.
Walking all around.
Gotcha.
Okay, how's that? Good, okay. Do I just start? Okay. My name is Jonathan Samuelson. I'm the current vice chair of the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission, on whose behalf I'm testifying today with my colleagues. Our river, our people, and our ecosystem run on salmon. We cannot be healthy or whole without them. Yet, we are now being forced to figure out how to maintain our well-being without salmon as we navigate our multi-year, multi-species disaster. The details of this can be found in our 2025 end-of-season summary in RC 005. But to summarize, Chinook and chum salmon stocks remain well below historic abundance in 2025, and escapement goals have only been met because people have sacrificed the subsistence harvest they need. We need to correct the record on this, as data was seriously misstated by Area M lobby groups. See RC 35 for that correct data. The only species of abundance in the Kuskokwim are sockeye, but subsistence people face restrictions on harvesting these because in our mixed stock fishery, as in Area M's, they run at the same time as Chinook and chum. Declines in subsistence restrictions have meant major sacrifices to our people's health, culture, and economy. People are becoming sick and dying without fish and fish camp. Suicide in our region has increased over 140% since the 1980s, since the time of true salmon abundance. We are forced to try to teach our youth how to be real people, how to be salmon people, in 12-hour windows. The loss of salmon in our pantries and freezers compounds food insecurity and poverty rates that are already well above the state and national averages. More of this in RC 026. It has been documented for decades that significant numbers of Western Alaska chum salmon are taken by Area M fishermen in the June fishery, over 1.9 million Western Alaska chum in the last 15 years alone. We're now understanding better how many king salmon from our rivers continue to be harvested in the June and post-June fishery without a limit. ANS has not been met on my river since 2011 for kings and 2019 for chums. In other words, while subsistence people are restricted from harvesting kings and chums, a fishery outside our region profits from taking them too early. How does that fall in line with the board's policies and state regulations to prioritize escapement and subsistence above commercial and other uses? We know the Area M fishery is only one of many factors stacked against our salmon and our ways of life, yet it is one within this board's control. The Fish Commission thus supports proposals that seek additional closures to the June and post-June fishery to protect migrating Western Alaska chum and Chinook salmon, including proposals 136, 131, and 127. We also support proposals 148, 152, and 110 to reduce gear sizes, thus reducing opportunity for impacting to migrating salmon stocks. More details can be found in our written comments in RC 006. Liana Dogiden for your time.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Kevin Whitworth?
Yep, Kevin Whitworth. I'm Kevin Whitworth, Executive Director, Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission. The South Alaska Peninsula June's fishery needs massive restrictions to protect Western Alaska salmon. I will refer you to RC 005, RC 006, and PC 230, which document the catastrophic declines of Chinook and chum on the Kuskokwim and Yukon rivers. I summarize these. On the Kuskokwim, Chinook and chum escapement are being met, but only due to sacrifices of subsistence users. Subsistence harvesters have been meeting less than half of their Chinook chum ANS for the past 12 years and have failed to meet chum salmon ANS in the 6 of the past 7 years. On the Yukon River, for the past 5 years, there has been zero opportunity for Chinook's harvest and near zero chum subsistence harvest opportunities. These are numerous examples of failure to meet both drainage-wide and tributary escapement goals. The Yukon River is truly failing to meet any definition of sustainable yield and for both Chinook and chum salmon. My core point is, despite there being zero harvestable surplus of chum and Chinook salmon on the Kuskokwim and Yukon rivers, ADF&G genetics data show that the Area M June fishery continues to commercially harvest Western Alaska salmon, especially Chinook and chum salmon on the Kuskokwim. This board has recently demonstrated that when the data has confirmed that commercial harvests threaten the ability of declined stocks to achieve escapement, it will take action. For example, in order to provide for sustainable yield and ensure that sustainable escapement goals for declined Chinook stocks were met, the board took strong action to restrict intercept commercial fisheries to protect Upper Cook Inlet Chinook stocks, and this last month to protect Nushagak River Chinook stocks. Well, we're in the same situation here on the Kuskokwim and on the Yukon stocks. We are in serious decline, and there are no harvests on these stocks in these intercept fisheries. I support Proposal 136, 131, and/or 137. I oppose 134, 135, 137, 138, 139, and 146. This action is necessary to implement Alaska's constitutional provision and state statutes, prioritizing escapement first and then subsistence as the highest use. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitworth. Any questions? Ms. Vicente.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Therese Vicente. I also work with the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission. I'm from Bethel. Article 8, Section 4 of the Constitution says that sustained yield is the goal in managing salmon fisheries. And in the Sustainable Salmon Management Policy at 5 AAC 39222A1 and C5A, I see that the board is supposed to uphold precautionary management in the face of uncertainty. I'll note that nowhere when reviewing policies and statutes did I read about adaptive management being the goal of this board. I also see in Alaska Statute 1605258 that first, escapement goals must be met, so there's a harvestable surplus, and the priority user for harvesting that surplus is the subsistence user. Only if these happen can commercial and other uses of salmon occur. As you just heard in my colleagues, subsistence harvests of king and chum salmon in the Kuskokwim are 50% of what they need to be, and the only reason why Kuskokwim escapement goals are met is because precautionary management principles are being followed in river through fishing restrictions. I see in the mixed stock policy at 5 AAC 39220D that the board will restrict new or expanding mixed stock fisheries if there's not a harvestable surplus. So it makes me wonder, how can the Area M commercial fishery take place at its current scale and have proposals for expansion, while Kuskokwim salmon, which have been documented to be taken by this fishery for decades, are not at sustained yield and do not have a harvestable surplus? Stock composition percentages can hide reality, so I'll translate them into some numbers. Assuming on average that 30% of all Area M chum harvests and 20% of all king harvests have been from Western Alaska since 2011, gives us about 1.9 million chum and 47,000 Chinook from Western Alaska removed in the last 15 years. That's a lot of potential spawners taken for the economic benefit of a few and at the risk of food security and cultural integrity for many, all while these stocks do not have sustained yield or harvestable surplus. So the question isn't about this being moral, it's rather how is this legal when this board has a statutory obligation to prioritize escapement, subsistence, and then all other uses? And how is it legal with the obligation to employ precautionary management principles to salmon fisheries in the face of uncertainty? Couldn't we say that the long-term impacts of climate change on Western Alaska salmon sustainability are uncertain, and therefore this board must implement a higher level of precaution in this mixed stock fishery? In order to uphold your policies and statutes, I ask this board to adopt proposals that significantly reduce June and post-June Area M fishing time, area, and gear allowances, commensurate with the principles of precautionary management and sustained yield. I support proposals 136, 131, and 127, as well as 110, 148, and 152, and I oppose proposals 135, 134, 137, 138, 139, and 146. Thank you.
Mr. Chamberlain.
Thank you, Ms. Vicente, for that excellent testimony. Your modeling assumed a percentage, a 30% rate for Western Alaska chum in the Aleutian Peninsula fishery, or in the Area M fishery. That number was much higher in the WASP data, wasn't it?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Chamberlain, for the question. Yes, as I recall, the average in the WASP study from 07 to 09 was 57%. And more recently, the average has been about 25%, as I understand it. So I kind of looked at those, looked at chum abundance in the last 15 years, as I said, and kind of put it in the middle, even towards the lower end of the middle at 30%. It's a back of the napkin calculation. I'm happy to show you my math and RC that if that'd be useful.
No, thank you. I'm more interested in coming in, looking at, how these numbers affect that. And so in the WASP years, the chum abundance in the Kuskokwim River in the Yukon, and I'm using that because that's the area you're more focused on. But generally speaking, the Kuskokwim River and the Yukon River and Bristol Bay chum abundance was much higher there. And so during the WASP years, you had about a 57%, and then it decreased as that crashed. So so we could assume when there are high abundance years, you're going to have a higher density of chum within the Aleutian Peninsula, correct?
Through the chair, I think that would be a fair assumption when there's more Western Alaska fish migrating through that fishery. the nets of the Area M fishery are likely to encounter them in higher proportions. That's how I'm understanding your statement, and I would agree with that.
Okay, and that leads to further inferences down the road, but I don't want to tie up too much right now. Thank you so much.
Ms. Irwin.
Thank you, Ms. Vicente, for your presentation. My question is, you spoke to the fact that the Kuskokwim has been meeting their escapement goals for the last couple of years, and that's due to voluntarily and choosing to, your management approach choosing to not fish. My question is then, has CRICFIC done any work, or are there assumptions that the water quality then is healthy enough for these populations to be returning and continue to be spawning?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Irwin, for that question. There is some water quality testing work, and there's water temperature monitoring work. We've participated in that at the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission. On the whole, though, our spawning areas are pristine. They're good quality. They're just lacking fish, and that's, our ecosystems are starting to suffer. You know, you're seeing these ripple out effects through the food web, like hungry bears coming closer to town, breaking into smokehouses, starting to go after young moose right after folks stood down to rebuild moose population. So the ecosystem is very hungry for the salmon. It's not unhealthy enough to support salmon spawners. I hope that answers your question.
That does, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. Shai Albert. Is Ms. Albert here? Jasmine Vent. Good morning.
Good morning. Uwanga atira Chignik kaivi sa pa mengaranga. My Inupiaq name is Chignik. It means the sun. It represents the importance of light and land for humanity. I have two Koyukon names. The first one is Bidat Yinslit. It means we can depend on her. My second one is Hakuth, which means she's right there for us all the time. I am 25 years old in Koyukon and Inupiaq from the village of Huslia. My mother's family comes from Ambler, and my name is Jasmine Bent. I wear many, many hats. I do a lot of cool stuff, but I come here today with the most important hat that I wear, and that is the responsibility that I have for my people as a Koyukon and a Inupiaq woman. So I guess I'll just start out with, I can sit here and talk about numbers and graphs and data all day long, but something that I want to talk about is the way in which how unfortunate it is, the way that the state management and assimilation tactics within the last 50 to 100 years has really divided a lot of Alaska Native groups and has pitted us against each other. And that is all by design. I mean, even the way that this meeting is designed is not designed to work. It's designed to take and take and take until there's nothing left. And that is for short-term convenience, corruption, and greed. We all know that. But we still show up and try our best to get some meaningful action, even though we've been here repeating the same things for the last 30 years. But what I do want to say is hopefully there comes a day where our different regions can come together and make decision-making, meaningful actions outside of this process. It's just so unfortunate how we're just constantly pitted against each other. And I want to note that, yes, I stand with the people of the Yukon, but I also do stand with the Unagan and Sugpiaq people in Area M. We may have a lot of disagreements and differences in the way that our cultures operate, but what we do have in common is the love for our people, the love for fishing, and our traditional ways of being. And it's none of our fault that the ways in which assimilation and colonization and greed has impacted that and separated us from each other. So I really hope moving forward there's a lot more meaningful dialogue between our groups that can operate outside of this process, because it's hard coming in and repeating ourselves, and sometimes it feels impossible to co-opt when it's designed to separate us. And I want to note that we're not here to take things away from people. We're asking other groups to share this burden of conservation with us. We understand the love for fishing. We understand the love for salmon. And I just hope that meaningful action takes place at this meeting. Thank you for your time. And I stand with 10 Chiefs Conference and the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission stands.
Thank you, Ms. Fent. Questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Jack Holchis, followed by Rich Fryrick, Marvin Okitlina, and Thomas Naglaska. Hello.
Hello. Good morning. Yesterday I was representing the Nakanaga. My name is Jack Olchis, and this morning I'm giving my report on Kaikouk River AC. I've been a member of Kaikouk River AC for 30-some years, advocating for our people, fighting for our people. We had a meeting, and I wasn't present because of medical, but they found out I was down here, so they wanted me to represent them. We support proposals 131 and proposal 138. Well, everything that they put in here is something that I would have said. And I guess they read my mind. But, you know, if we always said that we wanted the natives to co-management with the state, because there's a lot of stuff traditionally that we know. We know how to conserve. We know how much to get. I'll tell you a story. You know, when the salmon first start running, there's some cotton-like start blowing in the air. You know the salmon are starting to run. And also, lately, since the salmon crash, there used to be a lot of yellow butterflies flying around. And you don't see that no more. But I was thinking, you know, if they close Area M for a certain amount of time and let the first pulse or the second pulse go by, maybe there'll be enough fish on the Yukon and the Kuskokwim for people to get a fish limit of 24 hours or even 48 hours to meet their subsistence needs. Because we don't have that much time to fish. But as fishermen that wants to keep their families fed, we'd go all night and all day just to get what we need to bring our people back to health. Our elders are starving right now. Not starving, but, you know, they're starving for the original foods that they lived off of. We're river people. You don't see a village in the interior that's back on land. They're all on the river, consuming the river of what we need. If you ever want to see a good story, get a movie called Make Prayers to the Raven. It's about the Kaikouk Athabascan Indians on the Kaikouk River that subsist and how we used to live in fish camp and go hunting. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for you. Did the AC take positions on any of the proposals specifically? If you're providing the AC report?
Well, we supported Proposal 107, and it requires fin clipping and reporting of salmon retained for personal use in commercial fisheries. Proposal 128 establishes catch thresholds for chum, chinook, and coho, would trigger time and closures in Area M, with explicit prioritization of Kaikouk River salmon. Proposal 131, consecutive closure from approximately June 12th, 23rd for seine and drift gillnet gear, while leaving sit gillnet provisions unchanged. Provisional 138 or 36 closes all commercial salmon fishing for all gear types from approximately June 7th to 28th. This would dramatically reduce interception during peak migration for Alaska-bound chum and chinook. While highly restrictive, it is strongly conservation forward during periods of severe stock decline. Those are the 4 proposals that we supported. There's a lot that we disapproved of, especially traditionally pike, because pike is an Alaskan barracuda. They eat anything. They eat little ducks, baby muskrats, baby fish, anything that they could get a hold of.
Very good, thank you. Appreciate your willingness to provide the report to the board for the Kaikouk River AC. Any questions? Thank you, sir. Appreciate your willingness. Rich Fryrick. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. You have to push this button here. Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. For the record, I am here today to support Proposal 136. My name is Rich Freerich. I'm from the village of Grayling. I'd like to speak also in reference to AC 8 as a member of the GASH AC committee. Madam Chair and members of the board, I believe the current system we are operating within is, in my mind, a double standard. I feel it sets a precedence for unfair practices. By that, I mean, let me elaborate a little bit. What we're trying to accomplish on the Yukon, in that every fish matters within our respectable biologists and our conservation plan, is at odds, with direct odds with what's happening out in the Bering Sea and the influences it has there. It doesn't paint a really good picture. I mean, we're trying to protect the resource, and you know, it's really hard to stay here. I mean, I don't want to get too far off, but let me just give you an example of that. On the pollock sector, they're throwing the salmon away, and what's concerning to me is that some of those fish might have very well, or there's a good chance that they were from the Yukon stock, and we're doing our due diligence, we have been over the past decade, to protect that resource. And that puts us at odds with, you know, why are we doing this in the first place if it's happening out there? So that's the sentiment that's echoed up and down the Yukon River. And I really feel that that needs to be addressed here today. And it's just misleading in my mind. Thank you. I'll leave it at that. And I believe we carry the burden of adhering to the standards set forth and have limited voice in collecting and reviewing the data that informs these standards. No matter what happens with the rulemaking and implementation on the state level, the end result is invariably the same outcome for our people on the Yukon, bearing the brunt of the burden. And I'm also here today to elaborate a little bit on some control measures that could possibly be implemented. You know, as an effective tool, I know former member Zure, and in his research and practice of in-stream incubation, I'm not familiar with the process. I've just recently heard about this. Salmon eggs shows what successful data implementation can potentially look like. I'm open for those. So our runs on the Yukon are dismal. We all know that. I'm sorry. Can I keep going?
I need you to give me one concluding sentence, and then we gotta go. We gotta move.
Okay. 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 I believe if these current management practices continue, our chances to rebuild a salmon fishery on the Yukon will be essentially zero. In closing, if we don't change the narrative, I'm afraid we're going to close the book on the Yukon River salmon and its people. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Appreciate your being here today.
Thank you.
Marvin Oklitna? Hi, Marvin. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
That's fine. It was misprinted.
Oh, okay.
My name is Marvin Okitkun, Okitkun for the record.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the board for having me here today. I had a whole list of that I wrote to myself for my talking points here this morning to present to you guys, but stressing over that over the last several years, but I was given this burden by my father about 25 years ago. You have to stand up and speak for your people. It's your time. At the time, my dad was about 55, 60 years old, a little older than I am now. It's just one of those steps we take as people in our community, our leaders, because my grandfather was a manager for our NC company way back then, in the days before it became AC company. He managed in St. Michael, Quiguk, that's in Imanak, Hamilton, and Kotlik, where he resided in the last days of his life. I have big shoes to fill. He spoke up for our people. He represented our people well. And so did my father and my uncles and my aunts and my cousins. And it's just one thing that came to me this morning, 6 a.m. when I woke up from my sleep last night. My grandfather on my mother's side, we were berry picking one summer in August. We had picked 36 gallons of salmon berries as a family. My family, my grandparents, and my aunts and uncles. We had no more containers to fill. But then after we ate, after we had lunch or dinner, I don't remember. I was like 10 years old. Then he looked at me, "Iluga, let's go." I got pitcher now, the juice pitcher that we had. Take that cup. It's empty. We'll go fill them. And we picked alongside each other. And then he noticed I was reaching for a berry, but when I got closer to it, it was discolored. And we kept picking. And he asked me, "Why did you not pick that berry you were reaching for?" I told him, "It's discolored. It's not what we picked." In the future, then he told me, in the future, when you don't have that berry, you are going to crave it. The same way my elders, now we crave our salmon because they are not returning to Yukon and the Kuskokwim and Norton Sound area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? Thank you for being here, Mr. Okitkun.
Thank you.
Thomas Naglaska. After Thomas, we'll hear from James Brown, Justin Poston, and Kelsey Ivanoff. Welcome, sir.
Morning, Madam Chair, Board. I got a reference number, RC065, regarding the Celtic Tribal Council, and I'm here doing a testimony. Today I'm speaking for the hungry people of the Yukon River. We're under a full moratorium for Chinook salmon fishing until 2030. We haven't been allowed to harvest summer or fall chum for years. Really, our subsistence salmon fishing nets have not been in the water since 2019. Not being able to fish for salmon has put serious dent in our winter food stores and food security. I also want to speak for ecosystems. What is trouble without salmon? We are seeing no eagles and seagulls as salmon declines are affecting all animals, birds down to the bees and the blue flies. We need to work together to solve this salmon disaster. Our Yukon people are working by sacrificing our subsistence harvest and trying to meet escapement goals and spawn treaty goals with Canada. But Board has not taken meaningful action to reduce the impacts Area M fisheries on our salmon. The department has data showing the Area M June fishery heavily impacts western Alaska chum and king salmon, including those going back to the Yukon. How can this fishery harvest Yukon salmon when there is no harvestable surplus in our river, when our treaty requirements are not being met? How can the Area M fishing be sustainable when it's clearly violating state statutes and Board policies to uphold sustained yield and a subsistence priority? I ask this Board to work together with us to uphold policies to meet treaty goals, to balance the burden of conservation, and to do everything that can to get our salmon back. I support Proposal 136, 131 to reduce Area M fishing time, Proposals 110, 148, 152 to reduce our fishing gear. In consequences, mismanagement and misunderstanding are the exact consequences that we are paying on the river.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Appreciate your concise testimony today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
James Brown? Welcome.
Good morning. My name is James Brown. I'm from Sandpoint. I moved there, 50 years ago. Been fishing ever since, working at cannery. I remember fishing, I was a Bering Sea crabber from 77 to 79. At that time, there was 140 million pounds of king crab every year. The next year, it went down to 10 million. There was 350 crab boats. A lot of them switched over to dragon that were never there before. So now they're outside the Yukon River trawling along. And I'm sure they're catching a lot of chums. So I fished from 77 to 2002 and bought a set net permit. So I've been coming to the Board of Fish this is my 36th year. And I tested, and people got to remember Area M is 1,000 miles away from up there. I was with a man named Ray Vergan used to fish on the Yukon River. And he was a biology teacher, got a permit when it opened up, moved to Sandpoint, started teaching down there, and he sold his permit and bought a couple Area M set net permits. And we did a presentation down at the 4th Avenue Theater for Board of Fish, and we talked about roe stripping, and actually I ran the projector for him. He had all these pictures, all this information of the fish wheels, and he said a lot of guys, what they were doing was had these fish wheels turning, and then they would just catch the fish, strip the roe, put them in 5-gallon buckets, fly them out, $80 a pound for roe. Maybe it was 35, I don't know, it was a lot. So anyway, it's a big problem there, and this is back like probably 30 years ago. And then I got more information about the quick pack fisheries, and they were just a few years ago, before the fire, they were processing 15,000 pounds of roe daily. And when you have all this roe processing going on and you're blaming people 1,000 miles away, it really doesn't make sense. You know, we have a community down there, and I sold out, and I own apartments, and I still live there. And I came here only because my daughter's in the hospital, but this has been going on and on. And the other problem I see is the Chignik fishery. We used to fish the Southeast District mainland every day, and then it got shut down, and then the guys in Chignik, they co-opt, and they're going up the river, and they're catching their fish up there in the spawning grounds, tearing up the eelgrass and everything else. I mean, I've been around for a long time, and I've heard a lot of these stories, but like I say, I went fishing with my son a couple of years ago, and I couldn't barely stand on the boat, so I kind of got off. But anyway, I live in Sandpoint. We have a good community, and I don't think any more restrictions in our area is going to help anybody anywhere. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Any questions?
Any questions? Yeah.
I don't see any. Thanks for being here today. Justin Poston? Hi, Justin. Welcome.
Hi. How's it going? Hello, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Justin Poston. I fish commercially out of King Cove as a deckhand on the Lady Lee Dawn. I'm also a full-time college student working hard in this industry, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I want to begin by acknowledging the concerns about low chum returns in the AYK and their impact on subsistence fishing. I understand these are real concerns, and I'm not here to minimize the cultural or economic importance of these concerns. However, as someone who has spent time in the area and works in the Area M fishery, I respectfully disagree with proposals to drastically reduce the fishery's opportunity. The ADF&G has consistently identified the June fishery in Area M as a mixed stock fishery. This really matters. I believe before implementing broad closures throughout June, it is essential to establish a clear connection between the proposed reductions and the expected improvements in other areas. The June fishery is foundational in communities like King Cove, Sandpoint, and Falls Pass. It supports crews, processors, it sustains families, and have been around for centuries, and also supports local businesses. It provides income for many of us that depend on to get through the year. Reducing that opportunity in half would have immediate consequences for many people around us today. I support conservation, I support subsistence, and I support sustainable management. We all want strong salmon runs. The question is whether these specific restrictions are the right tools to achieve that goal. Ultimately, I believe this comes down to a principle of causation and correlation. I think we can observe patterns, but we cannot automatically establish a direct link. In that light, I think it's reasonable to ask whether these proposals are supported by clear evidence showing that they will actually achieve the desired outcome. I deeply respect and care about the people of King Cove. These are my friends and family and have welcomed me. These are my friends and have welcomed me in as family all my life. I will always wish for healthy runs across the state, but do not want to cause unnecessary harm to these communities. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Justin. Any questions? Appreciate you being here. Kelsey Ivanoff, followed by Clinton Biskowski and Paul Wilkins. Hi, Kelsey.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Kelsey Ivanoff. My Inupiaq name is Kasingnaluk, and my Yupik name is Abazanak. I am from Unalakleet, and I have roots in Kotzebue, St. Michael, and Nalato. Until I had my daughter, I returned home seasonally for harvesting and to work my family's salmon and crab fishing operations. I moved back full-time when I had my daughter, who's 7 now. Remote work allows me to live at home and raise my daughter as I was on the land and water. I work for Native Peoples Action. We are a statewide bipartisan organization dedicated to strengthening Alaska Native peoples and protecting our ways of life. We are committed to addressing and restoring our people's inherent rights and ensuring Alaska Natives are heard in all levels of policymaking. I grew up subsistence and commercial fishing. When I was young, my dad made a living commercial fishing. In turn, he was a stay-at-home dad, but we definitely didn't stay home. He wasn't going to be stuck at home with his little girl, and we spent much of our time on the land and the water. For as long as I can remember, the ocean has sustained us both nutritionally and financially. We know from a young age summers are for working, whether we're putting away fish or out on our boats. I understand needing to put food on your table one way or another, and I do not want to speak against or for how one chooses to do so. I want to speak against the systems created to divide us, the systems that have Native people pitted against Native people, salmon people pitted against salmon people, and we witness it at every single regulatory meeting, and they are operating exactly by design. I look at the kids in the hallway, including my daughter, the kids from Area M and the kids from Western Alaska playing, sharing with one another, and we can learn from them. We lived in harmony with each other, with the land, the water, and these systems have broken that down. As an Inupiaq familiar with Inupiaq Alikkusait, our values, that which makes us who we are, sharing is one of our core values, and it is synonymous for Native people across Alaska. We share with our most precious, our elders and children. We share with those in our community, and we share across communities. And here we need to share the burden of conservation. When one group is at zero, they are carrying that burden. We all have one goal in mind, more salmon. That's what every single person here wants. And so here we are advocating for and working to find that harmony again. In closing, I just want to say that NPA does support Proposal 106, the only subsistence proposal. We fully support allowing for more subsistence opportunity, and it's completely understandable that they'd, the sun sets past 9 o'clock in the summer, so giving them that opportunity just seems right. And we oppose all proposals that increase commercial fishing time.
Thank you, Kim. Well done. Any questions? Is it possible for you to RC the Inupiaq Alikkusait?
Yeah, I can do that.
That'd be kind of cool. Thank you. All right. Next up is
Thank you.
Clinton Biskovsky. Welcome, Clinton.
Good morning. In 2018, our community nearly lost its school because we did not have enough students. It was only kept open because Chignik fishing was declared a disaster by the governor. Families are being forced to leave because there are no jobs or food security to keep them in Chignik. One of the other schools in the area have not been as fortunate to stay open, while others have struggled to remain open. While fishing shuts down, families move away. When families move away, our communities weaken, and so does our culture. Chignik used to support over 50 permits, and in some years, nearly 100 permits. With 3 to 4 jobs per boat, losing 26 permits means losing around 100 jobs. That loss is employment. That's the primary driver behind our population decline. Those are real families, real incomes, and real futures disappearing from our region. In 2018, Chignik residents didn't put sockeye away for subsistence to help get as much sockeye up the spawning grounds as possible, as Area M, our neighboring fishery, continued fishing on our stocks. Sockeye is our food security, and that's how we smoke, can, and salt fish to feed our families throughout the year. In recent years, our first sockeye run has not met our subsistence needs. The first run brings fatter fish that are better for smoking, canning, and salting. In Chignik Lake, we have had to rely on our second run to put enough fish away for the winter. That's not how we traditionally put fish away. Over the last couple of years, Chignik fishermen have been only allowed to fish 48 hours per week. That's roughly 8 days a month. It's extremely difficult to maintain a crew and sustain a business when you're not working 5 days a week and tied up 20 days a month. Chignik fishermen have done their best to avoid targeting kings and even limited sockeye harvest during low years to ensure our future generations can continue to grow, continue our subsistence way of life. We understand we need to protect salmon and allow fish to reach their spawning grounds, and we have done our part. However, I believe neighboring Area M needs larger windows of closures, as well as shallower and shorter gear requirements to allow more fish, especially kings traveling through deeper to pass through. Our king salmon are a stock of concern. We are sacrificing, we're conserving, we're trying to do the right thing to pass down what we learned from our elders. I'd like to thank the board for keeping Chignik sockeye designated stock of concern. I ask that you continue to protect our fish so our people can remain in Chignik and continue the way of life that provides for us what we were taught. Thank you.
Thanks, Clinton. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Paul Wilkins, followed by Joshua Nicolai. Welcome.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Paul Wilkins, and I am the quota manager for Coastal Villages Region Fund. We are headquartered in Anchorage and have staff here and in 20 communities across Western Alaska. CVRF is a nonprofit in the CDQ program, and our federal mandate is to invest in fisheries and return profits in the form of benefits programs to residents in the 20 communities we work for. CVRF communities and their residents are associated in different ways with organizations like AVCP, Chilista, Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission, and YKHC, but CVRF does not have direct ties to those organizations. In order to fund our benefits programs, which are in large part designed to improve access to subsistence resources, CVRF runs a commercial fishing company involved in Bering Sea fisheries, including crab, cod, and pollock. We support the recent council decision on limiting Western Alaska chum encounters in the pollock fishery, an action focused on an area of historic catch that can act as a corridor for relieving pressure on migrating salmon. In connection with the work before the board at this meeting, residents of our communities are subsistence dependent and have been affected by reduced returns of salmon to Yukon Kuskokwim rivers. We support efforts to reduce human caused marine mortality of these fish. CVRF is supportive of board action that improves letting more chums and kings through Area M, particularly at these lowered levels of western and interior Alaska returns, maximizing the number of fish that make it to the Bering Sea, thus improving the ability of those fish to reach spawning grounds. Thank you for considering my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Joshua Nicolai. After Joshua Nicolai, we'll hear from Carrie Stevens and Kimberly Nicholas. Welcome, sir. Press the button, please. There you go.
Good morning. My name is Joshua Nicolai. I've been serving on Fisheries Committee for 3 years now. Really enjoy it. Got a lot of info. Listen to everybody's stories about fish. I'm originally from Togiak, Alaska. For those of you that don't know where that's at, we are the first village up the Kuskokwim River at the headwaters. So, growing up there, I lived a subsistence way of life all my life. I've seen a rapid decline in all fish numbers, not just king salmon, but sockeye and coho. Living back there in the 90s, our fishing river, you used to see fish jumping all day. I was last there 2 years ago, and watching the river for 1 hour, all I seen was 2 fish jump. That was it. So I did not harvest any fish that year. But yeah, hopefully we could, make change and bring our numbers back up. So I'd like to say, Tina, thank you for listening to me today.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for being here. Carrie Stevens. Hi, Carrie. Welcome.
Good morning. Through the chair, thank you. My name is Carrie Stevens, Upper Yukon 5D. We are here, I want to be clear why we are here. we are desperately seeking to give wild salmon stocks of the Yukon a fighting chance, to protect their migration corridor and to let them through. We've already heard, so I'll be brief here, escapements are not being met, we all know that. Subsistence needs are not being met, we all know that. We are ticketed, fined, and harassed. I could tell you multiple stories up through this year of elders. Yet during this crisis, Area M has doubled their chum take in the June fishery in 2024 under their adaptive management with no self-reported penalties, yet we all clearly saw in the news the increased findings of chum chucking. So the administrative record has been laid clear regarding the law, policy, and regulation. So what it seems to me that you are here debating is the measured economic impact relative to the measured biological results. The science is clear. Area M is impacting Yukon king and Yukon chum. It's first reported in 1905 to Congress that this area needed to close, taking over 2 million in the last 15 years alone. Our brilliant minds, we do not want any false solution. We do not want unnecessary pain. We are taking great steps to look at these migratory corridors. The economic conversation has been alarmingly false and highly inequitable. The disproportion is alarming. Only 44% of Area M seine permits are local. Less than 20 drift are local. We stand by the Aleutian people in the dispossession of their own fishery. Lastly, this narrative that the river can't produce is false. If you continue down your reasoning there, we might as well all sign up for an ESA listing right now. The Yukon can produce fish. That is a false narrative. Last time we all met, the commissioner said we'd be sitting here with fish. We are not, we are waiting. Triggers, caps get us as far as sympathy and empathy. They get us nowhere. We need real action, and I hope we can discuss that during Committee of the Whole. Thank you very much. Through the chair, I appreciate you all.
Thank you, Carrie. You had exactly 1 second left. Hold on, Mr. Chamberlain.
Thank you, Carrie. That was wonderful testimony. Can you go a little more into the economic impacts and the economic disproportions? Between the areas and particularly, or, well, I'll save a follow-up, so just start with that. We have committee, so, okay, briefly go into that. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chamberlain. Through the chair, I will also try to be brief. We heard here that the Aleutian East Borough has a $20 million savings for time of a fishery shortfall to help their schools, to help their communities. We don't even have a school. Our backbone of our economy, we are in the upper Yukon, a subsistence economy. ADF&G has documented this many times. So that is taking directly the basis of the economy out of the Yukon for not only, it's the food. So we don't have industry. No, we don't have commercial sale of resources to supplement that. People eat fish. They eat meat. They are hungry, and it is devastating to watch. And I think the narrative is very false. Again, we have a much larger issue here. The vast majority of this take is non-local, and we are fighting, as you have heard, over crumbs from the multi-billion, I believe $5 billion Alaskan seafood industry. And we know that the small fishermen always pay the price. The folks that won't be able to pay the price in Area M are the small guys. And we'll just say that we don't want that either. If we could say only the 47% of local seiners could fish, we would, because that would save us 53% of the non-local take. And that story is not being told. Thank you, through the chair. I'll stop.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Appreciate your testimony today. Kimberly Nicholas. No. Okay, well, I think we'll pause here for the lunch hour then, so we'll come back and continue with Delula Erickson, Melena Jordan, and Eva Burke after lunch. See you then, 1:30. Welcome back, everybody. The time is 1:39. We're going to continue with public testimony. We left off at number 155, so number 156. Up next is Delula Erickson. Okay. So is Melina Jordan here? Hi. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My auntie Kathleen is going to be up here with the part of the AC as well. Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Melina Jordan. I'm from Rampart in Tanana, and I'm reading our AC testimony into the record. The Tanana Rampart Manly AC represents 3 small interior communities along the Yukon and Tanana rivers. We are here today to discuss several proposals concerning the Area M fishery, which do have an impact on the salmon runs that are vital for our communities. Historically, salmon has made over 70% of our diet, with chum specifically making up to 50%. But for 5 years, communities along the Yukon River have been unable to harvest for subsistence due to all-time low returns. The burden of conservation for these depressed stocks has fallen disproportionately on our in-river communities, while intercept commercial fisheries continue to operate rather unaffected in comparison. For decades, rebuilding efforts have been hyper-focused in-river by boards like this, the department and the Yukon River Panel and other civic organizations. Although our stocks have stabilized previously, the current 7-year moratorium clearly demonstrates that the in-river focus for the last 15 years has not been effective. We strongly support Proposal 136, which calls for significant restrictions on the Area M fishery. While we would not normally advocate for such severe measures, the current condition of the Yukon River salmon stocks makes them necessary. Since 2019, the fall chum run has not met the drainage-wide sustainable escapement goal of 300,000, has seen 4 of the lowest runs on record, and the average run size from 2020 to 2024 has dropped 70% compared to the 2010 to 2019 average. In fact, this past fall, the department and this board agreed that the Yukon River fall chum has reduced at such an alarming rate, they were elevated immediately to a stock of management concern, completely bypassing the stock of yield concerning designation. In the past 5 years, summer chum have only met the drainage-wide escapement goal of 500,000 twice, and the preliminary 2025 run is anticipated to be the second lowest on record. Therefore, we believe that without significant restrictions, the prospect of rebuilding these salmon runs is extremely limited, if not impossible. A full closure is our preferred action. We strongly endorse both Proposal 131 and 132, as a significant reduction in the interception of AYK salmon is essential for the recovery of our stocks. Proposal 131 is valuable because it eliminates the need for often unreliable, precise interception counts. It also prevents the harvest of depressed non-target stocks while still allowing to set gillnet fishery to operate. Proposal 132 shares this strong rationale and goes further by advocating for the elimination of ineffective caps and triggers, which are also difficult to enforce with an Area M fishery. During a time where Area M fleet has been actively trying to avoid non-target fish, CWAC and Upper Yukon chum have made up nearly a quarter, on average, of the commercial chum harvest, and this recent data underrepresents the even higher rates of CWAC intercept that occurs in years prior to 2021 and accumulated over many decades. This interception has occurred even as people in river are prohibited from harvesting fish just to meet their subsistence needs and feed themselves and their families. We strongly support Proposal 141 as a critical step towards reducing the unintended harvest of king salmon. Despite decades of conservation management in river, and this board agreed with the department last fall to elevate Yukon king stocks from a stock of yield concern to a stock of management concern. This change is necessary given that the King's Run have fallen unprecedented lows, and despite in-river closures over the past decade, escapement goals are still not being met. We strongly support 143, given the current status of king salmon throughout the state, extending the test fishery to include the post-June fishery is essential. This area is known for the presence of immature king salmon, and collecting more data will provide crucial intelligence on this issue, significantly increasing the chance of recovery. We support Proposal 147, provided it includes key amendment restricting the depth of gill nets to a maximum 70 meshes in the northwestern, Umiak, southwestern, south central, southeastern districts. We deem it essential to limit both the length and depth of gear used by the most effective fisheries. This measure is crucial for the protection of Chinook and chum salmon, which inhabit these deeper waters, thereby promoting a more sustainable harvest. We support proposals 148 through 152 for these same reasons. Finally, we strongly oppose proposals 113, 114, 115, 119, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 134, 135, 137, 138, 139, 142, 144, 145, and 146. Our opposition stems from the fact that these proposals seek to expand fishing opportunities by increasing fishing time, allowing new types of gear, and opening previously closed areas, given that the current fish runs on the Yukon are below established target levels. Liberalizing fishing would severely undermine essential rebuilding efforts. We recognize that the current crisis is not driven solely by bycatch and interception, but also by an unpredictable ecosystem across the salmon life cycle, a reality we witness daily. It's a tongue twister. However, as our advisory committee stressed that the AYK meeting, true rebuilding requires a holistic management approach that equally addresses the pressures exerted by a marine harvest in the marine environment. We do not want to see these native communities within Area M crumble. We understand that salmon form the economic foundation and weave the social and cultural fabrics of their lives, just as they do ours. Yet, with historic lows for king, silver, and both summer and fall chum, our future ability to feed ourselves is bleak without meaningful action now. At the last AYK meeting, our chair spoke to the profound impact of this crisis, questioning the morality of raising her own children without the ability to fish on the Yukon River. She explained that without the fish, we lose the context for instilling integrity, grit, and high standards in the next generation. Salmon are vitally important for raising the next generation of good humans and honest fisher people. We all agree on that, but to even have a shot at this, we need you to let them through. Thank you for your time and consideration for our testimony, and I'm passing it on to you.
How much time do we have for the AC?
You've got 2 minutes and 40 seconds left.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to state that Melania and I are representing the Tanana Manly Rampart AC, and I just wanted to say that our subsistence needs are not being met, and the Board of Fish decisions directly impact customary and traditional. It definitely directly impacts our traditional lifestyle. Mostly, it's a sovereignty issue for our food, and we are going on 6 years, as you heard everyone say, and we are, you know, my husband and I, we completed many, many years of research at the Rapids Research Center on the Yukon. And, you know, back in the late 90s, early 90s, we saw that the fall chum, the king salmon, were getting smaller. We also worked and researched regarding the ichthyophonus problem. And, you know, ADF&G did not believe us then, and I don't think that they're believing us now in terms of conserving our salmon on the Yukon River just for basic needs for food. This is you know, it's as Melena said, you know, we're not here to disregard the local fishermen of Alaska. we all share the same type of culture. We all share the same burden, but we are the only ones carrying the burden of conservation, which we are subsistence fishermen, which fall under ANILCA. It's also under this a state law. Subsistence is supposed to be a priority. And yet we are pitted against commercial fisheries again and again and again 3 years ago. And nothing was done then. We are looking for this board to make a decision to help conserve the resources of Alaska for all of us, for our future. I have a grandson that was just born in November. He's Stanza Ray's grandson. He will never be at camp like I raised my children, but I pray that someday we will. So I just want to say, you know, please listen to all of the user groups. We are being directly impacted. So thank you.
Thank you for the AC report. Are there any questions? Thanks for being here and thanks for your service. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you. I also have a personal testimony.
Yep, I was just going to ask if you're ready for that. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, let me start my timer. It's not cooperating. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and get into it. Salutations, Madam Chair and fellow board members. I was unsure about what time I'd be providing this testimony. My name is Melana Jordan. I'm a young Koyukon Athabascan woman hailing from Rampart in Canada. Blessed, yet cursed, to be one of the last to have had traditional experiences of growing up on the Yukon as I did. When I was in high school, I was fortunate enough to be able to experience studying abroad for a year in Europe. I was aghast to go to a small local market in Europe, in middle of Europe, and see fresh Alaskan salmon next to turkey cold cuts. Our Alaskan stock has always been coveted, and for that reason, on the global scale, it is sold, paying for countless jobs, holding its own as a natural resource of the great state of Alaska. And by God, are we paying for that price now? I want to quote testimony I gave here 3 years ago at the last Board of Fish meeting, since we are essentially facing the same predicament. As an Alaskan native, my ancestors lived off the land for millennia as stewards of this land, who only took what they needed to survive. It wasn't subsistence, it was sustenance, not for sport or profit. And as of now, our subsistence needs as a people are not being met. Escapement goals are sky high compared to actual physical numbers, yet our chums are being commercially harvested and sold. I just want to cite and remind the people of Alaska the statute promised subsistence priority 1605-258. Yet here in 2026, all across the world, the aquatic biome, our sacred fish and marine life are being constantly threatened and in danger. We have only felt the negative effects on the Yukon River and other drainages. As subsistence users, we used to harvest less than 1%. Now we are not allowed to harvest. The harsh reality is the life cycle of all salmon are constantly under duress, threatened by numerous human-caused factors and other environmental variables. The fact that it has sustained till now is astonishing. We need to start focusing on rebuilding these overfished stocks and protecting essential fish habitat by adopting statutes that protect the longevity of this precious resource, since habitat is being reiterated in these spaces. The reports this board receives to make decisions for these meetings state it eliminates harvest opportunity on salmon stocks with an identified harvestable surplus and management plans in place to reduce intercept of stocks of concern and stocks that are in low in abundance. What science is being used to calculate these impacts? And what about all the unidentified variables that don't have a place in these equations? There's irreversible damage to over 80% of the world's coral reefs around the globe, reflecting the circumstances of these waters of our world's last stock of wild salmon, which is so greatly coveted. Subsistence living has been pivotal in my life before I even knew what subsistence even meant, but the change in ecosystems, game, and our fish have been substantial even in my own short lifetime. I'm not saying this to blame or thinking your attention to these problems can solve it all. I am stating this. I just have a quick closing.
Just finish your sentence.
I'm stating this so you can be a part of the intention to preserve what little is left, to ensure we reverse the actions of making a functionally extinct salmon, to save a species, to save our future generations. These ecological conundrums are not within this board's control, but you do have the power to provide a window, a small window
Milena,
of
it's time.
opportunity. Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Appreciate your being here, and if you want to submit your testimony as an RC, we'll be sure to read it in its entirety. Thank you. Ava Burke. How about the Minto Nunana AC, Carl Frank and Eva? Gail Hosseth? Hi, Gayla. I hope that was a planned shoulder.
I'm fighting for our rights. But yes,
I'd hate to see the other guy.
It was
Are we the
planned.
other guy? I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
All right, for the record, my name is Gayla Hossett, and I'm representing the Chuggan Tribal Council located in Dillingham, Alaska. We have about 3,200 tribal citizens that we represent. I'm here to talk about mainly two proposals. Proposal 135, for that proposal for throwing king salmon overboard under 28 inches, I don't think should be allowable at all. That there should be mandated retention of those king salmons, kind of like what we had at the last Bristol Bay Finfish meeting, that we have to retain our king salmon now, and we can't even eat a king salmon on our vessel, and that either needs to be sold or donated. And I would like to see the same thing done at Area M with those king salmon and not thrown overboard. We don't want to see any king salmon chucking or any chum chucking that happens down there. So definitely retention of those king salmon, and it looks like RC 80 shows a good picture of king salmon over 28 inches. On proposal 188, we talked to you guys at the Bristol Bay meeting. We really thought that we were going to have a chance to, I thought that was being decided at the statewide, so there was a little bit of misinformation, I guess, that I had. But for the herring issue is a big one. The Togiak herring, the fishery used to be the world's largest herring fishery, or at least in the United States. I don't want to misquote anything about what is the largest herring fishery. But we're really concerned about, allocating some of our quota, especially to a mixed stock fishery in Dutch Harbor and Alaska. That needs to be looked at. And, talking with the proposer of the proposal, and meeting with them and talking about how is that going to look for Togiak. Well, we want to have a market in Togiak. We want to see how can we get a food and bait market, and it's a sacro market right there. And so we want to see that, but we also have concerns that's been also talked about with the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, with them possibly getting an increase of that bycatch to 2 to 3%, because they're allowed 1%. And what is that going to do? I'm also, in my day job, I work as a Director of Natural Resources for Bristol Bay Native Association and with the Guyasuk Walrus Commission, and there's some big concerns with the walrus haul out in that area. And we brought that to the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, and they're going to be doing a data review on, specifically with walrus. We have to protect that species and our marine mammal harvest. And also what was talked about too is, of course, king salmon eat herring. It's really hard to sit here and hear the same testimonies over and over and over again. I'm sure it is for you guys as board members and staff and the people sitting behind me on both sides of this fence. We are saying the same thing constantly. Subsistence needs are not being met. We need to start managing for subsistence, period. If we manage for subsistence, all user groups and everybody would get a piece of the pie. Everybody would get a piece of the pie.
Thanks, Gayla. Do you have, is that RCable?
It's just my notes.
Okay.
But I just have one final thing to say.
Very quickly, please.
Yeah, I'll save the rest for committee of the whole. But one thing that I'm going to be full steam ahead is really fighting for our Aboriginal hunting and fishing rights back. This is a good public process, but the fact is that when ANCSA was formed and we extinguished our Aboriginal hunting and fishing rights, we're going to get them back. So thank you.
Thank you, Gayla. Louis Green, Jr. After Mr. Green, we'll have Felipe Farley, Joseph Spader, and Marilyn Ionarak-Stanislaus. Welcome.
My goodness, thank you, Madam Chair. Louis Green from Nome. Attended my first Board of Fish meeting in '93 in the 4th Avenue Theater. And I hear a lot of heavy comments from these people here, and I really wonder when the state's going to stick to the priority of subsistence and take care of people on these rivers. Norton Sound was first to go, and that was in the 80s. There's like the canary in the coal mine there. So everything else has fallen since then. And I'm hearing the same stories at this body that I heard in 1993. I also hear the same stuff at the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council level. It's all the same. It's like the management of our fisheries is just, the only thing it's about is about money. I hear a lot about commercial. You heard these people before me talking about commercial fisheries. It should be subsistence comes first. Subsistence comes first, then everything else falls in line. So why that is such a hard thing to realize by these bodies here is unbelievable. I just don't understand it. So I come from a town that the Nome subdistrict was under a Tier 2 salmon fishery in '99 for about 15 years. And this body, I don't know who was all there at the time, but when they finally got it out of Tier 2, they turned it into a commercial fishery, which didn't make a lot of sense to some of us people. Were like, how come they didn't step it up to subsistence first and then move into commercial eventually if it was if there was a sustainable harvest for commercial fishing? It just never did. We're still in the hole. I go to my camp on the Nome River last year, and it's a spawning bed right in front of my cabin. I don't see one pink there. I don't see any salmon there. So starting in '93, being involved with all this stuff, we had salmon. And it seems to me like we've managed them all the way down to nothing. So these places where we come to talk to you and others is it's almost like it falls on deaf ears. And man, that's, 1993 is 33 years ago. I'm hearing the same testimonies from people, and they're older, and then there's these young people. I have a lot of hope for that. I really like hearing what I heard from these young folks here. So I really appreciate that. I know that we're in good hands maybe moving forward, but management of our stocks needs to come for subsistence first. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Felipe Farley? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Felipe Farley, and I'm here on behalf of the Bristol Bay Native Association, a regional tribal organization representing 31 federally recognized tribes. Our communities depend on salmon completing their migration at levels necessary to sustain healthy stocks. Everyone here is focused on the same goal, keeping salmon runs healthy and sustainable. No one is arguing over who gets the last fish. Commercial fishing, subsistence fishing, and conservation all rise or fall together. They live and die with the strength of these runs. We support proposals that restore alignment between management structure and biological reality across the migratory system. In Chignik management area, we support proposals 108 through 111 to reduce unintended interception while preserving opportunity on surplus local sockeye. These proposals restore early season closures, refine district boundaries, reduce allowable seine depth, and improve the department's ability to manage near Mitrophania Island in alignment with how fish actually move. We also support Chinook conservation and we support proposals 112 and 141 because they put enforceable conservation measures into regulation rather than relying on emergency orders or non-retention rules that are difficult to enforce. The Chinook Run is a stock of concern, and these proposals create a clear, predictable framework. For the South Peninsula June and post-June fisheries and for Area M gear, BB&A opposes expansions in time, area, or fishing efficiency in corridor fisheries, where impacts are difficult to fully account for and manage. We, along with Chignik Intertribal Coalition, oppose Proposal 188. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Joseph Spader. After Mr. Spader, again, we'll hear from Marilyn Ionarak Stanislaus, Robert Charles Wright Sr., and John Jensen. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. I'm Joseph Spader, representing the Bering Sea Fishermen's Association. In several key, highly contentious mixed stock fisheries, the practice of the board in recent cycles has been to take bold action to reduce commercial fishing on stocks when sustained yield escapements or subsistence needs are not being met. This includes action to protect and rebuild king salmon stocks on the Kenai River, Upper Cook Inlet, Nushagak, and elsewhere. You have now on the record before you several undisputable findings that can help guide the board's continued action to protect kings. Number one, South Alaska Peninsula fishery remains the largest unrestricted king salmon fishery in Alaska. Number two, based on the department's recent genetic stock ID, we know that Nushagak and Cusco kings compose about 20% of the kings being taken in this fishery. Number three, based on weights provided by ADF&G, we know that the kings taken in the June South Alaska Peninsula fishery are much larger and predominantly mature fish returning to spawn. And lastly, we know, based on the Nushagak and other Western Alaska fisheries, that there is no commercial surplus of kings or chum salmon from the Nushagak, Kuskokwim, or Yukon River. Thus, the Area M harvest of these stocks is being taken out of escapement and/or subsistence. We're not asking for a new approach to conservation. We're asking the Board of Fish to continue your existing actions to reduce commercial fishing when sustainable escapements or subsistence needs are not being met. Meaningful conservation requires a steep reduction in fishing time along the lines of Proposal 131. I conclude by identifying an apparent double standard. The department has demonstrated clear support for the board's recent actions to conserve king salmon by restricting commercial fisheries in Bristol Bay and Cook Inlet and other places. However, the double standard is that given the documented impacts of Area M on escapements and subsistence, the department continues to vigorously oppose any restrictions to the South Peninsula fishery and aggressively advocates to allow Area M to self-regulate, self-manage with zero independent monitoring. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Joseph. Are there any questions? Mr. Chamberlain.
Thank you, Dr. Spader. In looking at the department results, did you identify any other stocks within Alaska where Chinook salmon were being harvested, and if those stocks were doing well?
Yes, thank you. I direct, through the chair, I direct the board to the results of the 2014 genetic sampling completed by the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, which identifies between Western Alaska, Chignik, Kodiak, and Cook Inlet, as well as southeast, that nearly 30% of the stocks, 30% of the Area M Chinook come from these stocks, all of which are in trouble. And 2014, which we'll submit as an RC, the 2014 genetic stock ID is very important because it gives a kind of a bookends. So we have 2014 when some of the Chinook stocks were doing better, and we get an idea of harvest rates compared to 2025 when Kuskokwim, Nushagak, other stocks are so low that they're nearly absent. So the 2014 genetic stock ID, which was buried in an appendix of another report, we only discovered it about 4 months ago, is highly relevant to your deliberations.
Thank you, Dr. Spader.
Thank you for your testimony today. Marilyn Ionarak Stanislaus with the Coastal Lower Yukon AC. Welcome.
Madam Chair and members of the board, my name is Marilyn Stanislaus. My Yupik name is Bazgadach and my Chupik name is Nayaman. I am from Alaknuk. I serve as the chair for the Coastal Lower Yukon Fish and Game Advisory Committee. I am here today to share testimony on behalf of our AC. Thank you for providing this time and space to give this report. For reference, the minutes I am sharing today from my AC are posted in RC 036. The list of proposals we support are also listed in the RC. We unanimously oppose proposals 137, 135, 134, 135, and 137 due to lack of accountability and limited positive impact on AYK stocks, longer opening times, and the ability to keep. Under the Yukon, we almost have no say on how long or how much we can fish. This last year, we had some input in the fall season. The windows we face on the Yukon are much smaller compared to the commercial fisheries in Area M. If we had that kind of opening on the Yukon, we would wipe out all our fish. Our nets and boats are much smaller than these commercial boats. The loads we bring in are enough to feed our families, but we are no longer able to meet these needs anymore. We have been continuously restricted in our fishing, while commercial fisheries continue to fight to expand their operations. Right now, our kids and grandkids are unable to experience the cultural lifestyle of subsistence gathering and putting away fish. We can't even give our grandkids the taste of dry fish. Our elders feel these impacts today. They grew up having fish. Fish and subsistence fishing was their primary source of survival. Now they have nothing. We cannot allow these rivers to be depleted completely. I, as many that have been coming before you all many times, feel unheard, but we are resilient. Resilient Alaska Natives that remain strong, no matter what continues to challenge our ways of life. At the end of the day, we are all here for the same thing, our fish. No matter what proposals we support, we all want to ensure our salmon remain here for generations to come. Once again, thank you all very much.
Thank you for your excellent AC report. Any questions? Appreciate you being here and for traveling.
Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Charles Wright Sr. Mr. Jensen.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, Commissioner Vincent Lang, esteemed staff, and members of the public. My name is John Jensen, and I'm here in support of Board Generated Proposal 188. Please reference my testimony from the Bristol Bay meeting found in RC 37 at this meeting. The concept presented in the Board Generated Proposal has brought into focus how important stock surveys are in order to prosecute a fishery, and the need for updated research and stock assessment for the Togiak fishery, and that goes for all fisheries that have updated research on them. This proposal has incentivized the industry to commit to help with new surveys with the direction of the and cooperation of the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. No matter what happens here, the exploitation rate will never exceed 20% of the biomass, no matter who or where the herring are harvested from this stock. If this proposal were to be adopted, it wouldn't increase the cost for the private person to participate, nor additional cost for the department. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think I just had a flashback.
I had to do that.
Yeah, Art just says he's going to call the question. Yeah. Any questions for Mr. Jensen? All right, thanks, John. Chris Clemens. Hi, Chris. Following Chris, we'll hear from Nadine Cochiton, Gusty Wasley Jr., and Mariana Floresta. Welcome.
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Chris Clemens. I'm a second-generation fisherman, born and raised in Seward, Alaska. I grew up fishing with my father around Kodiak Island. Like a lot of young men, I wanted to split off and test myself in a different area. I headed west and I found myself drifting in Falls Pass. I've been out here for 18 years now and I love it. It's not just the work or the occasional good year that comes around, it's our community. I've worked and been to a lot of different coastal communities across the state, from Nome to Ketchikan, but I like this place best. We take care of each other in the good times and the bad. Well, we're in a bad time at the moment and can't afford another hit. I was at the Board of Fish meetings 3 years ago when things were better, so it seemed like it would be easier to give a little help to others that were experiencing bad times. So we all got together and opened up the books again on one of the most studied fisheries in the state. We took a look at what adjustments we could make to help our fellow Alaskans to the north. The tools we agreed to use have been working, and our intent is still to contribute. That said, I've been to 5 of these meetings, and we lose something every 3 years. Kind of death by 1,000 cuts. Salmon run in cycles, and I truly believe we will have better times in the future. Adaptive management working alongside the Alaska Department of Fish and Game is the most cutting edge way to manage a resource, a true model for the world. Let's trust it and keep improving what we already agreed on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today.
All right, thank you.
Nadine Cochiton. Hi, welcome.
Good afternoon. Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Nadine Kachutin. I was raised in a fishing family in Falls Pass, Alaska. I started going out on the boat with my parents when I was 12 years old. It was only my parents and my younger sisters who were only about 4 or 5 years old when they got started. They just could not wait to get out there and go to work with us. Growing up, we were taught what it meant to work hard, what it meant to provide for our families. We caught the fish, we delivered the fish, and we got the fish that we needed to process for the winter. We jarred, smoked, dried, salted, froze, and we ate a lot of fish daily, every species of salmon. Our commercial fishing and subsistence fishing takes place at the same time. Today, these opportunities are not the same for the younger generation. The restrictions that we see have actively pushed us out of our communities, out of the fishery, and it has greatly affected our way of life. Our children aren't learning the ways of the elders, the ways to run boats, to participate in the fishery, because there's already been so many restrictions, as the gentleman before me just talked about. It's hard for these young people to even get started if that's what they wanted to do for a job. It's just economically almost impossible for them to get started. The cascading effects of the decisions made here today will affect our children and our next generations. The economy isn't just commercial fishing, it is the stability that allows us to thrive in our communities, be out on the landscape, to educate our children at home in our communities. We need to be showing them how to fish so they can take over. All across the Arctic, Indigenous people and communities are feeling the effects of climate change. We are seeing increased storms, the unpredictable weather, significant erosion, invasive species, wildfires, and permafrost melt. All of these things contribute to the success or lack thereof of the salmon. These should not be overlooked as we are investigating why the fish have not come back to certain areas. Fish have been adapting to these changing systems far longer than we have and are able to make decisions about. These are some of the environmental indicators that are not being mentioned here. In Area M, we have plenty of our own natal streams. The department's reports show that the majority of the fish are not from CWAC. I commend our fishermen for being proactive in their strategies to assist with the efforts to encourage fish to pass by. At the end of the day, all of our regions have been experiencing changes. Warming waters are a reality for all of us. I feel for our friends and neighbors to the north. It's really hard to listen to the things that they say, but the science is not supporting the magnitude of the suggested changes for the fishermen and communities in Area M. I ask the board to not support any further restrictions to the Area M fleet, as we've been seeing them year after year for so long. Thank you for hearing my personal testimony today.
Thank you, Nadine. That was absolutely perfectly timed. Well done. Any questions? Ms. Irwin.
Thank you, Ms. Nadine, for your testimony and for traveling today. My question is, do you participate or prosecute any other fisheries? Do you harvest any other non-salmon species or marine animals?
Yes.
What are those?
Well, not necessarily myself participating in other commercial fisheries, and it's been several years since I participated in the commercial salmon fishery, but our family harvests halibut, codfish, octopus, things we can get off of the beach, birds.
Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony today. Gusty Wassley Jr. Hi, welcome.
Hello. Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name's Gusty Wassley Jr. I'm a third-generation subsistence and commercial fisherman from Clark's Point. When I was 8th grade, leaving for high school in Mount Edgecombe, my gram told me and my brother, don't forget where you came from. We were always taught to never take what we don't need, respect our land and elders. Our culture values are more important than any dollar amount. Let me repeat that. Our culture values are more important than any dollar amount. I'm in support of proposals 110, 147, 148, and 152. I believe by reducing fishing time and shortening mesh in the Area M mixed fisheries, stock fisheries, we can ensure the future return of king salmon and chum stocks bound for the Yukon, Kuskokwim, and Bristol Bay regions. Over the years, various conservation measures have been implemented to address the decline in king and chum stocks bound for the YK and Bristol Bay region. As a concerned subsistence and commercial fisherman, I feel there can be more effort put forward for these stocks of concerns. Fighting amongst each other is not the answer. In conclusion, I oppose any proposal that allows more fishing time and more nets in the water, even if it includes me. I want to thank you for your time and your consideration. Koyana.
Koyana, Gusty. Any questions? Ms. Irwin.
Just really quick, sorry, Gusty, I didn't catch where are you from?
Clark's Point right on the Nush.
Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony today.
Thank you, guys.
Mariano Floresta, followed by Tom Hoblet, Steve Reifenstuhl, and Cole Ivanoff. Welcome, sir.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we'd like to thank you for holding this meeting and listening to our concerns and testimonies. My name is Mariano Floresta, and I'm from Clark's Point. I was born, raised on commercial fishing with my family and my son. I made this nice long speech about supporting opposing proposals. I think you guys have heard enough of this. What I really want to talk about is we're running out of fish, plain and simple. The Yukon, the Kuskokwim, now the Nushagak. I remember we'd get on the beach with a short net, not even 10 fathoms, and we'd get enough fish, we'd get enough for smoked fish, salt fish, salunuk, and enough fish for the dogs. Now, not anymore. That guy that talked about jumpers way up the Kuskokwim, and that other guy that talked about the water raising from so much fish. Now, not anymore. It's not only the fish I remember that were so many. I remember there were so many ducks and geese. When Kodiak Western would take off, it would almost block out the sky. Now, very few. Caribou, moose, everything is declining. I remember when there were a lot of muskrats in front of our old house, and now they're gone too. Did you know that that's the only fur that doesn't fade? If you look back, there were 3 billion people in the 60s, and now it's 8 billion. That's a lot of mouths to feed. I truly believe we all need to work on this problem together. The Yukon, the Kuskokwim, Bristol Bay, Area M, and you, the board. If we don't get a handle on this now, we might lose it altogether. I grew up being taught if there's a problem, fix it. Don't point fingers, don't blame, just fix it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Appreciate you being here. Thanks for traveling.
Thanks.
Tom Hoblet. No Tom? Steve Reifenstuhl? Hi, Steve.
Morning. Or good afternoon, I guess it is. Been up all night, so it seems like morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and Board. Please refer to RC 96. My name is Steve Reifenstuhl, representing Area M Seining Association. I appreciate this opportunity to testify on this critical issue. First, I want to acknowledge the difficult times the people of the Yukon are experiencing due to salmon declines brought on primarily by issues related to warming climate. However, the genetic analysis and tagging data are clear. Area M is not the issue driving poor Yukon River salmon returns. Based on the department's sampling data in 2025, we know about 38,000 chum in the June fishery were CWAC. Using the Eggers tagging study, let's look at where the CWAC chum go and by what proportion they end up in Bristol Bay, Kuskokwim, Yukon, and Norton Sound. If the board would look at RC 96, you will see from the pie chart that only 3.8% of the recovered tags were from the Yukon River. 65% went to Bristol Bay, 29% were Kuskokwim, and 2% were Norton Sound. Note, the trend, the farther north in travel distance, the lower the proportion of CWAC. For context, in 1987, the Yukon River total run was 1.75 million summer chum, while the total June chum harvest in Area M that same year was 450,000, which is roughly the 20-year average at the time. So in a year with the good returns to the Yukon, the proportion found in Area M was only 3.8%. If we apply this proportion to the 2025 harvest, when 155,000 chum of all stock groups were caught in June, about 38,000 chum were estimated to be CWAC. Based on the study results, of those CWAC chum in 2025, about 1,500 were bound for the Yukon River. The June fishery in Area M is not even on the list of factors undermining Yukon productivity. Recent studies and analyses, including the 2025 Yerdfoot preseason document and Murdoch paper, point to the several high-risk factors specifically impacting the Yukon: lethal spawning temperatures, melting permafrost, releasing sequestered heavy metals, ichthyophonus, habitat changes unique to the Yukon, such as beaver dams and water impoundments, which decrease spawning habitat for chum and Chinook salmon. It's crucial to note that other coastal western Alaska systems fared relatively well in 2025. Bristol Bay had a run of over 1 million chum. The Kuskokwim had subsistence harvest of over 90,000 chum and met escapement goals, and Norton Sound has conducted fisheries harvest in each of the past 4 years. In conclusion, while it's natural to seek simple solutions, the reality is that the Yukon River salmon challenges are primarily driven by complex environmental factors, not distant fisheries. Focusing on Area M restrictions is not going to solve these problems. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Questions? Thanks for your testimony. Cole Evenoff? Hi, welcome.
Good afternoon. Hello, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Cole Evenoff. I fish out of King Cove on the Lady Lee Dawn, and I've been a part of the industry since I was a small child. Fishing isn't just something I do. It's how I was raised, it's how my family makes a living, and it's how our community survives. I grew up on the deck, watching and learning from the people who taught me the value of hard work, responsibility, and respect for the ocean. From a young age, I understood that fishing isn't just about catching fish. It's about hard work, sustainability, and making sure there's an opportunity for the next generation. Lately, though, it feels like that opportunity is slipping away. The direction things are going is discouraging young people from wanting to enter the industry. It's becoming harder to see a clear path forward. When access shrink and uncertainty grows, it doesn't just affect current fishermen. It sends a message to the next generation that there may not be a place for them here. The graying of the fleet is a large issue, impacting many fisheries around the state. I am supposed to be learning to lead the next generation of fishermen. That is concerning for me. Fishing communities like King Cove depend on young fishermen stepping up, buying boats, investing in permits, and continuing the tradition. But right now, the industry feels increasingly unwelcoming to new entrants. Instead of creating opportunities, it feels like barriers are being built. I'm here because I care deeply about the future of our fishery. I want to see an industry that encourages young people to get involved, one that rewards hard work and responsible practices, and one that keeps small communities alive. I respectfully ask that the board consider how your decisions impact not only today's fishermen, but those who hope to follow in our footsteps. Sustainable fisheries matter to us, not just biologically, but social and economically as well. I want to be able to pass this way of life on, just like it is being passed down to me. Thank you for your time and the work you do.
Thank you, Cole. Appreciate you being here. Any questions? Don't see any. Thanks. Arlene Gunderson, followed by William Dushkin III, Dr. Liza Mack, and Paige Lundgren. Hi, welcome, Arlene.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Arlene Gunderson. I'm a member of the Paul F. Harbor Tribe of Sanak. I was raised in Sand Point in the Chimigin Islands. I'm here today in opposition to proposals that would further restrict or close the fishery in Area M. I am Minungan. The Unungan people are people of the sea. For thousands of years, the oceans has sustained us. It has defined us. It has shaped who we are. Fishing is our culture, our identity, and our way of life. My parents fished, and my grandparents fished. My children and grandchildren fish today. Our communities are built around fishing. Fishing is how we survive, how we provide for our families, how we carry forward our culture. Area M is already one of the most heavily managed fisheries in Alaska. It operates under strict time and area restrictions specifically designed to balance conservation and opportunity. Managers have the authority to open and close fishing periods, adjust effort, and respond based on real-time conditions. In addition, Area M fishermen have stepped forward with voluntary adaptive management measures. These adaptive tools are new and innovative, and they represent a cooperative effort to be part of a conservation solution. But adaptive measurements only work when flexibility exists. Permanent or rigid restrictions remove that flexibility and replace responsive, science-based management with fixed closures and cannot adapt to changing conditions. We all understand the chum salmon are affected by many factors across both ocean and fresh water environments. Area M is only one part of a much larger system. You cannot achieve conservation of salmon, chum salmon, by restricting only one fishery. These fish migrate across Alaska and are influenced by ocean survival, climate conditions, and harvest in multiple regions. The challenge facing chum salmon is larger than any one single fishery, including Area M. Further restricting Area M will not solve those broader challenges, but it will cause real harm to fishing families, communities, and Indigenous people like mine who have depended on the ocean for generations. I respectfully ask the board to allow adaptive, science-based management to continue and to avoid permanent restrictions that cannot respond to real conditions. Your decision will determine whether the people who have lived and depend on the sea for generations will be able to continue that way of life. Fishing is not just what we do. It is how we live. We are Onongauk. We are people of the sea. Thank you.
Thank you, Arlene. Any questions? Appreciate your being here. William Dushkin III. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. I am William Dushkin III from Sandpoint and a member of the Yunga tribe. My way of life is deeply tied to the ocean in a way that most people can only dream about. I grew up set netting on my grandparents' boat, then moved into seining with my dad. This gave me firsthand knowledge of fishing in Area M that no textbook can replicate. I am also a college student studying ocean science and marine biology with hopes of one day working as a biologist for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. I oppose proposals 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, and 136, along with any proposals that would shut down or further reduce fishing time in our area. For generations, families, fishing professionals, and our communities have relied on these fisheries as a primary source of income, food, security, along with our cultural continuity. These resources are not just a part of who we are, it is how we survive, and if you want proof, just look down the peninsula. It's littered with ghost towns. We are not the only area that catches chum on the South Alaska Peninsula. There are 224 salmon streams, with 136 being chum salmon streams. Reducing fishing time in our region would disproportionately harm our people who've already been carrying the burden of conservation. It would undermine the stability of our communities without addressing the broader, more complex factors affecting salmon returns. In my time at school, I've learned about many things: tools of conservation, the marine ecosystem, and how science is used to protect our fisheries. But one thing I already knew is that local people are almost always the best stewards of their lands and their resources. So now I ask that you let us continue this process by using the available science. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Appreciate you being here today. Very articulate. Dr. Liza Mack.
Good afternoon, welcome.
Hi. Angang, aluk tatu asakta cooking. Hello and good afternoon. I'm Dr. Liza Mack. I was born and raised in King Cove. I'm here today to talk about a little bit of the history of our region. The Aleutian people who live along the coast of the South Alaska Peninsula have been there since time immemorial. The Aleuts, or Unanga, have continuously used the abundant natural resources, including the ocean and all of its wealth, to survive during our time in occupation. The archaeological record supports both the continued occupation and the hunting and fishing of our waters and around our region. And it further acknowledges the contribution the Aleut people have played in the ecosystem. Fishing played a key role in where our ancestors settled. Villages have always been located near the sea and salmon streams. To this day, all of our communities are tied to the fishing industry. The fishing industry has allowed us to remain in the place that we have called home for thousands of years. All of our communities are a consolidation of many other communities that have been abandoned for various reasons, many of them economical. As you just heard Billy say, that a lot of our towns are ghost towns. We have had to change, we have had to move, and we have had to consolidate. In previous Board of Fish meetings, we have had to prove to outsiders and insiders that we are in fact local, we are in fact native, and we do have the right to fish. The entirety of our region was completely occupied 7,000 years ago. We have evidence of subsistence activities that date back 10,000 years. From the time of the contact in the 1740s, we have been adapting to changes in the structure of governance that allows us to continue harvesting and also harvesting our own resources. We, like all other Native groups, have incorporated new methods of technology that have contributed to the continued success of our people. We have used our traditional knowledge about the land, sea, and animals to become advocates of our own heritage, proving time and again that we are the stewards of our land, and we do deserve the right to the resources that we have used for generations. Our people know and understand the land and the sea, as well as the behaviors of the animals, and we know this well enough to make educated decisions about what is best for our people, our communities, our resources, our fisheries, our fleets, and our future. The fabric of our communities is woven together through the seasons that were dictated first by fish and now are dictated both by fish and policy. We operate around the season openers, we travel to meetings, and where we are fighting to keep hold of the resources that defines us as a people. The State of Alaska Constitution states that the fish are a common resource to be used by all residents. The same resource provides the cornerstone that feeds our communities, both literally and figuratively. Just in closing, thank you, Madam Chair and distinguished commissioners. I would like to say that I just appreciate your time to listen to my testimony. And if you go back to RC 030 in 2016, everything that I just said is pretty much in that same testimony from 10 years ago.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Chamberlain.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mack. Are the people of the Aleut region able to subsistence harvest currently?
It's the same. We subsistence fish and we commercial fish at the same time. They aren't separate where we're from. As other people who gave testimony mentioned, when the fish come in, we can it, we jar it, we smoke it, we freeze it, we use it to feed our families, and it is fished at the same time as commercial fishing.
Are there any challenges to that?
Yes, there are challenges to that. With the decreased fishing time, we are seeing less fish.
Thank you.
Can I ask what your doctoral degree is in?
Indigenous Studies.
Nice.
I wrote about Aleut leadership and policy, political ecology, and how spaces like this define us as people, how being an advocate for our resources is important, and how all of these spaces are negotiated, and all these, the landscape is negotiated, and so is the access to our resources, and also why access to resources is important for our culture and our cultural continuity.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Well done. Okay, thank you for your testimony. Paige Lundgren. After Paige, we'll hear from Peter Devine Jr., Grayson Wilson, Warren Wilson, and Roseanne Pletnikoff. Welcome, Paige.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Paige Lundgren. I stand before you as an Anungan woman and a mother, and a generational fisherwoman, the first fisherwoman in my family, and a supporter of Area M. I was raised in Sandpoint, Alaska, in a life built on the water, like most from my home. From the time I could remember, I was taught the importance of fish. It was what allowed us to build our roads, our schools, our lives. In my grandmother's kitchen, I learned the process to prepare our traditional foods. On the beaches and out on the water, my grandfather taught me to harvest with patience and respect. We harvest so that we can continue to live on the lands of our people, the lands that we have inhabited for thousands of years. My grandfather, who was born in Unga, still brings me back to his home village. It was once a thriving, lively place. He told me of the docks where fish was hauled from the dories and salted right on the dock. He told me of large gardens that families grew so that they could have fresh fruits and vegetables. He told me of the dance halls where people gathered and laughed all night. Now when I see Unga, I see something different, something lost. Old boards that were once homes, a school reduced to frames, a collapsed steeple that was once a church. I remember looking at his face as he told his stories. You could see the grief of watching your home fade into a memory. That has never left me. I'm now a mother, and I'm afraid that history is repeating itself. I do not want my child to inherit empty harbors and boarded homes. I want him to inherit a community that is still alive, alive with laughter of children, the knowledge of culture, and full of opportunities. I want my son to have the opportunity to attend the camps that I did, where he learns the dances of our people, our language, and our traditions. Our communities are not disposable. Our waters are not war zones. They are a place of knowledge, knowledge that the elders and the scientists have shared with you. When you make these decisions, you are shaping whether our children grow up with stories of survival or stories of loss. Please protect our right to fish, protect our communities, protect the generations who cannot stand here today to speak for themselves. One day they will ask what we did when it mattered, and I want to tell them that we fought and conserved for them. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Thanks. Peter Devine Jr. Hi, Peter.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Peter Devine Jr. I'm a tribal member of the Chowantaigunnan Tribe of Sandpoint. I wear many hats in our tribe, representing our marine mammals, our birds, our fishing rights. I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to speak on traditional knowledge and cultural panel yesterday. That was, nice to, talk about who we are and where we're from. I was kind of disappointed that a lot of people, use that extra minutes to beat up on us, over the chum salmon issue, when through their CDQ groups, they are also part of the cause of the decline of the chum salmons. I am opposed to any further restrictions in our fisheries in Area M. With over 5 decades of fishing in the Shimgan Islands and Unimak, I've seen enough taken from us. My grandson is a 5th-generation fisherman. He was number 10 to testify yesterday. At 15, he stepped up to the plate and asked his grandma if he could give me a chance to run the boat and permit. So that permit was going to go on the market. It was going to leave town, so he stopped the sale of that. I took him out to Cape Divine, which was named after our family, and showed him how to fish out there. And last year he went on his own with another crew member, and did quite well, doubled what I showed him from the year before, so. Any further restriction time will not give him a chance. The permit that he stopped from being sold was owned by his great-grandfather, Peter Klugen, so pretty proud of him for stepping up and not only doing that, but coming here and battling for our rights, you know, like I've been doing for over 27 years now. It's been a pretty rough start for me this year. December 30th, I joined the Zipper Club, had a triple bypass, so happy to be here and fighting for our rights. But the good news is, doctor told me I got another 30 years, so I'll probably see some of you another 10 times. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Peter. Any questions? Ms. Irwin and then Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Devine. I'm over here. I was wondering if you were interested in letting us know what you brought up to the table with you, if that's of significance.
Yes, this is a traditional bentwood hat that I made. I just got it back from my cousin from King Cove, Dustin Newman. He did the painting for me. I have no problem building them and forming them, but you know, when it comes to articulating and putting something on them, you know, it takes me a while. This one I actually made in 2010, so it's taken 16 years to get it this far. At that time, I was teaching a bentwood hat making class over at Alaska Native Heritage Center. The sides here, you know, supposed to show raven wings. The top here is made out of buffalo horn, walrus ivory, and bear claw.
Thank you. Mr. Wood.
Oh, preserve your health and stay away.
No, it seems to be getting easier, so I think I'll be back for a few more times anyway. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Grayson Wilson. Hi, Grayson, welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Just to let you guys know, I got a palate expander yesterday, so I kind of have a lisp, so don't mind that. My name is Grayson Wilson. I am Aleut and a member of the QT tribe of Sandpoint and was raised in Sandpoint, Alaska, but now reside in King Cove. I am 14 years old and I have been fishing on a seiner all my life in Area M. Starting when I was just 9 years old, going on the boat with my father, I learned many valuable lessons like patience, safety, and the interconnectedness of fishing and family. Before long, I learned how to watch for jumpers and help bring the net in. My great-grandparents fished, my grandparents fished, my parents fished, and now I fish. My elders talk about times when we were able to fish earlier in the year and for longer hours. However, this is something I have never got to experience. After having lost both my parents, I now fish with my uncle in King Cove on a gill netter. When I am not spending my days on the water in the summer, I am in school. After I finish high school, I would like to continue my education in college, becoming a marine biologist. And one day, I might even be able to help my community and the state as a biologist and continue to fish in the summers. An unfortunate situation has happened with the state of fisheries. As a student in a small school, I have been taught to lean on others for help, and as an Indigenous person, I've been taught to work with others to create a solution. What is happening today is neither of those things. I ask, as a student, as an Aleut, and as the next generation, that we use these lessons I've been taught. There's a way forward, but not just as Unangat, but as Indigenous people. We have used our technology to survive for thousands of years, and now we have science to continue to survive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Grayson. You did so great, and you articulated very well. So we understood you perfectly, at least I did. Mr. Godfrey has a question.
Just out of curiosity, Grayson, how old are you?
I'm 14.
Very impressive.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you for your testimony today. Warren Wilson?
Welcome.
The gal that just spoke was my new daughter. I want to refer to RC 106 that I submitted to the gal over there. It's kind of a longer version of what I have here. Madam Chair, members of the board, for the record, my name is Warren Wilson. I am a proud member of the Ogdowa tribe from King Cove. Been fishing out of my hometown for 40 years as a seine, drift, and set netter. My family spent their summers fishing on our 40-foot gill netter. Currently, I'm the mayor of King Cove. In 2003, our Peter Pan Seafoods closed their doors. We are now in the third year without the city's main source of income, which was a 2% raw fish tax that averaged about $1 million in revenue, and the state raw fish tax that averaged around $400,000 per year. Salmon provided about 25% of those totals. Peter Pan started the salmon cannery in 1911, had a long history of 112 years of canning salmon up until 2023 when it was closed. I know that for one, the main reasons for this closure was the restrictions placed on the June and July fisheries back in the 80s and 90s. Due to the lower abundance that a salmon being caught, that was when Peter Pan diversified and started doing the whitefish during the pollock A and B seasons. That gave them the ability to process year-round with canned, frozen salmon, cod, pollock, sablefish, halibut, king, tanner, apelio, Dungeness crab. Now that's one heck of a buffet, but now it's gone. With our main source of revenue gone, the services that we provide the community with our public safety, police and fire departments, electrical utility, we are blessed to have 2 hydro units, water, sewer, solid waste, and the King Cove's #2 diesel and gasoline distribution facilities, and our boat harbor department. We cut personnel and implemented a wage freeze, and we have 2 more years of reserve cash to sustain the current level of services to our community. We also see the decrease in the population after the Peter Pan plant shuttered. King Cove's population in 2026 is 383. In 2023, our population was 886. This is a decrease of 480 people, approximately 400 of which was Peter Pan's plant folks, and 60 to 80 residents moving out of our community. It is sad to see our community losing its residents. The proposals to further restrict the June and July fisheries, we have seen in the past the same proposal repeatedly presented to this board. Must remember that our state has the best quality of wild fish on the world stage. I support proposal 134. King Cove is now faced with our own, there's 2 more paragraphs, really short? No?
Sorry.
Okay, well,
Paragraphs don't sound short.
Huh?
Paragraphs don't sound very short to me.
Oh.
But I'll give you 1 sentence. How about that?
Okay, well, our only freight line is cut back to 1 month sailing into our King Cove port, and it's pretty hard to see our only other food source being cut also. So restrictions on our fishery, that's unsustainable for our community to even survive here. It is, we're in dire straits, we're in critical condition, not on life support yet, but it's going to be soon. So if we want to attract another processor into King Cove, we can't have the restrictions that have been placed upon us in the past. But we are living with them. We were able to, but it's getting pretty hard to do right now.
Do you still have your store there? Does your store still operate?
Yeah, the AC store is there, and the other locally owned store is not there anymore. And the corporation just bought that hardware store and grocery store and liquor store, and hopefully we'll be able to reopen the grocery part of it in 3 or 4 years, but we do have the liquor store and the hardware part we might open in 2 years.
Good. Well, I hope you're able to do that. You know, I had the privilege of being a guest of the Aleutian's East Borough down there a couple of years ago. I think it was 2022, the year before the plant closed, and it was a really impressive plant. It was really cool to see that old cast iron machinery still working just as it was intended to do 100 years later. I'd like to see it going again too, you know, for sure.
Well, thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity to speak today to the board here and participate in the process of the Board of Fish, and I'll be available for committee if needed.
Thank you for your testimony today. Roseanne Pletnikoff. Hi, welcome.
To kick my dad out of the chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Roseanne Pletnikoff. I'm the daughter of Warren Wilson and Brenda Wilson, an Ununga commercial fishing family in King Cove, Alaska. I'm also an Odagowa tribal member and shareholder. Fishing is not just what we do, it is who we are as well. I've been part of the Area M commercial fishing family since I was a baby. I grew up on the water, I grew up fishing, I grew up running the halls of these Board of Fish meetings. Year after year, I watched my parents and my community members fight to keep this fishery open, and those experiences shaped me. And Area M is more than a management area on a map. It is our families, it is our livelihood, our culture, and the survival for the communities of King Cove, just like King Cove. Every summer growing up, I fished. Today, I bring my own children home and learn how to catch, process, and put away fish for the season. This is how knowledge is passed down, and this is how our culture survives. And for the Aleutian region, the fisheries have always been our resource. Other regions may have mining, forestry, tourism, or oil, but fishing is what sustains our communities on the water. Area M fishermen operate under some of the most heavily regulated and monitored systems in Alaska, and fishing under strict time constraints and constant oversight, and we follow the rules and we sacrifice, we adapt, and year after year we carry the burden of issues that are far bigger than our fishery. There are many factors impacting the salmon returns in Alaska, and these forces are bigger than Area M. They're bigger than the state of Alaska. And holding one small fleet responsible for complex, large ecosystems and changes it's not sound management. And the Area M families have already endured instability, closures, and economic uncertainty, and further restrictions would not solve the larger problem affecting salmon stocks that would be direct harm on these hardworking families and coastal communities that depend on this fishery to survive. And what I respectfully ask the board today is to base decisions on, again, sound management, comprehensive data, and fairness, and not pressure or perception. Please do not single out Area M fishermen for challenges driven by global and multi-regional factors. Our family deserves stability, our communities deserve opportunity, and this fishery deserves fact-based management. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Roseanne. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Let's round out the Wilson family. Brenda, welcome you back to the microphone.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the members of the board. Thank you for allowing me to be here to speak. My name is Brenda Wilson. I'm an Alaska Native, Unungan, from Area M, the great-granddaughter of John Gardner Sr., who was a salmon fishing guide who worked with National Geographic to document and collect data on all aspects of the Area M region in the early 1900s. The management and scientific data is a cornerstone of our family. The science needed to adhere to, and the science is clear, needs to be adhered to, and the science is clear. We have data, we have stock assessments, we have decades of observation, both from the Western science and the indigenous knowledge. When the data shows conservation concerns, our local fishermen respond. We have windows that we accept. We've reduced fishing time, we've tied up when asked, we've given and given again to protect the resources. If conservation is truly the goal, then accountability must be consistent across all sectors. Pro-area management works because it is place-based, it's responsive, it's rooted in the understanding that local communities depend directly on healthy stocks. When you protect an area, you protect the people who have the deepest stake in its sustainability. Science and data and evaluation must be the foundation of our decisions, Not politics, not pressure, not short-term gain. The resource belongs to the future as much as it belongs to us. Unaddressed factors is the impact of the CDQ trawl fisheries in the Bering Sea. The bycatch associated with these operations represent a significant and ongoing concern, particularly in relationship to the Western Alaska salmon stocks, including those affecting the Yukon River and Kuskokwim regions, which I feel very much for. I have family up in the region, and it's created a battle zone. So while neighboring regions have struggled to confront the impacts of their own fishers, Area M has instead adapted. These are not abstract impacts, they are deeply personal, affect livelihoods, mental health, and cultural continuity. A couple of days ago during the traditional knowledge testimony, we heard important observations of warming river temperatures in AYK, overfishing pressures, contamination, habitat disruption, and storm-damaged river systems that all are contributing to reduced subsistence chum harvest in the region. It's not a habitat you can survive in. They need to clean up their areas and make them habitable. These are complex and multifaceted issues that cannot be attributed to one area or one fleet. It is also important to recognize timing. Testimony noted the majority of chum harvest on the Yukon River occur around mid to late May, but at that same time, Area M has not even begun to fish in its directed June fishery. The implications that our fishery is driving these declines does not align with the timing or the data. These management decisions also created divisions amongst us Alaska Native communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Ms. Wilson? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think this is a nice place to pause. Let's go ahead and take our afternoon break, come back on the record at 3:30. And we'll start with Jamie Dushkin and William Dushkin Jr. Thank you.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Time is 3:35, and we're going to continue with public testimony, and I would like to welcome Jamie Dushkin. Welcome.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. I'm here today to express myself on how Area M is very important to me and my family in 3 minutes. Like, my life depends on it, and yes, it does. Fishing is all I know and what my family has been doing for years. I've fished with my grandfather, my dad, my uncle, aunt, nephew, and cousins. We've all supported our families on land and at seas. From fishing, we've been able to keep food on our tables, clothes on our backs, and the bills are lowered. I grew up beach seining. It's where it all started. My name is Jamie Dushkin. I was born in Anchorage, Alaska, and raised in my village of False Pass, Alaska. I was lucky to have married my best friend, my love of my life, Billy Dushkin. We grew up together around fishing. Now we're doing it together. We live and work together in Sandpoint, Alaska, and that's where we fish and live and call home. In the past couple of years, I started my own in-home child daycare. In the past couple of years, I started my own home child, taking care of my niece and nephew. I've been teaching them how to ask for help and how to treat one another. However, I am reaching out to you today for your assistance in keeping Area M open and to minimize the number of closures. I am the aunt who loves her little love bugs and worry for their future. And so from the bottom of my heart, please think of us Aleuts and our families and also our communities on how this will affect our livelihood. Fishing has been my primary source of income, and we're worried about the future of our families. My family is hanging on by a thread with the way it is. On top of that, we've been plagued with mechanical issues and boat problems. So on top of piling expenses and the reduction of fishing time the way it is, if we lose any more, I'm not sure how we are going to survive. Fishing is especially, salmon fishing is our primary source of income, and all throughout Area M. All of the people that live and call the communities of Area M home, I'm afraid won't be able to survive if we get drastic or even reductions in fishing time. I kindly request your support in ensuring that Area M remains open and accessible for fishing. Your actions will make a significant difference in the lives of our families and communities. Thank you for your attention and time in this matter.
Thank you, Jamie. Appreciate your testimony. Any questions? I'm going to guess that sitting right next to you is William Dushkin Jr.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board. Appreciate your time. Yep. My name is William Dushkin Jr. I live and fish out of Sandpoint, Alaska, and I'm submitting my comments today in strong opposition to any and all proposals that would hurt the communities by reducing our fishing time in Sandpoint. Any addition of fishing time would and has done long-lasting damage and harm, not only to the businesses and families around Sandpoint, but to all the communities up and down Area M as well. Now, we've heard a lot of back and forth and science data, but the one thing I didn't hear throughout these whole meetings is what really got us into this. You know, when the limited entry program came into play back in 1975, there was let's see here, it said that one of the things it was supposed to do, it was in partly motivated and desired to prioritize the local Alaskans over the non-residential fishermen. And when that came up, they broke the seine permits down in 4 categories. You had your primarily set netters and gill netters that would gill net through June and July, and then they would beach seine out of little skiffs with their little boats for August for chums and humpies. And then you'd get your little bigger boats like the ones that the wife and I have. They were just like the boats in Chignik. And those guys were big enough to fish the capes, but they still lived off the lagoon, so we needed the shallow boats. And that's when the lagoons were open, like Christensen's, Urillo, everything up in Marjovi. And by mismanagement, God, we miss Arnie Shaw. You guys just killed those areas. Not you guys, but Fish and Game just killed all those fisheries. And we depended on them. And the third ranking of the permits were to like the little bit bigger boats from 52 to 46, you know, the guys that can go out and pot fish as well. And the smallest sample of permits that were given were to the limit seiners, the big fat boys, because there wasn't very many of them back then. And when those big boats wanted to come up from Seattle, I might lose my market for saying this because my whole market comes up from Seattle. But anyway, they used to have to go into the local communities and hire a local from one of those communities that owned the permit to go out and fish. And then with all the restrictions and the price drops, you could just go look at the values of the permits and see when the big crash, I think it was early 2000s came, because when I was growing up, I graduated in 2000, and playing basketball all up and down the region, everybody and their uncle had a permit. I mean, well, not everybody, but you know, the majority of the permits were local. And that worked for us. The communities were thriving. You could just go back and look at the censuses from now to back then. And yeah, because the smallest part, and now 3/4 of our fleet is the big limit seiners, you know. And that just look at it. You can see, like, from all the times there was less gear, less boats in the water in June and July, because the smaller seiners that beach seined, they didn't go out on the capes and fish, you know. They stuck to the streams until when we did catch our chum salmon, they were beach seining, so that they weren't traveling fish. You know, we were fishing outside lagoons and everything. My family's been doing this forever. I got a chum river named after my family. It's called Dushkin's Lagoon. Look it up on the map.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you bringing up that perspective, because you're right, we haven't really heard that aspect of it, and I think that that's a really important consideration in terms of, you know, the intent of the permits and the CFEC and how that ended up working and the impacts on especially our areas. So I appreciate you bringing that up. I think that was really important. Any questions? Mr. Wood?
Which one of those permits do you own now?
I own a seine permit that was, my father just passed away a couple years ago, and he was one of the original recipients of the permits from Alaska, and it was brought down to me. And you guys heard my boy, William Dushkin III, speak, and I hope this fishery is around long enough so I can give it to him.
Thank you for that perspective. I think that was impactful.
Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Melissa Hobson? Melissa Hobson, followed by Ben Mobeck Sr., Andrew Manos, and Taylor Lundgren. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Melissa Hobson, and I'm Inupiaq and a member of the native village of Barrow. I have siblings who grew up in Galena, and I went to elementary school in Naknek. My time in Bristol Bay is what shaped my life and where I learned the importance of subsistence fishing. Salmon has always been a part of my life, not as an industry first, but as food, culture, and identity. Through marriage, my life became deeply connected to Area M. My children are becoming fifth-generation fishermen. Fishing is not a new chapter for our family. It's a continuation of generations who have worked the water, provided for their families, and remained rooted in coastal communities because of that opportunity. I understand what it means when freezers are empty, to depend on fish not just for income, but for survival and culture. I also understand that commercial fishermen in Area M are not separate from subsistence, but they are rooted in it first. They fish commercially, yes, but they are also Alaska Native families who put up fish, who share food, and who teach their children how to harvest responsibly, just like most other people in this room. 5 years ago, my sister brought my daughter to Galena for the first time. Her favorite memory was the river. She talked about that great big river constantly. What fascinated me most was that she was able to swim in the Yukon River for hours. It was warm enough for a 4-year-old child to experience it for the day. That memory stays with her. The changes we are seeing in our rivers and oceans are real. The changes facing salmon are complex, they're environmental, they're broad, they are not simple, and they are not caused by one group of fishermen or one region. There are real hardships happening in the AYK and other regions. I do not dismiss that, but further restricting Area M because other regions are suffering is not the answer. That is not supported by the science in front of you. It would be a disservice just not to Area M communities, but to the board itself if decisions were made based on emotion or regional tension rather than the scientific record. You are entrusted to manage fisheries without bias. You are entrusted to listen to the data, and that is your responsibility to all Alaskans. Area M fishermen have already faced reductions. They have adapted. They are operating under Titan management. They have demonstrated stewardship, and they care deeply about sustainability because their children are the ones who will inherit this fishery. When we talk about restricting Area M, we are talking about restricting the ability of young people to stay in their communities, to build families, to carry forward traditions. We are talking about dismantling stability in places that rely almost entirely on fishing to function. We live in a world of hearsay. We hear that this region is responsible. We hear that this fish belongs here or there. But salmon do not carry passports. They don't recognize political boundaries. These fish travel thousands of miles through shared waters. They are part of interconnected ecosystems that no single region controls. Protecting Area M is protecting communities that are doing their part. I urge you to uphold your mission, follow the science, and reject further restrictions that are not supported by evidence.
Thank you. Any questions for Melissa? Thank you for your testimony today. Ben Mobick, Sr. Well, I've been waiting all day to hear from you.
I waited all day for this.
Good to see you. Welcome to the board.
Is this thing working here? Oh, yeah. Okay. Paul of Harbor Tribe. My name is Ben Mobick, Sr. I fished my whole life. I started fishing when I was 10 years old with my dad. I'm 81, and now I have fished for 70 years. Fishing is how I support my family and pay my bills. Before catching my first fish, it'll cost me $30,000 just to get ready. That includes gear, fuel, repairs, insurance, and supplies. That is a big investment. When I first started fishing was Monday to Friday, and later we fished for the full month of June, and now we are fishing down to hours. A short fishing openings do not work for set net fishermen. The weather often stops us from fishing. If the wind is blowing, we cannot safely set or pull our nets. If we have to move during the weather, moving gear takes time. Everything goes into the skiff, lines, buoys, and nets. The skiff is fully loaded, and in bad weather it is a safety problem. Weather and traveling time cuts into fishing time. If we cannot fish, we cannot support our family. We need more fishing time to make a living. Longer openings in July. If fishing is closed or restricted more, many of us will struggle to survive. Please do not cut out our time down anymore. Thank you.
Well done. Good job. And you had time left over.
You mean I made it?
You made it.
Oh, last time I was here, I didn't.
I remember that.
You do.
But help me remember, you set net, correct?
Yeah, I set net.
Yeah.
I say into once in a while, but I give it all to my son, so.
Yeah. Does your family set net in what area? What area does your family
Oh,
set net
Area
in?
M, Area M.
Well, where, like what area in Area M? Are you in Southeast District mainland, or are you, where are you at?
Well, I got the mainland site, but I can't get over there because it's closed for, I don't know how many years.
Yeah.
But I fish out in Nagai, out in Mountain Point, where the swells are 20 foot.
Okay.
That's
Thank
where I
you.
fish shimmigans. I guess you call them shimmigans.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Any questions? Well, I appreciate you coming back. It's good to see you again, sir, as always.
Okay, I'll see you in 3 more years.
God willing. Andrew Manos. Welcome, Andrew.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Andrew Manos, and I'm the owner and operator of the Cape St. Elias, based out of King Cove. Today, I am speaking in support of the Adaptive Management Plan and to share my experience participating in it. I was involved in the program in 2022 and again in 2023, when the board officially adopted and supported it. I'd like to go back to my first season in 2009. That June, a fellow fisherman called me and said it was time to take a break because too many chums were moving through. So we anchored up, had a sandwich, and waited for the next tide. Throughout my career, we have self-managed our chum harvest. We have relied on in-season harvest reports and generational knowledge to keep our chum catch down. Conservation has always been part of how we fish. In 2021, that system broke down. Due to a confidentiality issue, the in-season harvest reports did not accurately reflect the overall catch. This change was unknown to me and much of the fleet because it had never been an issue before. When the season ended and we saw the final numbers, we were shocked. Our June harvest was nearly double what the in-season reports had shown. I knew the harvest was high, but I had no idea how high. I felt blindsided, and I want to be clear that I do not hold any resentment towards the department, but that year was a real wake-up call. In 2022, we all wanted to do better. The fleet and our processors came together in an unprecedented collaboration. I was given daily access to in-season processing numbers throughout June. That meant I could see where fish were being caught and in what volume. It was humbling. Every day someone caught more fish than I did. But it gave us something we desperately needed: accurate and timely information. We appointed a 7-fisherman board to review the daily data and help guide voluntary fleet decisions. It wasn't perfect, but it worked. With reliable information, we significantly reduced our chum harvest on the South Peninsula. The Adaptive Management Plan continues to reduce chum harvest rates, but it has come at a cost. We have been extremely conservative. It is now very difficult to fish June profitably. Waking up at 5 a.m., making 3 sets, anchoring up, and then trying 3 more sets in the afternoon, hoping the chum abundance has dropped, has become routine. At one point last season, we were all drifting around watching the Chignik Weir live cam just to remind ourselves what a sockeye looked like. We are carrying the burden of conservation. My personal June production has been cut in half over the past 3 years compared to the rest of my career. Any additional loss of time or area will make it very difficult to even cover fuel. I care deeply about this area and this fishery. I want to continue participating as a salmon fisherman in Area M. I respectfully ask the board to recognize both the conservation progress we have made and the economic realities we are all facing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Andrew. Any questions? Ms. Irwin?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Manos, for your testimony and for traveling to the meeting. I'm really interested in this adaptive management, and I recognize that there's confidentiality and the board can't have access to exactly when those stand downs took place and exactly like how long. But as somebody who participated in that, could you give me a vague understanding and idea of like the number of stand downs and how many hours that kind of looked like? I'm just really trying to understand because I don't have any data in front of me to show when you guys did this. So I just want to get a better idea.
Yeah, I think we have an RC and it kind of spells that out more accurately than I could give it to you, because I think you've kind of been getting that it can be an everyday, multiple times a day, and across different areas. So just roughly, I think we have around 310 hours, and we've been fishing 180, 200. Those are rough numbers, but it's been a significant reduction.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks for your testimony today. Taylor Lundgren, followed by Elijah Gunderson, Dan Verheusen, and Jared Danielson. Hey, Taylor.
Am I live? No. Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Taylor Lundgren. I'm a local commercial fisherman of Sandpoint for the last 30 years. I'm proud to say my crew is 100% local who depend on this fishery for their livelihoods. I'm submitting this comment in opposition to Proposal 148. I'm against adopting Proposal 148 or any measure that would restrict gear depth. Excuse me. These type of restrictions have a real and immediate economic impacts on working fishermen and crew without clear evidence that they would provide meaningful conservation benefits. Proposed gear changes would be very costly and nearly impossible for the fleet to comply with by the start of the season. Imposing this proposal would create a lot of unknowns with regard to cost and feasibility. Each boat, seiner, has 2 nets, some 3, so this cost would be multiplied respectfully. Also, gear is stored locally, and it would be extremely expensive to send gear away for modification. This, on top of modifying nets, quickly proves to be unrealistic for the entire fleet. The fleet-wide cost could exceed $2 million. Additionally, there's a limited number of companies who work on seine gear. I've also served as one of the elected members helping implement and enforce the adaptive management program since inception, which has been proven very successful approach. This program allows fishermen to respond in real time, chum salmon presence, and has demonstrated that conservation objectives can be met without imposing broad prescriptive regulations. We make our nets work toward conservation by taking them out of the water, not by cutting them up. Because of this, issues related to chum salmon avoidance are already being effectively addressed through Area M's self-management and adaptive management framework. I'm also opposed to any proposals that would restrict time in Area M due to chum salmon or Chignik sockeye, as these concerns are already managed through the existing adaptive management in-season process. I support conservation, sustainable management of salmon stocks, but management actions should be based on sound data and balanced to avoid unnecessary harm to the commercial fleet. I urge the board to reject Proposal 148. We know how our nets currently fish. Gear modification proposals will change fishing behavior and will have unknown effects on our adaptive management strategy. I am the author of Proposal 154, and I also support Proposal 188, which would support meaningful Dutch Harbor bait fishery. Thank you.
Thank you, Taylor. Any questions? Ms. Rowan.
Thank you, Taylor. My question is just, do you participate in the post-June fishery?
Pardon me?
Do you participate in the post-June fishery?
Through the chair. Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Yeah, Taylor, I have 2 questions. One is, is there a history behind the seine net depth? Has that changed over time or remained pretty stagnant, the depth of the seine nets?
It's remained pretty stagnant for the past years. It used to be deeper, more strips.
And do you know why the net depth was changed?
I don't recall.
Okay. And then secondly, the one proposal on herring, the herring stock that you're considering is local to this, to the South Peninsula?
Yeah, so there's 3 sections. There's a Pavlov section, a King Cove section, and a Shumagan Island section.
And they're a stock unto themselves, not related to Kodiak or?
No. They've been proven to just be Gulf specific.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for your testimony, Taylor.
Thank you.
Elijah Gunderson.
Hi, Elijah. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Elijah Gunderson. My life began in King Cove and Sandpoint, surrounded by the strong men and women who fished these waters long before me. I first started fishing at 16, and I am here in strong opposition to Proposal 127 through 136. I'm not here for sympathy. I'm here to defend the economic engine of our region. For years, our fleet has been getting pushed closer and closer to the edge. We have endured 5 years of abysmal harvests and the shutdown of Peter Pan Seafoods, which has greatly affected our region as well. The half-decade of survival mode fishing leaves us no margin for error. Adding more restrictions to June is an overreach that ignores reality. Proposing these closures is like hammering nails into a coffin and asking if you have enough air down there. You cannot suffocate a community's ability to operate and then claim you are checking on its health. To our neighbors in Chignik and Western Alaska, we know the pain of empty nets. But we must be honest, closing or significantly limiting our June opener does not put fish back in your rivers. It simply creates a second disaster on top of the first. Doing this will slowly destroy our town while we are trying to stay afloat. The board must understand the economics of our season. You cannot make up for a missed June in August. We have already stepped up. Our fleet implemented voluntary closures managers have called excellent. We have proven we are professional stewards who manage a run without mandate. Taking away our prime June sockeye openers ignores the discipline and sacrifices we have already made. We are an indomitable people. We look toward the horizon for those booming seasons where the salmon are so thick the ocean looks like a shimmering carpet of silver and blue. We want our children to see that, but we will only get there if we have a foundation to stand on, and that foundation cannot be built on proposals 127 through 136. These proposals would set our 2026 season up for failure. We take voluntary closures seriously and we execute them well. Don't close us down in June. Don't penalize the fishermen already doing the work. Reject these restrictions and protect June opener so our families can have a future. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Swenson has a question.
Hey, Elijah, thanks for your testimony there. So if you guys get days taken away in June, how does that affect your ability, your adaptive, ability? Would that cause you to catch more chum later?
I don't believe so. This last season, when we were fishing, I remember sitting in the skiff, and we were just watching, waiting, and waiting for fish. The red seasons have been pretty slim. Oh, what was that?
That was the end of your time, but you were asked a question. He
okay.
forgot to stop the timer,
Okay.
sorry.
But I don't know how that would affect it, and I'm sure there's someone here that's better fit at answering that question.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for your testimony today. Dan Verheusen. After Dan Verheusen, we'll hear from Jared Danielson, Edward Kraus, Devin Cosbrook, Ethan Shangan, and Axel A. Copen. Hi, Dan.
Madam Chair and board members, my name's Dan Verheusen. I've been fishing up here in Alaska most of my life, and I've been fishing out there in Dutch Harbor for herring for the last 38 years straight. I support 188. I don't think it's gonna take any food from anyone's mouths, and it'll definitely help the state, the fisheries in the Bering Sea. I don't see any harm to it at all. And thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Any questions? Ms. Irwin?
Yeah, thank you, Dan. Thank you for coming to the board. My question is just, did you engage in any conversations with the Togiak community in the creation of this proposal?
I have talked to some Togiak folks about this.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks for your testimony today. I don't see any other questions.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Jared Danielson? Is Jared here? Edward Kraus? Devin Cosbrook? Hi, Devin, welcome.
Madam Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. My name is Devin Cosbrook. I'm a third-generation fisherman. I'm a commercial and subsistence fisherman in the Chignik area. Growing up on my dad's boat and at fish camp, I used to watch them work every day without breaks, not worrying about any restriction on the fishery or what the next fish announcements are going to say. Today is different. We fish 2 days a week, asking ourselves and hoping that we're going to be a good asking ourselves and hoping that there's going to be a good count of fish for the day. In the past few years, we couldn't fish at all. It is not something I wanted to witness in my lifetime. It was devastating when we couldn't put fish away for the winter or even put the boats in the water for the season. I remember the days when there were boats all over Chignik. In front of you, beside you, anywhere you'd look, you'd see boats. But now, not even half of the fleet still remains. Boats are going off to other areas to fish or to fill other tendering contracts just to get by. This is not something that we have to endure. With our salmon stock in the area being low, we have to travel out of town to subsistence fish when we used to be able to fish right off the beaches of Perryville. Traveling for subsistence is not easy with the fuel prices we have in our villages. With our salmon stock, Chinook stock, and communities barely scraping by, we need as much help protecting our fish in other areas as well as our own, as much as we could get, so that my community and I can continue to live the lifestyle that we love for generations to come. I wish for a day when our communities and salmon runs will be as strong as they once were. With my testimony today, I wanted to put you in the shoes of a local fisherman and what we have gone through in the last 9 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Devin. Any questions? Good job. Thank you for your testimony. Ethan Shangan? Hi, Ethan, welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the board. My name is Ethan Shangan. I'm a third-generation fisherman and a year-round commercial and subsistence fisherman of the Chignik area. Both our commercial and subsistence fisheries have struggled in the recent years. It is becoming harder for my generation to survive. Our Chinook and sockeye are now designated as a stock of concern. That is something I never imagined I would see in my lifetime. When I was younger, my family would travel to Chignik every spring. The harbor would be full of fish. Harbor would be full of boats. Fishermen filled the docks, and town felt alive. Fishing was strong, and our village was thriving. We relied on fish year-round, not just for income, but for food security and survival through the winter. Today, it is getting harder even to meet our subsistence needs. I've watched the fishery decline in just a handful of years. What was once dependable and abundant has become uncertain and scarce. Many captains have been forced to leave, moving to other areas, taking tendering jobs, or even selling out completely. We no longer get the fishing time we once had. Instead, we sit on the beach waiting for fish to show up, waiting to meet escapement goals, while other areas harvest fish that migrate through our waters. It is difficult to watch others catch fish connected to our system while we struggle to rebuild our own runs. With stock numbers so low, survival, economically, and culturally is becoming nearly impossible. Some families can no longer put away enough fish for the winter. Surrounding communities that depend on Chinook fish are also feeling the strain. I hear stories from our elders how strong this fishery once was, how many boats filled the harbor, and how the community prospered. Today, people are moving away. Our schools are closing. Families are leaving because there is no longer opportunities here. If this tragedy continues, there will be no fishery left in Chignik, and without a fishery, there will be no community. With stronger restrictions in surrounding areas, stricter management, and more accurate stock assessments, our runs will not recover. And if they do not recover, our community will not survive. For the past 9 years, I've watched our home slowly fade. Fewer boats, fewer fishermen, fewer families. Unless meaningful changes are made soon, my family and many others will not have a place to call home. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ethan. Very well timed. You had 8 seconds left. Good job. I don't see any questions for you, so. Up next is Axel A. Copen, followed by Ronan Copen, Harry Kalmakoff Jr., and Mylea Copen. Welcome. You look kind of familiar.
Madam Chair and members of the board, hello. I am Axel Copen Jr., a proud fourth-generation Chignik fisherman. I've been fishing in Chignik my whole life, and I've always wanted to grow up to be just like my dad, grandpa, and great-grandpa, working hard every day and fishing my own boat in the same waters they did. I remember going down the dock and seeing everyone bustling about, getting ready for the upcoming opener, putting seines and gear on board, fueling up, or just catching up with friends or family. There would be 4 or 5 boats next to each other, the whole length of the dock from beach to end on both sides. Even after we got our harbor put in, there was never a dull moment. Nowadays, you'd be lucky to run into one person at the dock, no matter the time of day. Even if there's an upcoming opener, it doesn't matter. There's just nobody around anymore. Recent years have made my dreams much harder to achieve. The past few years have been hard, especially for the few of us who stayed home in Chignik. Due to the lack of our full salmon run returning, we've barely been able to keep our way of life. The smaller runs have made it hard to make enough money to get by. And with such small runs, the city suffers because they rely solely on fish taxes to buy fuel to power the town and to maintain the roads and services. When a community can't support the people leave. Not because they want to, but because they have no other choice. It's really hard to see these things happening at my home, where I never thought they would. It hurts to see a place so beautiful and full of life lose the people that help make it so beautiful. I would like to continue my family tradition that my great-grandfather started, but unless some serious changes happen, I may never get to. I fully support and believe that proposals 110 and 152 will protect our future by decreasing the size of commercial gear and lowering the amount of intercepted fish throughout all areas. In addition, I support and believe that proposals 112 and 141 will protect our Chinook runs across the state by limiting the amount of Chinooks allowed to be caught. And last but not least, I support proposal 133 because I believe it is in the best interest and the prolongation of our fisheries across the state for generations to come. I hope you all can agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Axel. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Ronan Copen, followed by Harry Kalmakoff Jr., Mylea Copen, and Axel Copen. Welcome, Ronan.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Ronan Copen. I am a fourth-generation commercial fisherman from Chignik. But I don't need to talk about that. I don't need to tell you how Chignik was while I was growing up, how full and alive it was. And I definitely don't need to tell you how it is now, the state that my home has been reduced to. Everyone here knows. If you've ever met anyone from Chignik, if you've ever attended one of these meetings, even if you're here to represent Area M, you all know. Yet, we still have to fight to survive. And today it's not just about my community, but the communities within the AYK region as well. Our Chinook run has only reached its escapement goals once since 2019. AYK's chum and Chinook stocks have been even worse. The Alaska Sustainable Salmon Policy states that the burden of conservation must be shared. Yet I don't see that happening. Our Lagoon fleet was forced to sit on the beach 5 days a week throughout July to protect our Chinook stock, while Area M fishermen caught over 17,000 Chinook this last season, some of which were bound for Chignik. We are a conservation first, That's why we are here today, not just for money or to make a few extra bucks. What's important to us is the health of our fish stocks and the future of our home. I've read the comments on proposals submitted by fishermen throughout Area M, and have listened to the testimonies. They mention that if some of these proposals are passed, the future regulations imposed on them would weaken their local economy, reduce their income, force people to move away, schools and local businesses will close, and their sons won't be able to fish there when they grow up. What they are saying might happen to them has already happened to us. Our economy is weak. Our schools have closed. Families were forced to move away. We don't even have a grocery store anymore. Our fleet has been forced to fish other areas, find tendering contracts, or sell out completely just so they have enough to survive. I see the community members within Area M can imagine how tough it can get when not enough fish are caught. So why do they still ask for more fishing time? And why do they oppose conservation proposals within Chignik? While I understand you cannot control all contributing factors responsible for the decline of some salmon stocks, I urge you to take strong action on the factors that you can control. Chignik sockeye, seawack chum, and almost all Chinook are designated as stocks of concern. For their future and the future of our communities, I strongly support proposals 108 through 112, 148, 152, 126, 133, 141, and 136. Thank you.
Thanks, Ronan. Any questions? I don't see any. Good job today. You have a voice for radio. Do you know that? I didn't say a face. I said a voice. Harry Kalmakoff Jr. Welcome, Harry.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Harry Kalmakoff Jr. I was born and raised in Chignik Lake and fished Chignik CMA area all my life. I am here to speak, I guess, in support of Proposal 112, which is to help our stock of concern for Chinook rebound, and also to bring, I guess, the attention to the board and Area M as to what Chignik fishermen and Chignik Advisory Committee is willing to do to help the stock of concern rebound. So, living and fishing there all my life, I've seen how the fishery has gone from when I was small, where we had abundance of salmon returning, and it would always return lots early in the spring, and then in the middle of July, when we started on the second run, we would start to see like an ebb, and then the fish would pick up a little bit, and then we start seeing our kings. But then, along with that, we'd see all these sockeye come in from west of Chignik, where Area M is, and a lot of our fish would come in with these gillnet marks, and we'd see all of that, and that's when our fish would start to go down. And if we started enacting something like Proposal 112, where if there's more than 5,000 kings caught, then we'd be shut down until August 10th. And that would basically be shutting the fishery down for the season for Chignik, because after close to the end of July, early August is pretty much just a scratch fishery. So it's just basically nothing left for the fishermen to be fishing on. So that would be pretty much detrimental for us. And a lot of the kings that I've seen being caught in Chignik Lagoon area, which was very minimal for what was escaping up the river as compared to what is being caught on the outside districts. There was one season where I've seen they caught a lot of kings outside, and in the lagoon there was very little kings caught or being delivered. So that that makes it look kind of funny for Chignik when more kings are being caught outside than in the lagoon.
Thank you, Harry. Are there any questions? Mr. Carpenter?
Yeah, thanks for your testimony. So I noticed last year that about 38 boats participated in the fishery, and that's kind of averaged between 35 and 70 over the last, do those boats fish year-round? Are some of them part-time? I mean, do most of them complete the season?
No, most of them just fish the salmon season in Chignik Lagoon. And I don't know, there's a few that fish the wintertime, cod fishing and stuff like that, but most of it is just Chignik fishermen, small boats that would, I think they would struggle to fish outside, but they don't have, most of them don't have the gear to fish outside.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Up next is Mylea Copen, followed by Axel Copen, Dale Carlson, and Terry Stepanoff. Hi, Mylea, welcome. I hit the button there. There you go.
Madam Chair and members of the board, hello, my name is Mylea Copen. I am a fourth-generation Chignik salmon fisherman. For many of you, Chignik is just a small dot on the map, but for us, it is so much more. It's our community, our connection to the land and the water, our home, and a place that has shaped who I am. I've gone to Chignik every year of my life. Some of my earliest memories are from being on the water, walking the docks, and being jealous that my brothers got to go fishing before me. It's where I learned the value of hard work, patience, and respect for the fish and the people that depend on them. Because I have spent so much of my life there, I have seen the changes throughout the years. I have seen fishing seasons that used to feel full become uncertain. I have seen families who depend on the fish struggle to make ends meet, and I have been a part of one of those families. I have seen the stress and worry grow in a community that has always been strong and hardworking. What concerns me most is that many of these changes are reduced to just numbers on a report and don't truly show how these affect real people. They affect whether families can afford to come back next season, whether young people see a future in fishing, and whether communities like Chignik can stay alive and connected to the traditions and history they are built on. When opportunity disappears from a place like Chignik, the impact spreads quickly. Fewer boats on the water means fewer families returning each summer. It means less activity on the docks, fewer kids growing up in the fishery, and fewer chances for knowledge to be passed down the way it was for me. Once that cycle starts to break, it is very hard to rebuild. Chignik has given so much to my family and to many others. I am speaking today because I want future generations to have the same opportunities and experiences that I was lucky enough to have. With this, I ask you to support proposals 108 through 112 and 141. I also ask that you please keep communities like Chignik in mind when making your decisions. What may seem small on paper carries generations of culture, history, and livelihoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Mylea. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Well done. Axel Copen? Hi, Axel. Welcome back.
I'd say it's good to be back, but. All right. Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Axel Copen, and I'm from Chignik. In 2023, the Board of Fish decided to abdicate its regulatory authority to 7 seiners and 2 processors in Area M and call it adaptive management. These are the same fishermen and processors that are at this meeting opposing any and all fisheries conservation proposals, even those focused solely on Chignik. That's not the mentality I want in charge of managing the largest intercept fishery in the state. The Board of Fish exists to create regulations and allocate between fisheries. The Department of Fish and Game exists to manage those fisheries according to those regulations. But in Area M, that authority has been handed over to individual fishermen in the private sector. If they can regulate and manage better than the board and the Department of Fish and Game, why can't we all? A crucial element of true adaptive management is the ability to assess progress towards accomplishment of an objective. Here, the objective should be to reduce fishing pressure on AYK chum stocks and Chignik-bound sockeye, especially the early run, which is a stock of concern. But the objective of Area M's adaptive management is simply to avoid exceeding a chum cap. With respect to AYK chum, there is no effective way to assess in real time whether these adaptive measures are sufficient to meaningfully reduce fishing pressure in season, when those adaptive measures matter most. You cannot truly know how the effectiveness of those measures are until you know how many of those stocks actually escape back to their natal streams. There's no way to know that in June. And therefore, you cannot truly gauge the effectiveness of those measures until the REM fleet is finished fishing, and by then it's too late. Under this so-called adaptive management model, we are told that there is full compliance by the REM fleet. But where is the information allowing an independent assessment of that compliance? Where is the data documenting the alleged foregone harvest opportunity of every member of the fleet? Where is the data showing that processors employ economic sanctions against members of the fleet who violate these voluntary adaptive measures? Adaptive management of the state's most important common property resource should happen in public, not behind closed doors. Members of the public should know what decisions are being made and who is making them. Under this scheme, the public doesn't know who's making decisions, doesn't know what those decisions are, and has no way to truly determine whether adaptive measures are achieving their intended purpose. This version of adaptive management does not constitute true adaptive management. It lacks verifiable data, enforceable triggers, and accountability, and instead functions as an industry illusion. The board and the department simply must do their job and create enforceable regulations to help conserve depleted stocks traveling through this area. If you want to see a true version of adaptive management, please look at Proposal 112. It gives a great example of true adaptive management in collaboration.
Thank you, Axel. Mr. Chamberlain has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Copen. Can you elaborate on why 112 is a better example of adaptive management?
Yeah. So adaptive management, in adaptive management, you're going to have a primary objective, right? You have to have a focused objective. Proposal 112 has two. It has a primary objective, which is to reduce fishing pressure on our severely depressed king salmon stocks. That's objective number one. So we can achieve our escapement goal in our Chignik River. The secondary objective is to provide harvest opportunity on surplus sockeye while still protecting those stocks. Now, so if you look at Proposal 112, there's a layer of closed areas in the lagoon. It starts up in the upper part of the lagoon and it moves down. Well, we got together as a fleet. I mean, everybody's grown up in Chignik Lagoon that fishes there. I mean, you know where the kings are caught. There's a place called the King Hole in the lagoon. It's a deep spot there. The kings gather up in there, and then they'll stay there for a little while, and then they'll move on and go up the river. So we decided, you find a line down below that, you draw a line, and nobody can fish above that. If that's not enough, close the whole lagoon. And then if that's not enough, you go from there. The restrictions get worse. So the other part of it is it has a mechanism to assess in real time if these measures are working. And that's our daily king salmon escapement counts at the weir. So this real-time assessment allows ADF&G to enact different aspects of the plan, right? To reduce fishing pressure immediately in season, which is what that's what matters most in adaptive management, is you can adapt in season in real time. After the fact is too late. And, this plan gives ADF&G several options to use to execute this management plan. And, the adaptive man will have enforceable regulations that are backed by the state of Alaska. It's not a, trust me, bro. It's actual enforcement, their regulation. And so basically it has a clear objective. It lays out the relevant actions to achieve that objective. The weir count provides daily feedback, allows us to assess, are these actions we're taking, are they good enough? Do we have to change them? You get the feedback in real time because you have daily weir counts. And then we adapt our actions based on that information, that feedback coming back. And so that's adaptive management. You have goals, you have verifiable information, and all of it is controlled by the Alaska Department of Fish and Game and backed by the authority of the state of Alaska. They tell us what to do. But we helped formulate the plan, but they control the adaptive management. It's not us doing it.
Mr. Irwin?
Yeah, thank you, Axel, for that. It sparked a question for me. So with 112, you're saying that real-time data assessment is what helps create that adaptive management tool and it be effective. So without real-time data and assessments, do you think an adaptive management strategy works for CWAC chum in Area M?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Copeland. Couple questions. We've heard a lot here today about interception fisheries. And as I think about different parts of the state, I guess everybody could have a different definition of what an interception fishery is. And I'm just curious if you've thought about what that definition might be for you.
Yeah, I mean, for me, an interception fishery is a fishery that most of their harvest is fish bound for other areas, right? I mean, everybody intercepts a little bit. I mean, everybody always says that, oh, everybody intercepts a little bit. A little bit is one thing, 10%, whatever, but like this June fishery in Area M, it's like 98% interception fishery. There's no escapement concerns there until after July 25th, really. They're not managing for escapement, so it's based solely on picking off fish going to other areas, pretty much. And so, there are areas that do more intercepting, areas that do less. But yeah, I think an interception fishery is one that's, a major portion of that fishery is intercepting stocks bound for other areas.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. And then secondly, when I think about some of the king salmon issues we have around the state, there's different levels, stocks of concern, stocks of management concerns. Do you think that king salmon in general, when we have those action plans in place, that the king salmon harvested should be done as close to the terminus as possible?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to harvest, you mean if you're going to harvest kings?
There's harvest in every fishery of all species, but I
Right.
mean, in general, when you have a stock of concern, like Chignik has a stock of concern for king salmon, I'm just curious about what you feel like the level of harvest should be when that's in place outside of a more terminal area.
Well, I don't think there should be very much harvest on kings no matter where they are at this point. I mean, we don't want to harvest them in Chignik. We have proposals into shallow our nets to avoid kings and everything like that and kind of, close areas down that are high for king harvest. So, but yeah, I don't like to see them harvested anywhere.
Okay.
If they're in that bad a shape.
Thanks.
Mr. Wood, and then Mr. Chamberlain.
Yeah, thank you. So when you're describing adaptive management in 112 or how it's done in the Chignik area, are the fishermen providing the department with the information, where the fish are and how many and when?
Well, the regulations were developed, the proposed regulations were developed based on the fishermen's knowledge of the area.
So just historically,
Yes.
not real-time, like right now, knowledge. It's just the historic knowledge of where they are and when.
Well, up to this last summer, yeah. I mean, those fish go to those spots historically, and this last summer they went to those spots. We have this king hole, and the problem with the way it was managed the last couple of years is that we'd sit on the beach for 5 days, and then when the season opened, it opened right up to the mouth of the river. So a lot of those kings that came and gathered up in the king hole would just get harvested because you're fishing right above the king hole. They decide to move up, and you catch them. So it makes a heck of a lot more sense to keep it closed below the king hole. Once those fish get there, they're home free. They don't have to worry about getting harvested. So, that's the kind of stuff we're talking about, where we sit down, you make a proposal to the board, the board process, you make a proposal, it gets debated, and then it gets, thumbs up or thumbs down, and otherwise, if to compare it to like the Area M adaptive management, we just tell the department, hey, we can manage this better than you can. We'll avoid the chums, leave us alone. Right? I mean, that's basically, we'll avoid the chums, or we'll avoid the kings, leave us alone. This is in regulation, so it's an actual plan. We can track it in real time. We'll know the weir counts daily. They can call us up and say, hey, I'm not getting the kings. Bam. Back to 2 days a week, or out of the lagoon, or whatever. You know, it puts steps in there. It puts, I'm not quite sure.
No, thank you, but are you talking within just the lagoon itself or the whole CMA?
The whole CMA will have restrictions on king harvest.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Mr. Chamberlain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Copen, there was just a question about focusing management plans on the terminus areas. And so I wanted to look at the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers and ask what more they can do in those terminus areas to further conserve Chinook. And absent anything more, where's the next best place to conserve for those areas?
Well, I guess wherever the next place that's catching the most of them would be, I guess. You know, all these restrictions have been placed on the terminal harvest areas, and I get it, right? That's where the fish congregate, so you kind of, you know, you got to restrict there. That's where the rivers are. But if you look at Chignik, right, in 2018, we didn't fish a drop. We didn't get to fish at all. Our runs collapsed, so we didn't get to fish for anything. And we never set a net, and 2018 was our lowest king salmon escapement in history up until 2023. 2020, we didn't drop a net. We didn't fish. Did not make our king salmon escapement. 21, we didn't fish till August when our king run is already pretty much the hay's in the barn. Didn't make our king salmon escapement. You can only do so much as a terminal harvest fishery to ensure your fish come back. We're the perfect case of that. We didn't fish our kings for 3 out of 4 years, and they still didn't come back. And so what else can we do, right? Something else needs to be done. These kings, they're either not surviving in the ocean or they're getting picked off in enough numbers somewhere else. I think the genetic study I saw said something about, I was told the Chignik component was inconsequential because it was about 200 kings. Well, that's 15% of our escapement. I think that's pretty consequential. So when you're sitting on the beach 5 days a week. So, you know, that's my opinion on it. I mean, I don't know what else you do, right?
Thank you, Axel.
Thank you for your testimony today. Dale Carlson, followed by Terry Stepanoff, Chuck McCallan, and Henry Erickson. Hi, Dale, welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Dale Carlson, tribal member of Chignik, lifelong commercial fisherman, subsistence fisherman, permit holder for 43 years. Thank you for this opportunity to have this opportunity to talk to you guys today. I ask you to take a moment and look up and see who you see in this room. I also ask the Chignik fishermen, family, and representatives in the audience just to raise your hand. Chignik's a small representation, but what you might not know is our representation is decreasing year after year. Why is this? Because the inability to fish our traditional ways of fishing are being forced out of Chignik. There's not many of us left fishing. There's only a few of us left. We have a hard time getting the crew to even work there anymore. A lot of the guys are going to other areas to fish. We have not been able to fish our repeated collapses in 2018, 2020, 2021 when Chignik did not meet its escapement. Painfully, while Chignik was closed, other fisheries remained open, forced towards other opportunities for many of the fleet to go elsewhere and other younger fishermen to go to other places. Proposal 108, fishing time in June around Metrophania. This proposal is a hard one for me, but I support it because we have to do something about stopping some of the intercept, what you guys are talking about, immature kings and whatnot. So by closing it in June, letting the chums and kings go through, so I support 108. It's kind of hard, but I fished that area a lot early on. I'm willing to give that up. Proposal 110, reducing the seine depth. I'm also willing to give that up.
It'll catch less fish, but it'll help in conservation. And that's what we're here to do. I mean, from what I've been hearing, I support 111 splitting Metrophania Island into eastern and western districts so it can be managed in 2 separate districts. This would be easier for the department, in my opinion. This should be done in other areas in the state that have immature fish in their certain areas instead of having those self-managed or self-policed fishing areas. I'm skeptical of self-management because we all know that fishermen are not honest with each other. I mean, I'm a fisherman. Some may be, you are sometimes, but when you're catching fish, I've heard from the mouths of various fishermen in this testimony, in this meeting, to chum chucking. This admits putting on record that the practice being done is direct consequence of the board's allowance for self-management. Now that this board has heard this, I ask you, what are you going to do with this information? Because I've heard it a couple of times. They say how they're, and I also heard a testimony earlier about an REM senior said they count every species and every fish that comes aboard. I'm a fisherman. That's pretty impossible to count the fish and separate them out.
Thanks, Dale. Are there any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. If you didn't get to finish it, I encourage you to RC it so we can check it out, and we'll have some time in committee.
Thank you.
too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Terry Stepanoff. Hi, Terry. Welcome.
Morning, or afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board, members of the public. I have lived in Chignik all my life, fished there for many years, both in the Lagoon and the outside districts. Fished the Capes, fishing the Capes and based what I have seen over the years of small fish, I have seen the impacts of long fishing seasons that have greatly impacted our subsistence fishing over the years. We have to remember in the past when I was young, we had 3 runs that used to go into Chignik. And the first one was reds, the second one was mixed fish, and the third one was a little bit of silvers with a lot of reds. Fish and Game will never agree to that there was three runs of fish for our area. They'll always say there was only 2 runs. But the reason why I know there was 3 runs is because in March, we used to be able to go across the ice, go up to Clark's, and still get redfish. Now, you can't even do that in November. That 3rd run has been overfished and fished out. Since REM and Togiak are both intercept fisheries of our fishing, when Chignik closes down, much of the sites that intercept our fishery don't close. Still hampers our subsistence for use. We have to look at what needs to be done now if nothing is done like what's happening now in the upper Kuskokwim with them having no fish to live off of when Area M fishery has had modifications to extend their fishery time and added new areas to fish. They will start, they started to intercept the Kuskokwim fish. Sooner or later, it's going to impact Bristol Bay fishing, which will lead to us back here trying to fix what was broken in the first place. We need to see if it continues to overfish and intercept other areas' fisheries. Soon there'll be no more fish for anyone to make a living off of or have subsistence.
Thank you, Terry. Are there any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. George? Okay, thank you. Appreciate your testimony today. Chuck McCallum, followed by Henry Erickson, Libby Mussolino, Michael Galligan, and Tom Hosseth. Welcome, Chuck.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Chuck McCallum. I've been involved with the Chignik fisheries in one way or another for 60 years now. And in the past, the South Peninsula was managed for many years, 75 to 2001, I think it is, based on a percentage of the Bristol Bay forecast. And although it was no part of the design of that management plan, it did provide a highly important level of protection for Chignik-bound sockeye, particularly because the Shumagon Islands had a specific sub-allocation of 1.5%. That limited the impact of the area M fisheries on fish that were traveling through the Shumagon Islands towards Chignik. And ever since that plan was done away with in 2001, Chignik fishermen have sought at the Board of Fish to reclaim or reestablish some measure of protection in the Shumagon Islands. During one public meeting with ADF&G, I asked staff how they would manage the Shumagon Islands if they'd been included in the Chignik management area. And at the same time, we were behind on Chignik escapement. Well, they said, well, you wouldn't be able to fish there. We'd close it down until the minimum escapements were reached. So apparently, a magic line on a map says the Shumagon Islands are in Area M and not Chignik. And as far as ADF&G is concerned, Area M fishermen have zero responsibility. And to be fair, over time, apparently, the responsibility that ADF&G used to take up and use is now delegated to the board. So if it's not going to happen unless the board makes these kinds of regulations. I was recently reading a 1974 annual management report for the South Penn and noted that the department, not the board, but the department, closed the fishery in Area M because of a poor forecast in Bristol Bay. And also I've noticed, I think in the same management report, that they openly and clearly acknowledged that Chignik sockeye are harvested all along the mainland going towards Chignik. They're not so clear about those kind of things today. So Chignik absolutely needs the board to appropriately control the South Peninsula area and fishery to allow a reasonable portion of Chignik-bound sockeye to pass to Chignik, both for escapement and for the living of the Chignik fishermen. That's all I have.
Thanks, Chuck. Mr. Carpenter?
Thanks, Chuck. Thanks for being here, and thanks for your testimony. I'm thinking about the proposal regarding Mitrofina Island and the idea to kind of split that in half to either two sub-districts or two statistical areas. I've never been there. You know, I looked at the kind of the layout of the island, and it looks to me like there's basically two capes to a certain degree on either end of the island. Do you think that there's fish that are caught out there that are potentially going to Kodiak, Cook Inlet, other places like that?
As I mentioned in my traditional knowledge report, Chignik doesn't have anywhere near the ability to intercept fish going to other areas that Area M and Kodiak do, with regard to Chignik fish in particular. But, you know, during some weather patterns, during some tides, at some places, yeah, you can get fish that are going to Cook Inlet or Kodiak maybe, but it's a minority.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Irwin?
Yeah. Thank you, Chuck, so much for your testimony. Mr. Carpenter's question made me think of something. So your answer to his question was Chignik doesn't have the capacity to intercept fish at the same rate as Area M. Why is that? Is that just the sheer size of the fleet? Is that timing gear? What is that?
That is geography, ocean patterns, migration, typical migration patterns of the fish, and the fact that Chignik is managed based on local stocks. Like the example I just gave, Chignik's managed on local stocks. Therefore, if the Shumagon Islands were in our area, we wouldn't be fishing there if we needed our escapement. Area M is not, managed on our escapement or any other escapement, so it doesn't matter unless the board intervenes.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you. Just to follow up, Chuck, So in 2024, there was a large number of kings that were caught in July around Mitrofina, and I think that's kind of part of the reason behind the proposal you guys put in to a certain degree. But when you talk about Chignik is managed based on local stocks, are you suggesting that those kings that were caught there were all local stocks bound for Chignik Lakes?
You know, when I talk about local stocks, I'm primarily thinking about the sockeye, the two sockeye runs. Yeah, there's a lot on the outside waters. There's a lot of kings going everywhere.
Okay. I guess the reason I asked that question is there is a stock concern with, on Chignik kings, and I mean, I need to take that into consideration,
Yeah.
So, appreciate.
Well, yeah.
Go ahead.
Can I comment? Yeah. Testifier a couple persons ago mentioned that the department said that there was, of the fish that were, of the kings that were harvested outside, that only a small portion of them were Chignik bound. They gave a estimated percentage, which ended up being 200 fish, and it was pointed out that 200 fish that were bound for our king system is a significant amount of fish. So anyway, it's a minority, but it's still important.
Thanks, Chuck. Appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
Henry Erickson? Henry, welcome. Congratulations on your jacket there.
My new one's getting made. This is the previous, but thank you. My name is Henry Erickson. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm from Chignik Lagoon. I'm here to voice my concerns about conservation of several different stocks that are in trouble. I'm a year-round resident in Chignik Lagoon, and I'm a commercial fisherman for my whole life. I raised my children the same way I was brought up. But commercial fishing is not my sole concern. Subsistence and community weigh heavily on my feelings. Subsistence is not just about feeding the family, it's a lifestyle. Our river systems is a stock of concern for our sockeye run, and Chinook struggle to make its escapement every year, despite it only being 1,350 fish. Despite fishing only 48 hours a week last year in the month of July, and having our escapement goals met, we still understand the need to preserve the Chinook, not just our stocks, but as a species in general. We are doing what we can to do our part to conserve and aid in reviving these stocks. We have in the past put in proposals to bolster our escapement goals and give 2-day-a-week windows in August to guarantee the diversity and proper escapement for adequate return. This was done for our stocks, despite the detrimental effect it may have on the financial impact. I'm also concerned about the communities in the Yukon River. I feel their pain. They, like me, use salmon as a part of their subsistence lifestyle. These folks don't have fish they need to eat. The commercial fishing aspect is almost non-existent in these communities. We need to help these people how we can. It is our moral duty to do so. Everyone who has the right to harvest their fish they traditionally have had access to and to subsist on. We, as commercial fishermen, need to do what we can to help them, whether it's shallowing our gear or providing windows of passage. I believe that this needs to be both. I truly believe that we need to do what we can to help these communities. These same considerations for gear types help the Chinook and the chums that we all are concerned about. I know this from experience. When I'm cake fishing, I use my shallow net, and I get very few dogs and very few kings in my sets, and a lot fewer jellyfish. This is a win-win-win for me. After all, I'm targeting pinks and sockeye at the top of the water column. Well, while I'm fishing at these capes. And when you consider the windows the length of windows needs to be adequate to allow the passage of fish through the entire area. I believe we need to do all we can to help our fellow Alaskans have a future where they can subsist and have a Thank you for your time.
Thanks. Appreciate that, Henry. Ms. Irwin.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. When you say you use your more shallow net, what depth is that?
The net I'm referring to is 250 meshes in the bunt and 150 in the lead. It's actually shallower than the proposed, but it's a very diverse net.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for your testimony today.
Okay, thank you.
Libby Mussolino, followed by Michael Galligan, Tom Hosseth, Kristen Law, and Esther O'Brien. Is Libby here?
Libby's not here right now.
Okay, thank you. Michael Galligan. Hi, Michael, welcome.
Hello, how about now? Okay, my name is Michael Galligan, and I'm here representing myself. And, you know, I'm going to be a little bit unique for you because I pretty much fish in all these areas, and I have for 45 years. I've fished in Bristol Bay, I've fished in Chignik, and I fish in Area M. So maybe I just should start punching myself. One thing you might get from me will be open and honest on all areas because there's a lot of finger pointing going on here, and I've seen it for 45 years. I've seen the changes. One of the things that hits me is when I was in college, I studied Charles Darwin, and Darwin said, the survival of a species is best achieved by those that have the ability to adapt to changes in their environment. And if that isn't us right now, I don't know what it is, and whether it's environmental or it's political. We're all trying to adapt. And, you know, this is about family and community and a way of life for all of us. We're all in this together. We're trying to be stewards for salmon here. Right, currently now, I have an Area M permit, and I fish in Area M. I have a 58-foot boat there with a partner, and I fish cod, crab, pollock, herring, salmon, and tender in Bristol Bay. And that's probably why I chose Area M. I also have an Area L seine permit, and I've fished in Chignik. I started fishing in there for a couple years as a crew member. But anyway, this is where I'm at. And what I get from this is, you know, survival of a species is best achieved by those that have the ability to adapt to changes in their environment. We need to adapt, and we need to follow the science. There's so much science out here. The Area M Seiners Association put that PC 15, I don't know if you've read it, but there's so much science in there that is truthful. You know, all the bickering that we're all doing, when I look at following the science, the WASP study, and here I'm trying to be neutral, but I'm in the middle of this. The WASP study really shows that there's minimal impact on interception of AYK, chums, and kings. And we don't want those fish. We're you know, and the self-imposed adaptive management plan, you know, that's different. The way Chignik's talking, it's different in every area. And I commend the guys in Area M for what they're doing with that adaptive management, because they're trying to fix this situation. Nobody wants to catch chums that are headed to go. We care about the people at AYK and everywhere. We're all fishermen in this together. I'm running out of time. If you have any questions for me, there's so much going on. There's so many variables: climate, ice reduction, habitat, migration patterns. I've fished up there for 46 years. I've seen the changes in that Bering Sea, and I've seen the changes in Chignik and in Area M. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. I have a
Questions?
couple of questions for you.
Yeah.
How many years did you fish Bristol Bay?
Bristol Bay? I started Bristol Bay in 1979, and I've been there almost every year because I go up there now tendering. I fished till somewhere in around 2000. I was a permit holder in Bristol Bay.
And how many years did you fish your Chignik permit?
I've only fished about 2 years in Chignik because, boy, adapt to changes in your environment. And, you know, I pretty much base my boat in Sandpoint because we do other fisheries there, cod, pollock, crab, and that's kind of the center. But I go to Bristol Bay and tender every year.
And do you fish salmon in Area M?
In Area M, yes.
And how many years have you done that?
I've done that since 1989.
And do you do that currently?
I do.
Why did you choose to spend most of your time in Area M?
Well, I fished Chignik a few years ago, and boy, adapt to changes in your environment. The reason why we had a Chignik permit was because, hey, there looked like it was going to flat shut down Area M, and you adapt to changes in your environment. I got to make a living. And so we got a Chignik permit and fished there a couple of years. I see the issues that
My question is, why have you chosen to spend all of your time fishing in Area M most recently, since 1989?
I can't say that I have chosen. Every year when I fill out my permit, it's what area are you going to fish? I weigh it out. There's many years when I think I should go to Chignik, and
yet you
I
chose
have.
not to. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate your
Thank you.
testimony today.
Great job.
Thank you. Tom Hosseth. Okay, thanks. How about Kristen Law? Is Kristen with us? Okay, hi. Sometimes it's hard for me to tell if people are just walking around or if they're coming forward. Welcome.
Hi. Hello. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the board. Thank you for letting me testify today. My name is Kristen Law Sunnyboy. I'm from Nenana. My mother is Christina Sunnyboy, and my grandparents are the late Mitch Dementive and Kathleen Dementive of Nenana, who testified yesterday. I am here to testify for the impacts on our health, culture, language, family, community, food security, and ecosystem due to the salmon declines. I want to address serious concerns about Area M's South Alaska Peninsula June fishery. The June harvest of chum and Chinook salmon in Area M is made up of fish that originate from rivers outside the region. This fishery operates as an intercept fishery that is not properly monitored or enforced. It is managed without escapement goals or meaningful in-session management. As a result, is unsustainable and does not meet the state's constitutional obligation to uphold sustained yield. In recent years, the Board of Fish has taken action to protect struggling salmon stocks by reducing commercial fishing time. They did this to protect Nushagak king salmon and Kenai River Upper Cook Inlet king salmon. We are simply asking for the same level of protection and accountability for the South Alaska Peninsula June fishery in Area M. There are serious concerns about the reliability of Area M's harvest data. Aside from verbal claims from the fishermen, the public has no clear evidence that reported Chinook and chum harvest numbers are accurate. Given the pattern of chum chucking in past trooper citations, there is reason to believe that actual harvest numbers may be significantly higher than what is being reported. For the sake of sustainability, transparency, and fairness across regions, we must ensure that Area M is held to the same standards as other fisheries. Protecting salmon stocks today protects all of our communities. I stand with Tana Cheese Conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony here today. Esther O'Brien, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I am a 23-year-old Gwich'in and Sugpiaq woman. My families come from Old Harbor on Kodiak Island and Beaver on the Yukon River. My name is Esther O'Brien, and I was raised in Nenana. The impacts our communities are facing to our health, culture, and food security are extreme. Our elders and children are without our salmon. For generations, our chum salmon have been essential to our very survival for thousands of years on the Yukon and Tanana River. It's our way of life, not just our food source. It is a spiritual connection to our people, a way of life that has been practiced for millennia. Throughout elementary school, my family would go from Nenana to the Yukon River to harvest salmon for the winter. I am the second youngest of 9 children, and I unfortunately did not get to grow into my fish cutting title at fish camp. It is a shame for me to say that I do not have the knowledge of cutting and putting away salmon that would have come from my family. My dad and brothers would talk about fish net sizes and when they could set net, and I never understood what they were talking about, and I knew that we were just getting fish for our family for the winter. As I grew older and we stopped going, I didn't understand why we couldn't go to fish camp anymore, and I didn't think the biggest burden of getting myself back to fish camp would be with the state and not through the loss of my father. And I would like to say I stand with the proposals that Tanana Chiefs Conference supports. Thank you for your time. Masicho.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Appreciate you both being here today. Kevin Delaney, followed by Jim Smith. Hi, Kevin.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Kevin Delaney. I am the Senior Fishery Management Consultant for Kenai River Sport Fishing Association. I can describe our focus clearly as 3 things for being at this meeting: the conservation of king salmon across the state of Alaska, the equitable and consistent sharing of the burden of conservation through regulation, and regulatory consistency around stock of concern action plans. Over the past few years, Alaska has experienced a dramatic decline in king salmon. That's not news to you. We now have 18 locations that are identified as stocks of concern. 11 of these are located in south central and western Alaska. 2 of them, the Karlik and Ayakulik, are only a few hundred miles away on the southwest coast of Togiak Island. As you well know, this is complicated management, particularly in our mixed stock fisheries. Just this past week, the Alaska Department of Fish and Game issued emergency orders closing sport and commercial fisheries across south central and the Yukon. Genetic analysis presented at this meeting from earlier studies and now identify king salmon harvested in commercial fisheries in both Area M and Chignik are bound for all of these systems. For these systems, harvest, regardless of how small or where it comes from, is coming out of needed escapement. We'd like to applaud the Department of Fish and Game for the actions that they took this last year, establishing triggers and closure periods if triggers were hit by emergency order in Area M and Chignik. We would really like to hear a lot more about the rationale behind those numbers, but we recommend that those tools be placed in regulation. It's important to have those triggers in place across the entire season. King salmon taken in June are significantly larger. They're probably headed back to their natal streams, but there's also large harvests of king salmon in July, mostly indicating feeders. We've looked at the proposals, and we suggest using proposal number 112, proposal number 128, and proposal number 41 to establish these triggers across the season, across Chignik and Area M in regulation. I'd also like to take a last moment here and support Proposal 161, which seeks to adopt a management plan for sport fishing for king salmon on the north side of the peninsula. We suggest elements of this plan provide emergency order authority to allow opportunity for a limited harvest where appropriate and provide consistent descriptions of gear. And with that, I'd thank you very much and look forward to the committees of the whole.
Mr. Swenson.
Thanks, Kevin, for your information. You said 112, 128, and what was the other one?
Madam Chair, Greg, 112, 128, and 141.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chamberlain.
Okay, I have 2 questions. The first one is you listed three reasons for being here: conservation of king salmon throughout the state, sharing the burden of conservation. What was the third one?
Madam Chair. The third one was regulatory consistency around stock of concern action plans. We have followed this subject. I was a member of the Department of Fish and Game team that drafted the policy for management of sustainable salmon fisheries. So I am very aware of the steps to get into a stock of concern, whether it's yield management or conservation. But coming back out and what we do with regulatory construction around that process has been fluid, well-meaning but fluid. And so we'd like to participate in a conversation at each and every meeting where these issues are at play about the regulatory construction around the stock of concern action plans. Thank you.
Follow, or second question. I turned myself off. So the second question is related, and I think you started answering it, and it was related to the second and third now. Reasons you're here, sharing their burden of conservation and regulatory consistency. Do you feel that the management in REM follows those two prongs for your reasons?
Through the chair, really good question. I would say the way it exists right now, my answer would be no. Our proposal, if you will, at this meeting is to adopt the trigger system, analyze the numbers, make sure that it's not just a number pulled out of the air. The 1,000 sounds like a kind of round number that might have been. But with those in place, then everywhere in the state where king salmon are harvested is under some control resulting from concern over the decline of abundance in the stocks of concern.
Thank you, and thank you for your long service for the state.
Thank you for your testimony, Kevin. Jim Smith? Good evening, Jim.
Madam Chair, and to the board, my name is Jim Smith. I am the mayor of the city of Sandpoint. I am also an REM SetNet permit holder and occasionally sane with my son. I am against proposals that would further limit or remove fishing opportunities from the Shumigan Islands district and extending out to Unimac Pass. Over the last two board cycles, REM have taken significant steps to reduce the harvest of chum and Chignik-bound sockeye. These actions have resulted in substantial loss of fishing time and harvest opportunity compared to past years. In the Shumigan Islands, the current board process has reduced seine fishing time by roughly 50% to address a possible 4% intercept of Chignik-bound sockeye. The level restriction is excessive, particularly when fewer of these fish are present in the ocean on slower years, and then actual intercept is naturally lower. At the same time, the seine fleet has actively self-managed to keep chum harvest as low as possible, standing down for hours and sometimes days during the June sockeye season, while trying to harvest our historical 6.8% of the Bristol Bay bound sockeye. The system is working. I ask the board to maintain the status quo and allow fishermen flexibility to avoid unwanted chum, king, and sockeye salmon. The city of Sandpoint and other communities in our borough rely on a 2% fish tax paid by fishermen. It takes a large volume of fish to generate enough fish tax to maintain the roads, police service, clean drinking water in schools, and basic infrastructure. The level of revenue comes primarily from the seine fleet operating these larger vessels. The small SetNet fleet cannot land enough volume to meet those needs. However, if additional restrictions are placed on the seine fleet, which I strongly oppose, I support allowing additional SetNet opportunity as they have proposals that would do so. With only 10 to 15 participants in this area, the data show that fishery does not result in undesirable bycatch or escapement impacts. and helps keep tenders and processors operating. Processors are the essential to our survival. We currently have only 2 in our area. Continued lost fishing time raises a serious question: when does the processor leave or may go bankrupt? As we have already seen this happen in King Cove, and Chignik obviously does not have a processor, and these communities are struggling without fished revenue, tax revenue. Question for me, with additional restrictions to Area M from the last board, and the fact that the chum salmon start moving through this area from late May through July, and, okay.
You'd like to just quickly finish your statement? Like a sentence?
It's longer than a sentence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any questions? You'll be around for committee, though, I hope?
Yes.
Great,
Thank
wonderful.
you.
Thank you very much. We're going to take a very, very short bio break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to continue through our list. 10 minutes max, 10, 15 minutes max. Okay, everybody, let's get refocused here. Let's calm the room, close the doors, calm the conversations. Where's our? I know it's getting late. We're going to get through at least a couple more folks and see how everybody's feeling. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Austin Shanigan with the Chignik AC up to provide the AC report. Welcome, Austin.
Hello? Please refer to AC 3 for the full Chignik AC minutes. My name is Austin Shingen. I'm the current chair of the Chignik AC. Just to give a brief overview of our AC meeting, we held a 3-day Zoom meeting over to review the proposals before you. I will provide a brief summary of those and our actions and will not read the full discussion for the record since you all have it.
Thank you.
Guests who joined us included Carl Burnside, Myra Schultz, Tyler Palmos, and board support staff Natalie Romo, George Anderson from the CIC, our Chignik Intertribal, and we're also joined from other advisory committee members, Carlin Howlett and Mark McNeely from Nelson Lagoon, as well as Clinton Buskowski as a guest from Chignik Lake. I'll go over the actions we did on each proposal. It'll be short and sweet, and then I'll give you guys a statement at the end here. Proposal 107, we took no action. 108, we supported. 10 for, 1 against. He was unclear on some of the language, so he decided for a no vote. Proposal 109, there was 10 for. We supported it, 10 with 4 opposed. It was a split vote for that one. Proposal 110 and 111, we unanimously supported. Proposal 112, we unanimously supported with amendment to strike 1B. We opposed Proposal 119, supported Proposal 120 with a 9-0 and 1 abstention to vote. Supported Proposal 126 and 127. We took no action on 128. Opposed Proposal 129. Supported Proposals 130 and 131. We took no action on 132. Supported 133. Opposed Proposal 134 and 135. Proposal 136 we supported unanimously, and we unanimously opposed Proposal 137, 38, and 39. We supported 140 and 141. We unanimously opposed 142. We unanimously supported proposals, 142 and 152. I guess we jumped around there. Proposal 143, we supported with amendments. We opposed Proposal 146, unanimously opposed to it. We supported unanimously Proposal 147 and unanimously opposed Proposal 149, 150, and 153, and Proposal 151 and 180 we unanimously supported. But the Chignik Advisory Committee met on January 27 through, I believe it was 29. That was in correction we need to make, with a quorum to present and review a wide range of Alaska Board of Fishery proposals affecting Chignik, Ariam, and the South Peninsula fisheries. The meeting centered on Chinook, king salmon, conservation, interception of Chignik-bound sockeye, and whether current management tools are adequate to protect depressed stocks while maintaining limited fishing opportunity. Throughout the discussion, members repeatedly emphasized the importance of sharing the burden of conservation statewide, particularly in Chinook runs remain weak and concerns persist around potential Endangered Species Act implications. The committee expressed strong support for proposals that reduce fishing time in certain districts, strengthen June closures in the South Penn, and added conservation ties to areas such as Volcano Bay, which are known interception points for Chignik-bound stocks. Members stated that when terminal systems like Chignik are under significant restriction, mixed stock interception fisheries should not expand. The AC also supported structural management changes intended to provide the Department of Fish and Game with more precise tools. These included splitting Metrophania Island into two stat areas to allow targeted closures rather than shutting down the entire sections, reducing per se net depth to lower incidental harvest of Chinook and chum, and amending the Lagoon action plan to better align with fishing opportunity with escapement performance. These measures were widely viewed as proactive, conservation-focused steps that still preserve some opportunity for the fleet. Members stressed that adaptive tools and localized closures are preferable to broad, reactive shutdowns imposed later under crisis conditions. Conversely, the committee unanimously opposed proposals that sought to expand fishing time, increased allocation percentages, and remove long-standing 300,000, 600,000 thresholds in the South Penn June fisheries. The AC maintained that such change would weaken conservation safeguards, conflict with sustainable salmon policy and mixed stock management principles, and increase interception of Chignik-bound sockeye and other stocks traveling east of Wassop. While acknowledging the economic hardships facing fishermen across the regions, the committee concluded that long-term sustainability and rebuilding depressed runs may remain a priority. Overall, the Chignik AC took precautionary stance supporting conservation measures, opposing expansion of intercept fisheries, and advocating for equitable statewide responsibility in salmon management decisions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Austin. Any questions? Appreciate your service and your leadership of the AC. Would you like to give your personal testimony?
Please.
Whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Austin Schengen. I'm a lifelong resident and tribal member of the native village of Perryville. I'm an active commercial permit holder in Chignik and an active subsistence user in our area. Every summer, my family moves to Chignik lagoon and bay for salmon season, as we've done as long as I could remember. I lived through the Chignik salmon crashes of 18, 20, 21 years officially declared disasters. Those are some of the hardest years our fleet and communities have ever faced, sitting on the beach while other fishing groups were allowed to fish around us is something I don't wish upon anyone. I truly feel for the people farther north. I can't imagine not being able to catch a fish to feed your family or participate in a commercial fishery that sustains your community. King salmon restrictions placed on the Chignik fleet, limiting us to 2 days a week in the lagoon, has been extremely difficult, not just for permit holders and crew, but for entire communities. Two schools closed in our region. Chignik Bay closed in 2013, reopened in 2015, and then permanently closed in 2022. Ivanov Bay has been permanently closed since 2000. The cost of living in our villages continue to rise without the opportunity. People can't afford to stay. There are permit holders in our area who want to fish, but 2 days a week discourages participation. If you have a mechanical breakdown or your RSW system goes down, you can lose your entire opportunity for the week. Yes, breakdowns are part of fishing. We all understand that, but when your entire season depends on such limited openings, the risk becomes overwhelming. Startup costs range depending on your vessel size and crew. That's a major investment for only 2 days of opportunity. We are grateful to have met king and sockeye escapement goals last season. After the years our small fleet has endured, I believe we should give additional fishing time once those goals are achieved. I'll leave you with this to think about. We all have a favorite food, whether it be Mexican, Asian, or something else. For us, it's fish. Fish is not just a preference, it's our main staple. It feeds our children, our elders, our communities.
Finish your sentence if you'd like.
Please think about the families and whose children do not have the opportunity to subsist and provide for their elders. The proposals before you may determine whether we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Austin. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Carlin Hoblet, the Falls Pass AC. Hi, Carlin. Thanks for hanging in there with us.
Hello. Thank you. As mentioned, my name is Carlin Hoblet for the record. Be reporting for the Falls Pass AC. AC number 7 has our minutes and actions. RC, I will be referencing RC 98, 113, and 114. Silver Bay Seafoods operates a fish plant in Falls Pass. I'm certain you recognize the vital economic importance of a fish processing facility to a first-class city. As a critical pillar of local economy, such a facility provides essential stability and growth opportunities for Falls Pass. The presence of a processing plant serves as a primary economic engine by providing consistent year-round and seasonal employment for local residents, ensuring that wages remain within the community to support local businesses. Furthermore, as a first-class city, it relies on a stable tax base. The facility contributes significantly through property and raw fish taxes, which fund essential public services such as infrastructure, maintenance, and public safety. Additionally, a local processing option reduces operating costs for our fleet, allowing fishers to deliver their catch efficiently and reinvest earnings into our local harbor and supply stores. The high demand for water and electricity from such a facility also helps subsidize the cost of maintaining robust utility systems for all residential and commercial users in the city. In a small city, the closure or absence of such a facility would lead to a significant multiplier effect in reverse, impacting everything. Protecting and supporting our fish processing capacity is synonymous with protecting the future of our community. In regards to RC 98, the graphs I presented to you, I would like to note that these revenue figures are not solely credited to Area M harvest. The processing facility receives and processes product from Chignik, Bristol Bay, Kodiak, and the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands districts. As for what the False Pass AC recommends and general consensus from the group, we recommend no action be taken to restrict time, area, or gear types in Area M. We support the fleet's extensive conservation efforts. These are proven alternative methods. The fleet is successful at managing time when chum are abundant. They are successful at avoiding areas for the same reason and have ceded area by regulation. As for gear, it just doesn't make sense for the fleet to make their gear less efficient when they are voluntarily removing it from the water for hours, even days at a time. The AC believes that the fleet is sharing the burden of conservation. This is a quote from Attorney General Stephen Cox. Alaskans want to protect our land, and we also want to protect Alaskans. This is an example of us doing both. Chinook conservation is utilized across the state. Survival of non-retention Chinook has been proven, yet the Area M fleet has been handcuffed to Chinook and are not allowed to utilize this conservation method. The AC supports measures to conserve Chinook, particularly non-retention. Also in the RC is included some maps of False Pass. There have been many comments about fishing in the strait that is False Pass. Although geographically it looks like a perfect choke point to harvest, it is quite literally impossible and illogical to set a net in a narrow strait where currents regularly reach speeds of 6 knots or more. As for gear modifications, that would be I have an RC 114, which is a letter from one of my former employees highlighting the importance and the complexity of net hanging. RC 113 are some tables and documents that were presented with a testimony that I've transcribed and I'm going to read to you. This testimony was an individual who is a Coastal Lower Yukon AC member. The purpose of this testimony, and I quote, it's kind of long, but the purpose of this testimony is to highlight the devastating impact of in-river conditions on the Yukon salmon populations. The importance is to understand that specific and localized stressors within freshwater habitats are contributing to the decline and to bring attention to all stages of salmon life cycles. The rate of habitat loss continues to outpace any restoration efforts. When salmon are forced to spawn in degraded, heavily silted streams, there is no future for salmon. Currently, there are another 100+ proposed mines in different stages of development on the Yukon watershed. Numerous spills and citations have been documented. Lead, mercury, and cyanide pose a devastating threat to salmon on the Yukon. Even with devastating cyanide spills, there seems to be no regard to salmon or even incorporating safeguards to protect salmon spawning habitat. Self-sustaining life cycles of salmon are not only influenced by human involvement, natural events like glacial retreat are altering salmon spawning habitat on the Yukon River. Dewatering events are also causing decline. Even without human involvement, a discrete stock can be put in an endangered status or stock of management concern. Kluane Lake produced a vast amount of fall chum stock to the Yukon River. How can any avoidance measures replace these stocks? The likelihood of Cosco-Walsh Glacier melt changing direction from draining from the Gulf of Alaska back to the Yukon drainage is not likely. Rivers are turning orange that were once pristine and habitable for salmon. Numerous sites have been detected close to my village. The hydrology of the Yukon River watershed is not changing only by occurrences in nature, but also by discharges of sewage into rivers that once were huge producers of Yukon salmon stocks. 11.2 million gallons of sewage a day is way too much. The concoction of sewage into these rivers amplified by less glacial meltwaters. Seeding or stocking of trout doesn't help either. In the outmigration studies, stock compositions of in-river stocks are changing. In-river predators are on the increase, causing havoc on salmon. Outgoing smolts have lower energy density than 10 years ago, putting them more at risk. While spawning grounds disappear, we all suffer. In over 80% of the upper middle Yukon stocks, 28 different rivers, streams, and tributaries of salmon spawning grounds face a highly threatened status. In closing, we must stop treating salmon spawning grounds as expendable. There is no one solution that can bring back historical runs. Management measures to avoid Western Alaska stocks are needed, but if that's the only proposed change, how can it even have a much-needed result? The best path forward must rely on data." End quote. I have one more quote to read, and then I'm going to finish with my support and opposed numbers.
You got 2 minutes.
This quote is from the Executive Director of Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association. "I believe salmon are finding other places to spawn." And not to let herring be overshadowed, the False Pass AC supports the expansion of harvest opportunities. False Pass AC opposes 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 116, 120, 126, 127, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 36, 40, 48, and 152. False Pass AC supports 119, 121, 22, 23, 24, 34, 135, 138, 139, 142, 144, 145, 146, and 154. Thank you.
Thank you. Couple of things, questions for you, Carlin. You quoted 3 individuals, I think I heard in your testimony. The one that the 2 that I'm most interested in is the quote from the current Alaskan Attorney General, and I'd like to know when that quote was made and the context in which it was made. And secondly, the same for, I think you referenced a Yukon AC member about the mining and the sewage in the river. Could you provide both the context and the date for those quotes?
Yes, Madam Chair. The Attorney General quote, I believe, was in context to the proposed King Cove Road in an article about land management.
Okay. Thank you.
I thought it to be fitting quote to some points that I made.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to get the context around it.
Mm-hmm.
And then same thing for the Yukon River AC member that you quoted?
Yes, I did not write that down, but that testimony was at North Pacific Council meeting. I can provide you, if you want to listen to it, I have it written down in my book, the time, the day, which meeting it was.
Was it fairly recently?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, that's good enough. Mr. Chamberlain?
Thank you, Carlin. That was excellent testimony. I wanted to look at RC 98, where you've got percentage of annual revenue, June only. Are there other fisheries that contribute to the landing and wharfage taxes, or is it just salmon?
Through the chair, Mr. Chamberlain, thank you for the question. Did you specifically ask about June only?
Yeah, I was looking at the June only, or we could talk the wharfage and landing taxes. What fisheries are involved in that? To the best of your knowledge, I know this is a borough question.
To the best of my knowledge, Mr. Chamberlain, I believe all fisheries.
Okay.
So, I mean, in June only, it'll be primarily salmon, but there are other fisheries going on at the same time. For instance, you know, long lining. But the purpose of this graph was to show how substantial, for instance, just a raw fish tax in 2023 can be for a city's revenue when almost 40% of their raw fish tax comes in that month alone for the whole year. You know, 40% of the total for the year came in June.
And can you tell me where you found this information, just so I can go and look through that as well?
It was not public information. I received this from the mayor of Falls Pass.
Okay, and I believe I've also asked him to RC that as well, so, yeah. Thank you.
Thanks. Carlin, would you like to do your personal testimony?
Yes,
All right, whenever you're ready.
if I can find it. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you. For the record, my name is Carlin Hoblet. I'm Winunga. I'm a lifelong commercial and subsistence fisherman. I'm an AMSA board member, Ice-Notsky Corporation board member, and member of the native village of Falls Pass tribe. Throughout these proceedings, we have seen established laws treated as lines in the sand, easily washed away from an ocean swell, grayed and circumvented by way of interpretation, which is the reason I must again question why proposals are entertained that threaten our way of life when the impact Area M has on fisheries and has on other fisheries is consistently interpreted as insignificant. Equally concerning to here is our traditional practices characterized as an intercept fishery. The definition of intercept is to obstruct so as to prevent from continuing to a destination. Do you think my Winunga ancestors' intention was to intercept? To them, that salmon's destination was their drying racks. The label overlooks the deep historical and biological context of our operations. The Winunga people have lived off these waters for centuries, long before modern management zones were drawn. We are not intercepting a resource. We are participating in a historical cycle of harvest that is integrated into the local ecosystem. Our history, evidenced by ancient village sites and oral traditions, proves that we have fished these coastal pathways since the ice retreated. The suggestion that we should only fish at terminal points in the rivers ignores our identity as seafaring people. For us, the ocean is home. We have managed these stocks with a view toward the 7th generation, and our traditional knowledge is proven science that predates the spreadsheets used to regulate us today. We are not the cause of decline in salmon populations. Indigenous Alaskans have always demonstrated remarkable resilience and adaptability, transitioning from nomadic subsistence lifestyles to a structured commercial economy that continues to sustain our communities. Our fishery is not merely a commercial enterprise. It is a cornerstone of a cultural heritage that has survived for generations. I heard a new slur directed toward my Winunga people. Add draft dodger to the myriads of names that have been applied to my relatives. The lack of respect on such a public professional stage disturbs me. I urge the board to recognize our sovereign right to exist in our own history. We ask for respect due to a people who have lived in balance with the salmon for millennia. Please consider the profound cultural and historical significance of our fishery and the resilience of the people who depend on it.
Thank you, Carlin. Any questions? Ms. Irwin?
Thank you, Carlin, and also you did a great job chairing your AC meeting from your boat a couple weeks ago, by the way, so thanks for letting me join that AC meeting. My first question is your primary gear type and what you primarily fish for.
Through the chair, Mr. Irwin, thank you for the question. I'm a seiner.
Predominantly for sockeye?
That is the the target most of the time. Yes.
And then what other fisheries do you participate in?
I've been fishing since I was 12 years old, so there's quite a list of fisheries that I have participated in or do currently, but primarily salmon. I own halibut IFQ, so I longline halibut. I've recently fished Dungeness crab, Pacific cod, bear dye.
Great, thanks, Carlin.
Thank you for your testimony. Thanks for your service on the AC. I think you do a great job.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Virgil Empfenhauer, the Fairbanks Advisory Committee. Welcome, Virgil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Virgil Empfenhauer, representing the Fairbanks Advisory Committee. And let's see, our AC is report is AC 7, and I have public comment 203. And you should have both of those. Actually, those public comments you should have out now because there's a bunch of graphs I want you to look at. Good afternoon. Looks like we're going to be done with public testimony today. The Fairbanks AC has 15 members. There's not too many fishery members on anymore. It's mostly trapping and hunting. And so what I want to talk about first is king salmon. And if you pull up, if you get that the PC I wanted, it's this. And what it is it's a 2005 Yukon River Chinook salmon postseason review from Canada. And this was just put out 4 weeks ago. If you look at the very back of it, there's a bunch of graphs. Page 5 would be a good one to look at. It shows how horrible the salmon runs are over time. Anyway, I don't know if you're going to look at those or not. Maybe you can look at them later. So I'll just go through what I'm going to say. Okay, the Canadians are supposed to get, right now, if you get out RC 66, it's agreement that was signed by the commissioner and then the head guy for DFO in Canada, where we can't fish for king salmon anymore on the Yukon River until 2030, unless we get over 71,000 spawners on the spawning grounds. On the Porcupine River, they got 13% of the long-term average on the spawning grounds. That's all. That's king salmon. Across the border, we got a little over 23,000, and we're supposed to have 71,000. We have a number of the systems in Canada that are really low, so they're in danger of extirpation, just like the ones on the Porcupine, 13%. They're down to 300 fish. Also in Canada, the percent of females this year was it was 33.1%, and the pilot station sonar on the Yukon River, it was 25.7%. We passed on the Yukon River at the pilot station is 123 miles up from saltwater. There we passed a little over 60,000 fish. We used to have on the Yukon usually at least 350,000 up the Yukon. Now we're down to 60,000. This was the fourth lowest run ever, and the lowest was in 20, 21, 22, 24. So it's the king salmon situation is pretty darn grim. On the, also in all this stuff I've given you, that public comment, is we've got the one for the chum salmon, and then I've got the 2 state reports too. But they're all in that one public comment, so I'll go through those just a little bit. But what we had is 60,442 past pilot station. And the total count for kings, for chums, was 414,672 on the Yukon. The Chena and the Salcha used to be the 2 largest producers for king salmon. Right now, they're both producing less than 20%, or right at 20%, or maybe a little less than the long-term average. On chum salmon, the Chena, which runs right by Fairbanks, I know the year before last, it was 9%, and the Salcha was 4% of the long-term averages. That's all. So, of course, you know that subsistence has been closed for 6 years now, and that means absolutely zero fishing of any kind whatsoever. We used to have, actually, there's right at 900 commercial fishing permits in the Yukon River, and of course, none of them are working. And so the economic impact on us is tremendous. And the really super bad impact is that no one can go catch a fish to eat. That is just unbelievable. On fall chum salmon, the long-term average is 944,000. And all these long-term averages were with the commercial fishery downriver, with 900 commercial fishing permits, about 700 in the lower Yukon, which were drift gill net, and most of the upper Yukon was fish wheel. That's what my family fished with, a fish wheel. And of course, we can't do that anymore. But we only had 211,000 were classified as fall chums past sonar this year. The Anvik sonar, Anvik River is pitiful. Its escapement goal minimum is 450,000. They got 49,000 this year. So they're right around 10% of the very low end of their escapement goal. Okay, I'm going to kind of switch over a little bit because I've got some other documents as soon as I can find what I did with them over here. I want to talk a little bit about the king salmon. The king salmon caught in Area M, and that is an RC 67, and it's a color RC. The ones caught in the June fishery are 66% larger by weight than the ones caught in the post-June fishery, which means that those fish are more than likely headed to the spawning grounds. But you have that graph in RC 67. And I've been on this salmon treaty thing since 1988. I'm one of the people that negotiated it. So I'm going to read you what the salmon treaty says about Yukon River salmon. The parties shall maintain efforts to increase the in-river run of Yukon River origin salmon by reducing marine catches and bycatches of Yukon River salmon. They shall further identify, quantify, and undertake efforts to reduce these catches and bycatches. And the only place we can do that is right here today. The council has already taken action last week to reduce some of those catches, bycatches. It's time for the Board of Fish to do that. Am I about out of time, Art? 2 minutes. Okay, good. Okay. So I'm gonna change the subject a little bit. 3 years ago, they and you've heard a lot of testimony today about people managing themselves. When I first got on the treaty, we were negotiating the treaty. We didn't get a treaty negotiated until 2001. But anyway, so we had a meeting in Juneau, and at every meeting, we get a report from the National Marine Fisheries Service. So we get this report in 1990, and that was the first year that the fleet had been it was either 89 or 90. The fleet had been Americanized, the trawl fleet, because before it was mainly owned by the Bank of Norway and Japanese companies. They had to, after Senator Stevens got the 200-mile limit, then they had to Americanize the fleet. But first they had a joint venture fleet, which meant 50% American ownership. Then that ended, and it had to be all total American. The first year, there were no observers. So we get this report while we're in Juneau, the treaty. All of us get the report, both sides, Canadian and American, and they said, well, for the first 6 weeks of the A season, that's the month of January and about half of February, they caught 52 Chinook salmon. A year later, the same guy gives us the same report, and with 50% coverage, that means one observer on each trawler, with 50% coverage, they got 24,000. What does that tell you? Okay, so I'm going to read something that I kind of wrote down. At the last meeting, they're going to let the processors and the fleet decide, how they're going to manage so they won't be catching chums. Okay, letting the processors make out the fish tickets. Not the way they're supposed to make out the fish tickets. It's supposed to be done at the time of sale, period.
Virgil, do you want to roll into your personal testimony?
I'll go into my personal testimony.
All right.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the allocation criteria.
Okay.
I want to finish what I was just talking about, though.
Okay, you got 3 minutes.
Real quick. And that is that there's a whole bunch of evidence that the processors, they're not making out the fish tickets at the time of sale like they're supposed to be. I've been hauled into court over just a simple, the fisherman not signing the damn fish ticket because one of my employees forgot to have the guy sign it because he had to pull his net and bring his fish up because he had got a radio message that he had a job at Prudhoe Bay, and he came up and did it, and she left. But I turned the fish ticket in anyway because on the Yukon, when we used to fish, the fish ticket had to be turned in within 24 hours of the end of the opening. Anyway, so to let them do that is ridiculous. There's no accountability whatsoever. I'm going to run through this real quick. The history, both areas have a good history, a long history of fishing. And there's way more fishermen in the Yukon and the Hodang AYK area. In fact, there's about 2,300 commercial fishing permits in AYK. And we don't, number 3, importance of each fishery providing residents opportunity to tame fish for personal and family consumption. We don't get any, none, 0. The availability of alternative fishery resources. The person that testified before me had 3 other ones that he can fish. We have none. Area M fishermen make a lot of money off of other fisheries, and I helped them get their state waters groundfish fishery, their crab fishery. I wrote the damn management plan on it, their crab fishery, and some of these other fisheries they have. They've got many other fisheries. And those right there, the importance of each fishery's economy of the state, it's important to no matter what. But the bad thing is we have a minus economy for the AYK region, and that's not good. Anyway, those are the main points on that. And there was something else I was going to, oh, yeah, like right here, RC 78 is average income just on salmon for the seiners and the drift netters in Area M. And I don't know why limited entry wasn't here, so we could get all that other data together easier on how much they make from the other fisheries, but they're not. But they can make a lot of money from the other fisheries. And I do know that on the Barredi crab a couple of years ago, the largest crab fishery in the state was the one I wrote the management plan for. And when we did that, We did it so that it would protect the local people with low pot limits, like 20 pots, or not too many jigging machines, and that kind of stuff, to protect the local fishermen from the big boys coming in and hogging everything and getting the quota right away. Thank you.
Virgil, I gotta hand it to you. There's 1 second left on that clock. Outstanding. Are there any questions? Ms. Irwin?
Okay, Mr. Empfenauer, I have 2 questions, and please be brief, otherwise my board members will be rolling their eyes at me. So my first question is for the AC test portion of the testimony.
Yes.
I'm reading through your AC minutes, and on proposal 135, for the non-retention of king salmon, there is a note that says it's sanctioned Chinook chucking. Can you please expand on what that means?
Say that one more time.
Proposal 135, there's notes from your AC that says it's sanctioned Chinook chucking for the non-retention of Chinook. Could you expand on what that means?
Certainly. What that means is, because you have to understand that we talk to other fishermen from other regions. And also, what that means is they do not want people to know that they're killing king salmon. That's why. Because there's actually lawsuits to make king salmon endangered species. And all king salmon in the entire state, I don't think there's one system, king salmon system in Alaska now that is meeting its escapement goals.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question is, thank you for your service on the board, and I know that you've been involved in these fisheries for a long time. During your time in fisheries management, have you ever seen another state fishery be self-policed and have this type of adaptive management strategy that Area M does? And if so, did it work for conservation?
No, I've never heard of any of them doing it, and the reason I said what I said about the pollock fleet and letting them report without observers was to demonstrate what happens.
Thank you. Thanks for your brevity.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thanks, Virgil, as always, for being here. I got a question for you. And I've thought about this for a long time, and I think you're probably a good person to answer it because you've been up and down the Yukon a lot in your career doing many different things. We hear a lot about, at this meeting and other meetings, about interception fisheries. And the public has demonstrated that in some instances. And when I think about the Yukon River and it being, a couple thousand miles long, do you consider the commercial fisheries that took place on the Yukon River for many, many years using large mesh, king gear, do you consider any of those in the different parts of the river? Were those intercept fisheries?
They certainly were.
Okay, appreciate that.
All right, Virgil, thank you for being with us and hanging with us tonight. Thank you for your testimony.
Okey doke.
Next up is Mark McNeely. Hi, Mark. And are you going to give your AC report first or your personal testimony? Whenever you're ready.
You hear me? Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to speak today. There are many things that I need to say but cannot fully demonstrate with my 10-minute limit, but I will be available during our committee. Most of my testimony primarily pertains to the Northern Peninsula section and some brief mentions of South Area M activities. The community of Nelson Lagoon supports the AYK in their pursuit of the sustainable fisheries and return of their salmon. As an AC, we were not completely understanding of the differences between the proposals, so we took a neutral position for these proposals. We do believe there are not enough windows to allow fish passage. Nelson Lagoon AC opposes Prop 113, 114, 115. Nelson Lagoon AC supports our amended Prop 116 and proposals 157, 158, 159, 160, and 106. At 2023 Board of Fish, we tried our best to put windows in a 24/7 intercept fisheries of the Northwest Alaska Peninsula, outer Port Hayden, Ilnik, Three Hills section. We met with camp to find a resolution to the interception. They did not offer any suggestions. We were unsuccessful in a compromise. We have heard much testimony at this Board of Fish session and how harvesting salmon in OPH Ilnik has not affected Nelson Lagoon. Testimonies, twisting facts, and muddying the waters to achieve deception of this board is mostly what we hear, much of which would not stand up in a court of law under oath, and I am willing to take our evidence to that end if necessary. That is the crucial difference that separates my testimony. This year we bring scientific data backing our proposal 116, our amended proposal 116. Working with the University of Alaska Fairbanks and University of Northern Iowa, we have compiled comprehensive data in support and the need for a prop such as 116, the need for windows in the Northwest Peninsula intercept fisheries. OPH and Ilnik. All the data we compiled is from Alaska Department of Fish and Game's website, archives, and department's publications. Much of the data is new information to us, and we are still accumulating data. Harvesting salmon in OPH should not be allowed before July 10th. Reg change number 104, I think it was 97, to allow the majority of Nelson Salmon Run to pass through the northern section's harvest area. 116 is a compromise allowing OPH and Ilnik to continue. What you are not hearing is Nelson Lagoon and Bear River sections have always been regulated and managed for a Monday through Thursday regular schedule. Our collected data shows management EOs have eliminated this action in the northern sections of the Area M almost completely. Nelson Lagoon is strictly managed Monday through Thursday. OPH and Ilnik are not. There is no longer these regulation windows in northern sections, just in Nelson Lagoon. Excessive abuse of EOs by management has resulted in 24/7 harvesting in the OPH and Ilnik sections. Over the decades, we have witnessed many expansions of area and earlier fishing times in these northern sections, allowing salmon harvesting 24/7 during Nelson Lagoon salmon migration, at times devastating these returns. We have uncovered some discrepancies in the WASP study that add more questions to the validity that it has concerning Nelson Lagoon. What seems to me purposeful deception when it comes to interception of Nelson Lagoon bound salmon. Several regulation changes have been made using WASP as the sole basis, misleading the Board of Fish and others. Over the decades, we experienced the decline of local population resulting in loss of salmon harvest participants. We have experienced verbal threats to our community and physical threats by some of the North American drift fleet. These individuals have charged into Nelson Lagoon harvest areas with malicious intent in revenge for our once rolling closures, saying things like, "You effed our fisheries and now we're effing yours," brandishing crowbars while screaming these threats. In addition, in April of 2025, we received written threats to our Board of Fish process. Area M drift fishermen's illegal actions widely go unchecked. Troopers are not funded to patrol the chum chucking or any other illegal activities. If no evidence has been reported, then it could not have happened. This is the position taken. Honest fishermen will not be whistleblowers because of the same pressures from fellow fishermen that Nelson Lagoon has experienced. We will not see fishermen speaking out for fear of retaliation. They will not report chum chucking and other illegal activities. We heard of financial hardships from this drift fleet. Nelson Lagoon has already lost tens of millions in lost returns over the years. Peter Pan going under is a direct result of the salmon not being harvested in the terminal areas near Bear River and Port Molar. When I first started fishing Bear River in the early 80s, tenders were not necessary since all the boats would travel into Port Molar to deliver fish. Rarely did anyone stay out on the grounds overnight. Everyone fished the terminal areas of Bear River. OPH and adjacent areas has put the fleet 90 to 100 miles from the Bear River terminal areas. Fish quality has declined and gotten much more expensive for companies to operate. Don't be deceived by the true reason this drift fleet is in OPH and Ilnik. It is greed. It is not that they need to harvest Ilnik's fish. Ilnik is tiny compared to Bear River and Nelson Lagoon. It is that these boats have gotten much bigger and much more productive and will overfish stocks in the terminal areas, resulting in complete shutdown due to the lack of escapement at the respected weirs. These shutdowns would result in more days, weeks, much more than few days, windows we at Nelson Lagoon are in desperate need of. One year I remember some of these fishermen come to Nelson Lagoon asking for deckhand jobs during such closures, where they were a much friendlier group and were accepted in Nelson Lagoon at the time. Every year I see fish catch decline. My fish catch decline 3 to 4 days after salmon harvest start in OPH. Some years is so dramatic I am forced to leave my home in search of enough salmon to pay my bills, often leaving before Nelson Lagoon's peak. Please allow the Fish and Game Zone data to back my testimony and Prop 116. Thank you for this opportunity to be heard.
Thank you, Mark. Any questions? Would you like to do your personal testimony now?
Yeah, I just got a couple of comments here.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Well, first of all, help AYK. The second is because a fishery is labeled a misstocked fishery, it does not make it any less of an intercept fishery. That's it?
Well,
All right.
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to do second calls in the morning for the following people: Jimmy Kupchayak, Bruce Hendrickson, Janet Woods, Christian Porter, Shai Vent, Kimberly Nichols, Delula Erickson, Eva Burke, Carl Frank and Eva Burke for the AC, Robert Charles Wright Sr., Tom Hoblet, Jared Danielson, Edward Kraus, Libby Mussolino, and Tom Hosseth. And before we break, I just want to thank everybody. It's been a long day. I really appreciate your patience and your respectfulness that you've shown to everyone who's testified. We'll carry that into tomorrow morning, and then I'm looking forward to getting into the committee process tomorrow for groups 1 and 2. Have a good evening. Great work, everyone. Thank you. And we're coming back tomorrow at 9 a.m. So I'm going to give you 30 minutes on Sunday. See you at 9 a.m.